to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it cinnamon sisters?
Hazel Berries.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Melons?
Pre-curl?
No.
Nutmeg Melons.
You said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Cool. There you go, Chrissy. So Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, what's your name?
No, I'm Jack.
My name is Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your but that's on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
On 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. That day is finally here. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Peyton Russell, Aiden in the back, live on the Fan Camp, Twitch, and YouTube. The start of the NFL and Dallas Cowboys season.
That's what I thought you were going with because it's the Final Four at the U.S. Open.
Oh.
Good Elite Eight. Good Elite men and women. You got Sinner, you got Alcaraz, Joker.
Are you following tennis?
Yeah,
like you did?
Sabalenka,
Okay.
Anisimova, the other Ovas and Blankas and all the other names from Eastern Europe.
Yes.
Oh, it's a good Osaka, Naomi.
All
She's
right.
in it.
We'll
It's a solid Elite Eight.
Be getting these live updates at 7 p.m. tonight with RJ Choppy with the U.S. Open in New York. Out to Philadelphia, where the sun is already beaming and shining with Cowboys insider Bobby Belt on the road. Why are you already shaking your head?
Because I already know that this is probably turning into a cluster technically on my end, and I'm a little anxious so far. But it's been a good trip to Philadelphia. I got up early this morning. I forgot to change my alarm with the Eastern time zone, so I did wake up at 4 a.m. Dallas time. Went for a walk. Got a sandwich that's better than the one I had last night. Got it from 7-Eleven down the street, and then set everything up and connected it. And we'll play this thing by ear and see exactly how effective it is.
What do we need to fly DJ or Ruben out there with you? I thought you could handle this stuff technically.
Don't start that. No, I can handle the technical aspect of it. The issue is that there is a second and a half delay, which I'm sure you can hear there, right here built into the Comrex because it keeps buffering. But the internet's strong and it's connected at 100%. I'm seeing it. There's no packet loss, so I don't understand.
So how was
we'll effort it.
How was the big night out? You said you were going to maybe meet up with Zero, who we all know from the radio station. You were doing very impressive. I was proud of your research on the cheesesteaks. Every year you want to go and try a new place. Where did you end up? The Pats or Geno's or both?
So I ended up going to a place called Joe's Steaks and Soda Shop that I didn't even actually go there. I got it Grubhubbed over to me because I was sitting here trying to work on everything here last night, send my email, do some different stuff. But I ended up going there because I went to Grubhub and I looked, and my cheesesteak options were very limited, and the only one that had a really high rating was this place called Joe's. And so that was the one that I ended up picking, and I ended up having to pass on Zero and Christy Scales, who were going out. They're doing a whole walking tour of Philadelphia last night, which is my favorite city. But I ended up just having to order in, and it was It was disappointing. Look, the hoagie roll itself was really strong, and it was I liked it. It was like a whole wheat one, and it was a little dense maybe for my liking, but I liked the taste on it. The onions were really good. The problem is all I tasted were onions. I don't know what it is about this city that they are so opposed to seasoning this ribeye, but this is twice now that I've gotten them that they are just plain, and I dumped 2 salt packets on this thing before I tasted anything.
It's a northern thing, man. My grandmother used to tell me, if you season your meats because you don't know how to cook it. And
does that go for like making a steak?
Yeah, my mom still never puts anything. Maybe some salt, nothing.
Yeah.
Salmon, nothing. Right, but some olive oil. Like they're obsessed with olive oil. It's probably the Italian thing.
Italian.
But yeah, it's like they just think that their palates are more sophisticated, and us plebes, peasants, paupers have to season.
I ran into this with Amanda's family when I first made cheesesteaks, and I'm fine getting the steakums. Like, you can go get your fancy meat that has, like, the gristle that I can't stand.
What's steakums?
Peyton?
Nope, I got nothing. Steakums.
Bobby?
I don't know steakums. I know what they're called. I don't know what they are.
Steakums, the little frozen cheesesteaks, like the real thin meat that you get out of the packs. Oh gosh, we're already off to a bad start. But they're just basically your frozen national cheesesteak meat that you can get versus this fancy ribeye. And they're like, "Where's the seasoning on the steak?" Like, I didn't see you putting salt and pepper. And I was like, "Oh, it's salty already. There's cheese going to be on it. There's mayo. There's ketchup. There's onion. But no, out here you gotta season every single facet."
Yeah.
Of at least the cheesesteak I found. Man, I'm going to show you cheese. I'm going to show you a steak.
I may recognize it if I see the packaging.
Yeah. So you got to season every single thing. And were you able to get around with what? The train station out?
SEPTA. Yeah, they call it SEPTA. Only Philadelphia would have their trains sound like the place you poop.
Yeah.
Where the poop goes. But it's called SEPTA. And FanDuel, credit to them. Okay? They have
FanDuel. They do public transportation now.
They paid to get it running again. They paid to get it up and running again so you could go to the game. So Eagle fans can go to the game. I guess there's a local sports book in town that has their name on it, and they paid to get it up and running again. So you can use the train, Bobby, if you want to go to the game tonight. This way you get to the game.
No, I can't. I can't do that. What I need to do is I need to get them FanDuel to pay for salt and pepper and paprika and other things, garlic, onion, something that can actually season the meat that's out here because it's terrible. It is god-awful, and I don't understand the reputation here.
And it's been like that for every cheesesteak you've had?
Yeah, so far. So the Ishkabibbles, the very first one was super. I had to like dump hot sauce over it. This one last night was better than Ishkabibbles, but I had to dump hot sauce all over the one at Ishkabibbles. And then last year we went to Shay's Zero and I. That one was great, and that's a trendier, newer one. It's probably some out of towners who came in and brought salt with them and onion and garlic and different things like that. But then this one last night, this is like an institution, I guess. I saw people saying this was like the best one for 60 years, and some people felt it had fallen off. But either way, when I started Googling around about this is a thing apparently, where people from out of town come in here and say it's unseasoned, it tastes bland, and Philly people just go like, nah, you're crazy, you don't know what you're talking about.
You got a lot of feedback in your replies while putting out that cheesesteak, D'Alessandro's, Tony Luke's, Angelo's, which I tried to tell you about. You got the pizza there. And then Kevin Hagelin's suggestion of that market.
The Reading terminal.
Yes. DeNick's is this roast pork broccoli rabe. I'm like, Bobby's not getting broccoli rabe, I don't think, on a sandwich, but the roast pork is supposed to beat every sandwich in the city.
I don't even know what broccoli rabe is. What is that?
It's green. It's a greenish.
Way to go, Chop.
It's greenish.
Way to go.
It's green. Okay, if it's green, it doesn't go on my sandwich.
I had it.
Yeah, it doesn't go on my
I've
sandwich.
only had it one time. I was with you. It was in Little Italy when we went to the New York Super Bowl. I had never had my grandmother. I had never heard of it. None of my. We are strictly a red sauce Italian family.
Yeah.
We would never do Alfredo, but we think Peyton is uncultured. Never do that. And then this broccoli rabe, no clue.
This
never
is the steakums. You never seen this?
Oh, I've seen that. Yeah. I've
Frozen.
Seen
I've seen them. I don't know what they are. Like I have no idea what they even taste like.
Get these and put your seasoning on it, and you'll be good to go, in my opinion. The Texas Rangers, not good to go yesterday against Arizona.
Leiter's pitch. And that's grounded sharply to first off the glove of Berger. It rolls in behind him. Freeman picks it up, but he has no play. Thomas scores, and the Diamondbacks lead 2-0.
What a snoozer this was. An awful game to go ahead and watch as the Texas Rangers end up losing to the Diamondbacks in the rubber match of this one, despite another nice outing from Jack Leiter. They get blanked 2-0, 8 total hits in the game. The Rangers actually had 5 of them, and the Diamondbacks, by my math, had 3.
Yeah, they did. This was if you wanted a midday nap, this is a perfect game for like a Saturday afternoon,
man,
where you could just kind of watch and then fall asleep on the sofa or the recliner or whatever. That's exactly what this game. This game was a cure for insomnia. This one, and look, when you're not when you're rolling out that lineup that they were rolling out yesterday, you can't be making outs at third base. Osuna made an out at third base. I know it was a ground ball back to the pitcher, but you can't be caught that far off a second. And then Duran made an out, but it got called back because of his obstruction. They got lucky on that one.
Yeah.
Because that would have been 2 outs at the same inning at third. Like, you cannot do that. But they did.
Yeah, here's the thing. You can't just end up expecting that you're going to roll out there with Jock Peterson hitting third and Jake Berger hitting fourth and consistently expect to win games. Like, when you're looking down the back end of that lineup yesterday and you see Hellman, Osuna, Duran, like, even with Duran hitting better lately, you look at that and you go, like, that is 5 outs in a row. Like, after that, it's 5 outs in a row is what you feel like heading into every inning, and that's just not going to be sustainable for them.
The good news is everybody above you lost. You're still a game and a half out.
That's the key.
You
know that.
You lose the series, you're still a game and a half out. The Yankees lost. Aaron Boone is going to have a heart attack one day arguing with these umpires. Boston lost. Seattle lost. And then the Royals have lost 3 straight behind you with their negative run differential.
So we had an open game. We had an open night for TV viewing because the Rangers played during the day. So I tuned into that game. At least the end of it.
The Yankee
game. And the Yankees gave up a run. I think it was in the 8th inning. They gave up a run on a walk, a run on a balk, and a run on a wild pitch all in the same inning. All in the same inning. That's a comedy of errors right there. A balk, a walk, and a wild pitch.
They're off today. They get the armpit tomorrow. We got some drama with the Astros, but Bruce Bochy was asked if he thought that Adolis could at least hit against Houston on KNC.
Yeah, we have a day off tomorrow, so we feel like we have a couple of days to see how fast he responds to this. But I think at best we're looking at maybe pinch hit or something, but we have to make the call pretty soon as we go into that series, to get maybe another player here if he is down for, let's say, 2 weeks. It is a grade 2 strain on the quad. So, but you never know with these quads. Sometimes, the guy comes in, he feels a lot better, he's playable or pinch hittable. And when with his presence and his bat, it's hard to replace that. So unless we had somebody that we thought, would be soften the blow of this injury, we would have made the move. But this guy's been playing such great baseball, getting big hits for us. That's why we're just holding ground.
Now, speaking of getting hit, Peyton sent us this yesterday morning. What was going on with Framber Valdez?
Dude, this guy needs to get beat up immediately because what he did, there's no excuse for it. So this was in the game with the Astros and Yankees. Bases loaded. Trent Grisham's at the plate. Framber's, he's shaking his head no at the, pitch calling that Salazar, which is the Astros catcher. He's calling pitches. He's like, no, I don't want that. And finally, Framber just throws one. And I think Salazar's trying to wave him off. He's like, hey, step off. Let's redo this. And Framber just says, F it, throw it. He throws it right down the middle, gets hit for a grand slam. And Framber's frustrated, probably at the pitch calling by Salazar. The next pitch to the next batter, it's 6-0 Yankees. And Salazar calls for an off-speed pitch. And Framber, he nods his head, okay. Framber throws in a 93-mile-per-hour fastball straight. And you see the catcher, it hits him in the chest. Because, look, if you don't know baseball, in the major leagues, when you're at that level,
tell us.
Whenever you call for a pitch, you're expecting that pitch. If you're expecting a breaking ball, you're not expecting the fastball coming out. So people are like, oh, just react to it. Why didn't he just catch it? That's on the catcher. But no, so Framber, and you can see him there because usually when you hit your catcher and you cross him up, you're saying, hey, I'm sorry, my bad. This is, my fault. Framber turns around, walks off the mound like, yeah, that's on you. And it's a real big issue here. And the Astros have to do something about it.
It got heated in the clubhouse.
Over this?
They were going at Framber. Why'd you do that? And he kept saying, I thought it was a fastball. I got it crossed up. Well,
yeah, he did think it was fastball.
Yeah, he did. Right. But here's the thing. So you could look at the overhead shot, and I think it was Steve Phillips did this on MLB Network. Other players in the field have the pitch com too. So the shortstop's got it, third base, center field, whoever, right? Three other players have it. It's always the shortstop for one. Well, the shortstop and the third base, if you look at the overhead, as the pitch was getting ready to be thrown, drifted towards third base. On a right-handed hitter, that indicates changeup, right? Slower pitch, more likely to pull. So they drift. So they heard changeup. And they got real heated in the clubhouse.
Look at Valdez's reaction on the fan cam. Aiden has it up.
Free agent, he's a jerk.
He didn't say, oh my God, are you okay?
Yeah.
Oh my God, I hit you, Bobby. You couldn't believe looking at this yesterday on the flight.
Yeah, this is the thing, is that when I saw the headline, I didn't think there was any chance. I was like, how do you intentionally, how would anybody be able to tell by watching that, oh, you intentionally tried to hit your catcher? Then I opened the video and I went, oh, he 100% tried to hit his catcher. That's wild. Because you see him, it's the body language. Catcher stops and looks at him like, okay, we're doing that. All right, whatever. And Framber just hits him and then immediately turns around and is mean mugging and then gets the pitch back and is glaring. It is the most blatant attack on a teammate this side of Draymond Green and Jordan Poole.
That's disgusting. Nice reference right there. So the Astros are 4 games up in the West. They're 5-5 in their last 10. It'll be the silver boot tomorrow on this radio station with Cowboys Eagles tonight. Bobby Belt is in filthy with all the latest bulletin board material, the trash talk, the back and forth, the fans going at each other. We take you inside the Star for the opener tonight on the home of America's team with Sean and RJ next.
Also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-4817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. Club, our best audience of the entire show. Pregame starts at 4 p.m. today, and all season long, we got you covered 3 hours prior to kickoff. If you love the Dallas Cowboys, no matter how much they put you through, Bobby Belt will be part of that pregame, postgame coverage. He is in Philadelphia as our Cowboys insider. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy, and we are inside the Star with Brian Schottenheimer visiting with us yesterday. Bobby, let's get to the bulletin board material. What's being said, or what's going to be used, manufactured or not, from both sides?
Yeah, let's go ahead. Let's do some audio here, Peyton. This is going to be the collection of quotes from some of the biggest storylines that we've seen this week. And obviously, let's go ahead and we'll start with cut 16, Peyton. Earlier this week, we obviously know you had the Micah Parsons trade, or at the end of last week, the Micah Parsons trade, Kenny Clark arriving in Dallas. So a big discussion this week is going to be how are they covering for Micah Parsons? What does Kenny Clark bring to the table? And that's what Kenny Clark was asked by the media earlier this week when they said, hey, what exactly are you going to bring to the Dallas defense here?
So attacking front. We trying to stop the run and get after the passer, get enough field. Physical, we're going to run to the ball. And, that's all things I'm about. Man, you guys just watch the film. I don't do too much talking. You watch the film. My game speak for itself.
He's really impressive. He's somebody who I think when you see the way he carries himself, you understand why he's a shoddy guy. The actual contributions on the field, though, as a run stopper, it's probably been overblown a little bit. He's not exactly going to be like, I don't even know that he's what Jonathan Hankins was a couple years ago. But he's an average run defender to an above average run defender, depending on the year.
Hankins.
But that's better than what they had. They literally had tissue paper inside at defensive tackle, and that's the problem.
He's going to look like Sue because of what they had.
Oh, and Ndamukong Suh?
Yeah, he's going to look like Ndamukong Suh based off what they had.
Mickey was describing his size as that. Mickey was...
He's a big guy.
He was on... We should have done Mickey Fisher after the Micah trade.
Oh, yes.
Would have been fantastic. But Mickey said, just walking by the locker, he takes up the entire locker space. He's a big man. He's a confident man, but it doesn't sound very showy. He said he's ready to play nose or 3-tech, and his toe injury is behind him. So when everyone throws out the PFF negative grades from last year, Clark says he did suffer a foot injury in week 1 to the Eagles, played through it before undergoing surgery. Football Almanac had him ranked 18th in stop rate and 27th in rush yards per tackle among defensive tackles, 21st in ESPN's run stop win rate amongst the interior linemen. The Cowboys ranked last in the NFL in EPA allowed per design run last year.
Yeah, look, and that's the thing is that you've got to give some context there, and you certainly can give him the benefit of the doubt if you like and say, hey, if there's an injury here, this is something that he was having to deal with that would have deteriorated his play a little bit. But like he says there, he says, I let the film do the talking, I let my game do the talking. If that's the case, that's what needs to happen out here. You can't tell us what you are or what you can do. Instead, after a year like that, you need to show, okay, it was an injury, and I can go out here and I can contribute at this level. But with Kenny Clark in the position that he is and now taking over as kind of their main run stopper inside, the question also has been about the edge rushers and what they can contribute.
So line up the defensive line tonight starting, Bobby.
It's going to be, it would probably be Dante Fowler, Marshawn Nealand, Oso Digizua, and Kenny Clark, and then there's going to be a heavy rotation in the middle of that. But a big part of the edge rusher group has been Sam Williams, and somebody who's coming off of obviously a devastating injury that he had last year that knocked him out for the whole year. So it's his first game back, and we've talked about this before, Sean, the idea of like how aggressive Sam Williams can get. He kind of poked fun at that this week when he was talking about being ready and getting out there for his first game again.
I'm very hungry, but at the same time, I'm patient. We got 2-3 more days to play. So at the end of the day, I just gotta
keep trusting the process, be where my feet at, and I don't want to get too excited, because that's when Sam start making penalties and jumping out, all that stuff. I just want to be, man. I just want to be great, man. Like, I couldn't ask for a better opportunity than I have now, and I just want to, just go out there and showcase all the hard work I put in.
Well, he went third person, but at least he's aware when Sam starts making penalties. And we all know it feels like every 2 or 3 games, Sam Williams going to do something dumb and rack up 15.
Yeah, but he could also rack up, some big plays, and that's the key, right? I'll tell you this, back to Kenny Clark. If he winds up playing to the level of the 18th best run defender or whatever, and he's just you're going to see a lot of disappointed fans. Like, the way that they've been propping him up on social media is this guy's the second coming to Ndamukong Suh. And if he plays to a mid-level, that's going to ruffle some feathers.
By the way, Jordan Mailata said he breathed a sigh of relief when Micah was traded. Micah officially listed as limited on the Packers' initial injury report. So that's where we stand with Micah Parsons right now. Back to the bulletin board.
Yeah, look, and that's something that is obviously the talk of Choppy, the point that he's making there about if he's the 18th best run defender. That's the Cowboys' fault for setting expectations somewhere that are probably not reachable for him. But it is an instance where
they painted the picture that one guy is going to fix it. One guy.
Yeah, and if he's the 30th best, if they were the 30th best run defense without him, they might be the 19th best run defense without him, which some people will go like, that's still not very good. That might be the difference depending on how good your offense is in terms of being able to sustain some of that. And the offense being good gets us to our next point, which is another storyline we're following this week, which is the debut of George Pickens. Jake Ferguson this week was asked about George Pickens and the way that he opens things up for CeeDee Lamb and himself.
I mean, he opens up the whole field. He's a threat, and as soon as you see him, you can't double both those guys. And, if you try, that just opens up so much more. And, watching him just from camp, OTAs even, like, the way he can contort his body in the air and make that catch is unbelievable.
He's really impressive. He's somebody who I think throughout the training camp has been one of the big stars along with CeeDee Lamb. Now, these practices a lot of times lend itself to a wide receiver really standing out, but there is a lot of buzz and positivity. We heard it yesterday from Tirico about the way that he's kind of approaching this.
George Pickens, the last time he faced, this was a win. The Eagles beat Pittsburgh last year. He had 3 targets, 0 catches, so that's not good. Choppy and I are now sitting here making our underdog plays, and I think it's like higher or lower 55 yards for George.
And 4.5 catches.
Yeah, and the reason I'm tempted to take it is because, Bobby, everyone's talking about that second corner. That second corner weakness for Philly when you talk about exposing this defense, and you know that Dak and George are going to want to make a great early impression.
And that's why, the way the league has gone the last few years, you don't need, if you have one receiver, that's great. You need 2. You really need 3. You have 3 receivers that start, and you really need to have a true 1, a true 2, and ideally you would love to have a true 1 and a second one, like a 1A, and that's what they hope Pickens is, that he's a 1A, not really a 2.
And that'll be a Dory Jackson probably on the other side. Mixed results coming out of Philly, Bobby, but we know a Dory Jackson very well last 4 years with the Giants.
Yeah, he's somebody who, if you're talking about especially as a contested catch guy that Pickens is, the ability to go up over a smaller player like a Dory Jackson will also be a big part of it. But we know that the big part of this is also going to be not just who is Pickens on the field, how does Pickens open things up for Lamb and Ferguson, how does Lamb open things up for Pickens? Those are all going to be conversations that are there. But the big thing is about obviously his connect, how well does he establish himself within the offense and control his emotions.
The danger with George in talking about was it higher or lower 4.5 catches?
Yeah, I think so.
George, I think of as a low volume but high yardage guy.
Yeah, I could see him with 3 for 90.
Last year he had games of 2, 5, 7, 3, 3, 5, 4, 5, 8, 4, 3, 3. He had games with 3 catches. He had 59 total catches last year. Now, George and others, Mike Florio, would attack, and Bobby, the Pittsburgh Steelers offensive scheme system, of course, playing with bums at quarterback.
Yeah, because he had 3 catches. They only completed 8 passes in those games as a team.
We are also starting to get some Vegas movement, some late Cowboys push that you noticed this morning.
So I was on with BetMGM last night. Last night, yes. That was the name of the show. The name of the show is named after the time of day.
Okay. Is it called BetMGM Tonight?
Yeah, it's just named after the time.
All right, I thought you mixed up. I thought you were like Bobby mixing up time zones.
But no, they were saying there's a lot of late push for the Cowboys at 8.5. That a lot of the bettors are kind of in the last. This is really in the last, I guess now the last 12 to 14 hours that it's been taking place. But there's been a little push for the Cowboys that the value of the bet at 8.5 is just too good to take on an opening night in a rivalry game.
It is the Super Bowl champions. It is obviously Lincoln Financial Field, and so there's a lot of buzz about that, and obviously that's one of the reasons why they've been such a big underdog. Brian Schottenheimer caught a little bit of heat from Philadelphia fans. This is Cut 18, Peyton, when he talked about he caught himself maybe overhyping the importance of the game to the players this week.
I kind of called the team up, and I kind of got a little fiery and excited about playing the Eagles and prime time and all that stuff. And I went to bed that night. I was like, "What are you doing? Like, you know better than that." Because honestly, the way we approach things, Todd, is every game we play is just another championship opportunity. It's just another championship opportunity. We get a chance to go out there against the Eagles. You don't get extra credit for beating the Eagles in Philly on prime time than you do for beating the Giants at noon in AT&T Stadium. So what I don't want these guys to do, and I think the coaches are a big part of this, is go in there and try so hard. Oh, we're playing the Eagles. I'm going to do so hard. They're going to make mistakes if they do that. Play free. It's football. Fly around. Love being around with your brothers, man. Just run to the football. Celebrate. Have fun.
Absolutely love it. And the reason I love it the most is because he acknowledged and recognized what he thought was a mistake. And coaches don't do that, especially coaches around here with this football team. He's like, I had to pull back. I had to go ahead and change up my messaging versus just keeping the head down and staying with what I originally said. This is like telling your kid, right? Primetime Julian Choppy out there wearing number 21.
21, baby.
Hey, you're wearing 21, okay? You got the same responsibilities and roles as Dion. You need to have a return touchdown some way, somehow today. A pick six or a punt return. This is your first game. You come out and show out. And if he doesn't do it, then what happens? He's sitting there thinking it's a disappointment, and you got the entire rest of the season to play. That's Schottenheimer talking about going up against the Eagles.
Man, he plays like Dion, I'll tell you that.
Oh, he's a baller.
Baller, baby. Baller, but it just kind of gets in the way of the tackle.
Oh, the tackle.
Doesn't really... I said last night, I said, were you trying to make that tackle, or were you trying to get in the way? He goes, I was just trying to get in the way. I wasn't going to get trucked. I was like, that's my boy. That's my boy.
Yes. Did he have any return yardage? Did he show some elusiveness?
They did not do. No return yards. He had to catch a screen, bubble screen. Picked up 3-4 yards.
Dion-like,
very Dion-like. He's an elite backpedaler. Elite, great.
That's good.
Fantastic form.
There it is, Inside the Star. Game night starting at 4 p.m. today on your official Cowboys station. Babe Laufenberg will join us at 8:40 as well from Filthy. It's Thursday at 6:40. It's The Payload with Philip Russell. Is your free pay-per-view hookup permanently over? And we had the poop cruise. And Peyton, I'm going to start making you read these teases. I'm too professional for this. We had the poop cruise, and now Peyton says we have virgin poop. The Payload is next.
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, it's your name.
No, I'm Chad. My name's Chad.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Grapevine today, the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment?
I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That is right, even on Cowboys game day. We have the payload every Thursday at this time, 6:40 on Thursday, and oh baby, The streaming service world took a major blow yesterday. I'm not talking about Red Zone. We might get into that later. But I'm talking about the biggest story. Stream East is down. We have another illegal sports streaming site down. The world's largest illegal sports streaming site, Stream East, was shut down yesterday after 2 men were arrested in Egypt as part of an August 24th raid. Now, before I get into the story, have any of y'all used Stream East before to watch any games when you're, on the roads or on, you're at Cowboys camp or whatever? Have you used it before?
Never even heard of it.
Oh, I've heard of it. My brother has always told me to use it. I know a bunch of different people who have used it. I've always been terrified of those sites that my computer's not going to be working the next day. And then you got to find like the little X somewhere on the screen to get rid of all the ads and all the crap. What is this, Bin Laden hiding in the caves? Like two Egyptians sitting there wiring up this stuff in order to run this entire network of Stream East. They did tweet out multiple times throughout the rest of the day, we are not shut down. We can never be stopped.
Yeah, I did see that from maybe their Twitter account, official account or whatever. But I mean, this is a major story, and it was out probably last year that there was something going on, because this is an investigation that's been going on since 2024. Like this came out because it's not just a few 100,000 people watching it. These are hundreds of millions of views each month. I believe they average 136 million users per month. This will obviously affect millions of people. The site generated 1.6 billion total visits on its site over the past year. 1.6 billion. If you don't know what the site is, it's basically you can take any game, any fight out there, UFC pay-per-view fight, any sporting event is right there for you. You can go, stream with the category, whatever the sport is. It's just right there in front of you, and it's all for free now. And it's, there might be some ads on there. I know Jacob and Aiden back here are big users of it. But yeah, no paying for others.
For illegal activity.
Go get them, FBI. Get them out of here.
Is this how you get malware on your computer? All the viruses?
Basically. This is so big. Aiden has it on the fan cam. LeBron James uses it.
Oh,
there's
remember
video
that video
of LeBron using it. He's at his kid's game. He's trying to keep up with whatever game is going on. He uses it. A bunch of athletes have said they use it.
That's a Kindle for LeBron reading. That's not Stream East.
Yeah,
that's right. Godfather 2 on there.
Basically.
What book did he have?
He always had Godfather open up. Yeah, first page.
And it was page 1. Page 1 every time. $6.2 million in ad revenue was laundered dating back to 2010. So these, the Egyptian guys, they've made some money off this thing, but now the FBI finally got them. It is supposedly shut down, so we'll see what takes the hit next. And I've used it before, when I was in Ireland. I'm overseas, and I'm trying to watch the Cowboys game. It's a 6-7 hour time difference, and so I'm trying to watch the game. I got Stream East pulled up. I've only used it a handful of times. I don't need to use it all the time, but I have used it.
Did it work well?
It did. Yeah, again, you have the ads maybe at the beginning, but once the game goes, if you have a somewhat strong, you have the delay like you do like on YouTube TV or stream or DirecTV stream. So you have the delay that affects you as well. But as long as the game pops up and there's no issues going on, it's fine there. But I never ran into an issue. My younger brothers use it all the time because they live out of state. So the bad news is 2 people got arrested. The good news is there are still tons of sites that people can illegally stream games on. So I'm sure there's going to be another site out there. Stream North, maybe, RJ, if you want to get on the hype.
Stream North.
Stream North, Stream West. Get on the hype, make some money until the FBI gets you. But yeah, this was a big news that hit the sports world yesterday. All right, next story here. Look, okay, so we had the poop cruise. We talked about it. I'm sure a lot of people have seen the Netflix documentary.
Tim Collins, our boss, told me at the pool party, he and his wife were on that same boat 4 weeks prior.
Dude.
He was on the poop cruise boat.
My buddy Wesley was on it the year after, the same cruise. Like, I guess like they redid the ship.
Yeah.
They fixed it all up.
Best to go on the flight that just crashed,
Right.
Right after.
Yeah.
So
plane's still intact.
Like Sean teased before the segment, we had the poop cruise. Now we have Virgin Poop. And yes, you're probably asking, well, why'd you say it like that? Well, because Virgin Airlines in Australia completed a 6-hour flight with broken toilets. It's always just a something I think about going in. It's like, man, so you don't think about it, but when it happens, you're like, this is a major issue. You need toilets on a flight. I can get past the 3-hour, 4-hour flights, but you go about 5 hours, like someone's got to have the toilet there. Passengers were peeing themselves and poop was spilling onto the floors. People were going to the bathrooms going to the bathroom in the sinks. Oh. It was so bad. There was just no pipes going. I guess, I don't know how this works. I guess there's no eject button on the plane that it can everything just flies out. I'm sure it evaporates by the time it hits the ground, but you can't do that on the airlines.
It doesn't fly. I think they have the ability to do that. So somebody just laid a growler in there, clogged up all the toilets, I guess. Some elderly lady couldn't hold it and she wet herself.
On this flight?
Yeah.
I've never thought about this, but now I will. This is terrifying.
This is a flight from Bali, Indonesia to Brisbane, Australia, which I guess is about 5.5 hours to 6 hours. But employees were already aware on the flight that one toilet was already broken, but the other two toilets broke down during the flight. And I believe it was around the last 2 hours or so of the flight, there were 0 working toilets.
Bobby, how nice are the Cowboy team plane bathrooms? Like, are they super duper nice, or are they just standard?
I don't go. I mean, it's just it's a regular American Airlines charter. But see, this was my whole point that I was just thinking was, if it's going to happen anywhere, on a cruise or anywhere else, I do think a plane is the easiest place to survive the bathrooms going down, because A, it's a limited time. You've got a smaller time period. And B, I don't understand why you can't just go into the bathroom and then pee in then like let it sit in there. Like, that to me is better than just like peeing yourselves in your seat. And nobody generally goes number 2 on a plane. I think that's a psycho behavior if you go number 2 on a plane.
I don't think I ever have.
I don't think I have either. I would. I'm not against it. I just haven't had to. I have no problem burying some wind breakage in the seats.
Would you sit on the seat?
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, just wipe it down.
Oh. I won't. I wish there could be a camera on me in an airplane bathroom. I could win the Olympics on a balance beam.
Oh, I
would dominate.
You got to spread the feet as far apart as possible. That way you get the good balance. Because you start rocking in that plane, you're gonna have splashage everywhere.
I may as well go in with cooking gloves. Like, I don't want to touch the flush thing. If I know no one's behind me, I don't even know if I'm hitting the flush button. I don't want to grab the paper towels out. Everything. I'm barely trying to just make contact.
I mean, I always
wet floor.
That is the one place I will always wash my hands.
No, I'm not saying I don't wash. I don't want to touch. I don't want to touch the soap. Nasty, hideous.
So do you guys not add it? Because I always make a mental note, like, use the bathroom before the flight. It's just part of my routine. Do you guys make sure you do that? Because I rarely will use the bathroom on the flight. And if I do, I probably can't go, because I don't know if it's just not being able to pee that high in the air, because I don't know if I have flight, or just get, I guess, worried about, I don't know what it is, but I can't pee on a flight. I can't pee on a flight. Can't go to the bathroom on a flight.
Whether I have to go or not, I go.
You get stage flight.
I go like right before they start to board. I always go, whether I have to pee or not.
Well, the only problem is, behind a porta potty, the airport bathroom is the second worst place to ever go. The smell of an airport, a male airport bath.
You should see the woman's.
Tell us about it.
You
Bruce?
been?
I went there by accident one time. They were like, they were like, it was the same entrance way, and I was on my phone. I wasn't paying attention. I always go right, as you would know.
Did you see?
And I went right, and the women's bathroom was on the right, and that may have been.
Did you go in there or immediately turn around and leave?
I went well in there. I was head down. I was head down.
Oh,
and then I was like, there's no urinals in here. And then I realized there was no sounds coming, because women don't make sounds when they do that. But that was a fouler smell.
Did you see the bathroom signs of the restaurant, or someone who got in trouble with Bruce Jenner on one and Caitlyn Jenner? That's brilliant.
I mean, it is.
That is brilliant. Bruce on one of the bathrooms and Caitlyn on the other, to signify, you know what?
I mean, RJ, you can't get judged for that nowadays. So you're welcomed in the women's bathroom.
Oh, look, I made an honest mistake. I wasn't trying to go to the women's restroom. I just was, and I got to say, I was very, very sad that I did, because that was the worst smell I've ever seen.
Happens to the best of us. All right, it is the payload every Thursday at this time. Real quick, Bobby. So I feel like this is a flight where if you ever smelt something like this, and this was an issue where you had to go another 2 hours without any bathroom use, and everything was just building up. I feel like at that point you would just say, all right, where's the nearest exit? Let me jump, because this is something that seems like you'll be the one that
I mean, honestly, that thing is honestly just going to stay. I'm going to hold it. I'm going to burst internally before I allow that to happen. I'm like you. I will either go before we're on the flight, and if I get stuck on a flight, I would go pee in the toilet that you couldn't flush, is what I would do. And I would never in a million years have eaten something leading up to a flight that would have been able to be digestible and have me go on the plane.
Yes.
So I'll be waiting for the next Netflix documentary when this drops in a few years. This will be fun. Yeah, Virgin Poop. There's an easy title for you. All right, let's get some NFL news in here. I want to know if anyone can relate to this next story, if you have younger kids. So Hunter Renfrow, a wide receiver for the Carolina Panthers, was getting a call from the Panthers about a contract extension, but his daughter was watching Bluey on his phone, and she kept hitting decline on each of the phone calls. A total of 10 missed calls were made before Hunter was able to realize that they had called him. Obviously, it's something that everyone can laugh at now because he got the extension, but I wonder if this has ever happened to anyone. Like, you're getting calls, you're in the job search hunt, and you get calls from people, and sometimes these companies, they'll call you once or twice, and if you don't respond in a timely manner, they'll go right on to the next person. I know it's a little different here with the NFL and, different, but I wonder if it's ever happened to anyone that, someone's using their phone, they're hitting decline because you don't see that, you don't recognize that number, or you hit decline, and then you miss out on a job opportunity here.
Look, this happens to me all the time. Like, well, at least they used to. My kids are on my phone a lot. Now they're not. They're not allowed on there. They know what things are going on. They know where the pictures are. But back in the day, the amount of times that they would just hit decline on the call. They're doing something. They're watching something. Decline. I'm sure I've missed an important call. I can't remember anyone in particular, but I'm sure I have.
Now, of course, this sparked the debate of the anti-screen parents saying, well, this is why your kids don't need to be on the phone. Make them go outside, do this, or get them their own tablet, which I think I would be that parent, because I'm not a parent now. But I think I would have to just get them their own iPad tablet. I got too many contacts on my phone of important people. I don't need them calling random people. I don't need them calling Jerry Jones or Michael Irvin.
Yeah, you got those contacts. Right? Bobby, has this happened to you?
Yeah, I haven't had any of this happen before, but this is they haven't done this specifically, but they will, like on Kristen's phone. If I've tried to call Kristen, I've gotten like 4 missed calls in a row when they were younger because the girls would hit reject because it's like you're popping up in front of the screen.
It's a payload every Thursday, even on a Cowboys opening game day. Pregame at 4 o'clock on DFW Sports Station. Sean, RJ, and Bobby in Filthy. We have Babe Laufenberg at 8:40, Tommy Yarish at 9:20 with previews and picks. But it looks like my first NFL Sunday has already been ruined, and your Super Bowl halftime show may also be ruined next.
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika.
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it someone's mum?
is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Game day is here, and RJ Choppy is a lotto winner.
Oh, baby. I have won the lottery. The Powerball. Played it last night.
We're out of here. Let's just go to Philly.
We are out of here.
Buy a suite. PJ, game one. Bobby sitting in the press box.
You know
still.
exactly what would happen. That plane would go down.
Man,
you know that would happen.
But we get to use a clean restroom. As opposed to the picture of the one I just took in the Odyssey bathroom.
I have not checked this one out yet. I saw the tweet. I'm worried about it.
Check it out.
$4, baby. You gotta let it ride. You gotta let it ride.
Did somebody else win the bill?
I don't know.
I saw Chet Holmgren. He was like, I'm going to fix and have the solution to U.S. hunger. That's what Chet Holmgren was saying as he was dancing with all his different lottery tickets. And I've been meaning to buy one over the past 2 days.
It's now $1.7 billion.
So someone didn't win.
I guess someone did not win.
Woo! Yes.
Someone won $2 million in Houston.
Okay.
So they got like the, whatever the...
They bet that Framber Valdez would sabotage his own catcher. Yes.
That's right.
All right, it's Cowboys game day, 4 p.m. pregame. Bobby Belt is in Filthy with the sun up. Bobby, you got something on that? And also give us the referee assignments.
Yeah, it is quite sunny out here, and that's why I keep trying to adjust this because it's going to mess up my Zoom background. But we're efforting, we're doing our best here today. Including, I've got the iPad up here, which I've just put on a stand because I didn't like the lower angle that I had. So I've got it up here on the stand, and it just created a problem for me in the middle of this when I realized, that sits directly in front of my laptop, and now I can't actually see it. So I just moved it to the side. Now I can tell you about the referee, Sean. The Week 1 referee is Sean. It is Sean Smith, who the Cowboys had only once last year, which was they've not had him very frequently in his time as a referee. It was the Week 2 blowout loss to the New Orleans Saints. But if you're looking at trends, we haven't found one yet this season. But for his career, and specifically last year, he is well above the league average in terms of home teams winning his games, and he is well below the league average in terms of fewest penalties called against the home team. So, in that sense, probably not a great assignment, a referee assignment for your Dallas Cowboys headed into tonight.
Some other things for you to know, and then we'll do a full dive commercial-free expressway at 7:20. Picks at 8 o'clock. Your first official picks of the season at 8. Babe Laufenberg at 8:40. Cowboys allowed 137 rushing yards a game last year. Saquon ran for 233 in 2 wins over the boys. As Bruce Bochy would say.
The kids.
The kids.
He said it actually, the kids.
Dak is 11-5 on Thursday nights with 6 straight wins.
Wow, like the anti-Kirk Cousins.
The Eagles were tied for 10th in the NFL in touchdown efficiency in the red zone last year. They want to improve that. The Cowboys obviously want to improve 31st in the league in red zone touchdown efficiency. We harped on that with Mike McCarthy a lot over last season. And then little sidebar, possible X factor, the Eagles coverage units, special teams in general, pretty last year. Maybe one of their few weaknesses in their Super Bowl run. So just some extra things to know, Bob, as we try to scout Filthy.
You know how you improve that red zone percentage, too, is by going and getting George Pickens and by Jake Ferguson having a bounce-back year. If you get those 2 things, that will be bigger than any probably schematic adjustment that Brian Schottenheimer can make. Will be Ferguson leveling back up and George Pickens doing what he was brought here to do.
Cowboys captains, by the way. Bob, you can take us through this change in approach. Osa, Donovan Wilson, Dak, Lamb, Brandon Aubrey, C.J. Goodwin.
Yeah, it's a total difference. This was the Mike McCarthy approach. Was everybody gets a trophy, everybody's special, everybody is unique in their own little way, and he wanted to reward them for that and wanted them to feel warm and fuzzy inside. Brian Schottenheimer says, "No, we're building a culture here, boys, and what we're doing is we're trying to show guys what leadership really means." I actually do think it's an important point from Brian Schottenheimer where he said that to him he thinks it is an important distinction or honor or whatever else for a player to be able to say, in my career I was a captain of the Dallas Cowboys, and that he thinks it is an encouraging incentive for guys to step up, be leaders. And to me, I think the biggest one here is CeeDee Lamb. The fact that CeeDee Lamb gets that as somebody who progressively, I feel like every year works on something, whether it's on the field or off the field. He's trying to grow. I think he's shown the most growth as an individual since he's been here of just about any player. And what he showed to kind of just continue to grow his maturity and grow his leadership and get better about some of the sideline issues that we had earlier in his career and even just a couple of years ago. I think that was a big sign when the teammates all voted him a captain.
But then you judge that versus the guys who feel left out. You don't get to go to the Jason Garrett Duke game with Witten and Romo and DeMarco.
That's different, though, because the Jason Witten you can invite anybody to go see a Duke basketball game. That's not necessarily you have to be a leader. That's just you have to be Tony Romo's bestie, I guess. See, Dak, Brian Schottenheimer, Dak's all-inclusive. Brian Schottenheimer's not handing out trophies to anybody. The only trophies Brian Schottenheimer's worried about have Vince Lombardi's name on them, boys.
877-881-1053 is the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. RJ Choppy hit me twice last night with his email that my sports year is already ruined by the 4-letter. Has ESPN already looking to butcher inside the NBA with not the usual link in the postgame show? Charles Barkley was on with Bill Simmons saying they haven't been told when they're going on or what they're actually doing, so they're going to screw up inside the NBA. And then yesterday, Scott Hansen told McAfee that for the first time ever, the Red Zone will have commercials.
Yeah, the biggest fight of the year is not going to be like Jake Paul versus Canelo or whoever the hell he wants to fight. It's going to be you versus ESPN. They're going to ruin your two loves.
Yes.
Now, I thought I was your first love, but I guess it's not. It's inside the NBA, and it's the NFL Red Zone. And they are going to, if you want something that is pure and untouched, just let ESPN get their grubby little hands on it.
Now, Scott Van Pelt and others are pointing out it's not ESPN doing this, that the Red Zone is an NFL property.
For this year, right? And then next year it goes over.
So it's the NFL that is actually implementing the commercials to try to get some profit back, and it's not ESPN. So I usually trust Scott Van Pelt, but now the question is, what amount of action are you going to miss? Scott Hansen said, we're still going to be getting every highlight. We're still going to be getting every touchdown. I don't know. I'm skeptical. I still don't know how to get the Red Zone. I still don't know where to watch it. I still don't know how much it costs. I usually have that really true mad scramble and panic on Sunday morning at my house as my brother's trying to help me figure out how to get it. I don't know.
Is it not on a TV channel anymore? The Red Zone?
I assume. I guess it's going to be. Hand me that remote. I'll try to find it right now. I'll take a valuable showtime while searching for it. But Bobby, do you think this is ESPN's fault?
This is something where, no, I think it is the NFL because ESPN has only got like a 10% stake at the moment. So, I don't think they necessarily can dictate those same sort of things.
Yeah.
This is.
I think I found it. Sorry, Bob. I think I found it on DirecTV, 211. So I think I'm going to go home today and order 211, put in the price. I heard it's like $10 a month, but we'll see how the commercials mess things up, Bob.
Yeah, I think the confusion aspect of it, too, yesterday for a lot of people was they thought it was going to be just the side cut commercials. Or like, oh, you've got a little window here where there's a commercial. No, these are going to be commercial breaks. They are cutting away. It defeats the whole purpose of 7 hours of commercial-free football. They are literally changing the core of what the thing is, that's the slogan, is 7 hours of commercial-free football. That's done. Scott Hansen can now go to the bathroom. Nobody's going to marvel at him anymore.
Yeah.
That's the big loss, is that you don't get that same. That's a machine. You're a machine if you go 7 hours. I mean, you'd be on the poop cruise, the poop plane.
It doesn't defeat the entire purpose, as a lot of people are saying. I'll have more on that tomorrow, and I'll be proven right. I think after the weekend, the entire purpose is to get all the highlights of the games I don't want to skip around to. I'm not going to check on every single game. I want every big play. I want every meaningful play. I think they're going to try to say we have enough dead time where there's not things going on. And Scott will say multiple times on a Sunday, we're commercial-free everywhere. And then they show a flashback highlight. It's really not going to be an issue, my prediction, in the afternoon window when there's less games. But early on, I don't want to miss any of the chaos. RJ Choppy's winners and losers early on of the college football season.
Man, winner, I think the easy winner number one is Ohio State, right? They beat Texas. They're the They are now the favorites to win it all. I think you got to put them in the week 1 winners category. Home teams. Home teams again, just like the playoff. Bobby, we talked about it, just like the playoff. They proved home field advantage matters more than anything. Ohio State, Miami, Florida State. I mean, Clemson lost. They were in a dogfight. LSU's got a really good quarterback, maybe the number 1 pick in the draft. That's basically the reason they lost, right? So, home teams. Oklahoma.
By the way, speaking of Ohio State, Texas, the big noon Saturday on Fox got 16.6 million viewers. Most watched week 1 college football game on any network in history. Third most watched regular season college football game ever on Fox. It peaked at 18.5 million from 2 to 2:15 our time. That number beats the average number of the last 7 NBA finals and the last 7 World Series. As we've been saying on this show for 10 years, college football is number 2.
Yeah. It was also the most watched college game day ever. And
yes.
Big credit to Fox Big Noon Kickoff. They aired the Corso headgear thing.
Well, they also benefit from that.
They do benefit from it.
Because
Absolutely.
you're not going to lose your Texas-Ohio State audience. If ESPN had the game, I'd give them more credit because you're sending them on over to the big game.
Right.
But everyone is going to stay there anyway because Fox had Texas, Ohio State. But Corso nailed his final 6 picks as well.
Yeah, he did. He did a really good job. Every team that he coached for won on that day.
I wish he would have, though, put on, represented the Longhorns and go out as a villain. Being booed at the show.
Yep. Oklahoma and John Mateer, he was record-setting in his debut. Super high on him. He's shooting up the Heisman boards.
He's won at 7-1. He's the Heisman Trophy favorite, 7-1. Then Nussmeier, then Gunnar Stockton, Lenoris Sellers, who people say is just a human tank. Cade Klubnik, Jeremiah Smith, Arch has fallen to 16-1.
Ryan Day, I mean, he finished the greatest 5-game stretch of college football history. He beat number 7 Tennessee, number 1 Oregon, number 3 Texas, number 5 in Notre Dame, and number 1 Texas. Those are his last 5 games. You have never seen a better 5-game stretch than that.
Bobby, you got to respond to that. Right, you got to respond to that, Bob.
No, I mean, look, my biggest thing is I understand he's going to drool all over Ryan Day because he's trying to trigger me. He's trying to draw me offside, especially knowing I'm not there physically in the studio to stand on business. But my biggest question is, John Mateer at those odds, how much money do you think he's bet on himself to win the Heisman?
Stop it.
He Venmo'd somebody. I'm
There
sure he
we go.
Venmo'd one of his boys for his Heisman odds.
There we go. Mike Norvell and Brian Kelly, they were squarely on the hot seat with the loss. They got massive W's. My guy Josh Heupel proving his system yet again is plug and play. Carson Beck, cast aside, mocked for his NIL deal, went out and played well. They beat a chic title contender. The losers. Paul Feinbaum is the biggest loser of the weekend. He was wrong about Arch. He was wrong about Texas. He was wrong about Bam. He was wrong about LSU. He was wrong about everything. I mean, he was just wrong.
Yes.
He was just wrong, period. Like, if he had an opinion, it turned out to be wrong. Another loser, Arch Manning, he's adopted. He's adopted. That's a fact.
That was a funny meme.
Yeah. Texas is a big loser. That game was kind of on brand for them. They've underachieved.
Are they a big loser? I think we're going to forget that they were down there with a chance at the end.
We will forget that.
On the road. I mean,
on the road,
ugly first half. Ohio State didn't put it on them offensively either.
No, Ohio State has to. They're going to get that win is a great deodorant for them because they did not look tremendous either. Kalen DeBoer, I'm sure he's a nice guy. I'm sure he is, but you're not enough of a criminal to be in the SEC. And then the preseason rankings, just get rid of him at this point. Bama, I mean, they were wrong so many places. Just get rid of the preseason rankings. Let's move on.
Bob, any reaction to the winners, losers?
5-5 in Kalen's last 10 games.
5-5. Oh, and he's already got 3 times as many losses against unranked teams in a year in a game as Nick Saban had since 2007 or whatever.
College football kegger, we squeeze in all the pigskin here. Thursday edition. Happy holidays. Merry Christmas to you listening on the FanCam, Twitch, and YouTube Odyssey app or that radio on your official home of the Dallas Cowboys. Are you optimistic about tonight? Are you pessimistic about tonight? Bobby has you covered for both. Our insider is in Filthy. We go commercial free in the expressway on the official home of America's team with our Cowboy Filthy preview next.
Uber Eats has low fee products? You gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course it is. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen.
My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it?
Razor Wheels.
Saffron Squad?
No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's brought to you by the on-time experts, and the HOV lane of the expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
Official Game 1 picks at 8 o'clock on the Franklin & Frankel Injury Attorney text line. 4 o'clock pregame on this radio station. Bobby Belt is already in filthy. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. We are now commercial-free through the end of the hour in the expressway on DFW Sports Station. Are you optimistic? Are you pessimistic about tonight? Bobby has you covered for both. Has the spread moved to 8.5 now? You said that's the largest Week 1 spread in the entire league?
Yeah, I think Bobby said that actually. But yes, it has moved to 8.5 at some places. It's still...
That's kind of embarrassing.
That it's 8.5?
No, that if it's the largest spread in the entire league.
Yeah, I mean, if you go down, Chiefs are 3 over the Chargers. Steelers are 3 over the Jets.
Like Bengals, Browns, that's 5.5?
Yeah, that's 5.5. It's Giants, Commanders is 6. Jags, Panthers is 3.5. Colts, Dolphins is 1.
Commanders, Giants is 6.5?
Yep.
In D.C.
Pats, Raiders is 2.5. Saints, Cards is 6.5. Falcons, Bucks is 2.5. 8 is Broncos, Titans. That's the other big one. Lions, Packers is 2.5. Detroit's a dog. Seahawks, Niners is 2.5.
Wow.
Texans, Rams is 3. Ravens, Bills is 1. Bears, Vikings is 1.5.
I mean,
that's not even close. There's 2 games.
6.5 in D.C.
Yeah.
If the Commanders are supposed to be all this and that, are you not sprinting to get the Commanders by 7 or more? Did you bet that degenerate tomorrow?
I have not done my bets. I've been focused on the Cowboys betting and underdog right now.
Bobby, take us through both sides of feeling good or worried.
Yeah, do you want to be optimistic about the Cowboys' chances tonight? Are you pessimistic and you want to wallow in it? Do you want to just feel the release of just drowning in your sorrow and your misery? I'm going to get you covered for both, but I am going to. I've got 3 points for each. We're going to alternate here, though, and so we're going to finish on a positive because nobody wants to feel bad. Nobody wants to finish negative, but that means we're going to lead with negativity. So, number one, the first reason you should feel negative about tonight is Dak Prescott versus Vic Fangio, which has historically, throughout his career, not been a great matchup for him. Fangio has been the defensive mind that has frustrated him, not a huge sample size, but has frustrated him pretty consistently on a level similar to some of the San Francisco defensive coordinators like D'Amico Ryans and different guys who have been there over time. But Dak versus Fangio is, I think, a legitimate concern, especially when you consider one of Dak's big weaknesses is when that vision tightens up and he gets that tunnel vision and he starts missing squatting defenders, and that's something that Fangio's man-match defense can really accentuate.
Fangio, one of those pickups that when it was made, my first initial reaction was, oh crap, oh my goodness, and it has lived up to it. Has lived up to it. Long time, big-time name on that defensive side of the ball. Is he one of these guys that runs? I thought Bruce Arians did a tremendous job on McAfee explaining what Matt Patricia did to Arch. He said, we line up like this, ball snapped, you see this. Is that what Fangio does in passing off all these defenders? I think I remember an epic Bronco game here.
Yeah, a lot of different sort of disguising pre-snap, but not just that. He consistently has throughout his career in coverage used man match, which is basically you're running man and then it can switch to zone, and it can, like, you've got to have really smart guys in the secondary to be able to do it. But when you can operate it effectively, it's really, really tough for quarterbacks to get a beat on because the defense can change in the middle of the play.
There are some DCs that are just so good that, like, it doesn't matter whether or not the league is shifted, they're still elite. LeBeau was great for years, right? Wade Phillips was great for decades. And Fangio, it just seems like wherever he goes, he always does well.
Mark Schlereth, one of my favorites, was doing his weekly with the G-Bag Nation, and he gave his advice on how to beat the Eagles.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, to me, I think a couple of things, and this is really hard to do against the Eagles. This is why they're so dominant. We get a little bit enamored with receivers and enamored with quarterbacks and enamored with, guys who touch the ball. And show me the team that dominates the line of scrimmage, and I'll show you the team that wins about 85% of the games. And where the Philadelphia Eagles are so freaking strong, and yes, they have great talent, they've got receivers, and they've got running backs, and they've got all that stuff. But where they really dominate is both lines of scrimmage. And that's where they control the game. So even if they're not executing offensively, even if they're out of rhythm as an offense, they can get back to the sideline and go, okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to get in two tight formation, two back formation. We're going to get in heavy personnel, either 12 or 21 or 22 personnel, tank. And we're just going to bludgeon some people. And in doing that, we can get ourselves back into a rhythm, and also we can give our defense a little blow. And that's what makes them, that to me is what makes them special, is they just have the ability to go, oh, wait a minute, you want to play that finesse style? We can do that because we're talented enough. But we can also just line up and bludgeon you. And there's not a whole lot you can do about it.
They're a team who, if you look at the way that their personnel matches up offensively, they are very, very difficult. They can play any style you want to play generally. And on the defensive side of the ball, the way that Fangio can match what offenses want to do and the way that, he can scheme things up and the type of versatile personnel that they have, it makes it really, really difficult to go against them on either side of the ball. Specifically, though, with this Dak versus Fangio matchup, I mean, Choppy was just talking about the way that he adjusts and the way he does things. Schottenheimer was saying that as somebody who's been around the NFL for a long time, he will watch stuff on tape from Vic Fangio and he'll go, oh my gosh, that's so cool. That was so cool what he did over there. That was awesome. And so it is something that football nerds tend to geek out about when they see Vic Fangio. So that's a negative right there. That's not a great feeling. A positive, number one, this is a genuine sentiment. I think you heard Mike Tirico positioning this yesterday, and I think you've heard it from other people throughout the week. The team is genuinely rallying right now. I think that Micah Parsons thing, whether they wanted Micah to stay or not, the Micah issue hanging over them was a lot. And it was really taxing, I think. And now that that's free and it's done, I think everybody's kind of exhaling. And so right there, it's good timing to kind of free them up and have them play as free as Brian Schottenheimer's talked about wanting them to.
I felt like I was the only one harping on this and harping, and John Machota and others, they didn't seem too worried or terrified that this was going to screw up the season if it stayed here, Micah stayed here, and it was lingering. And now it feels like the weight of the world. It's going to be fascinating to see if the weight of being asked about it or the actual weight of Micah behind the scenes is what they feels off their shoulders and back now. We already got a little bit of the quote-unquote smear campaign, right? Micah didn't love football. Micah wasn't the best in the weight room. Some people rolled their eyes over the podcast. So tonight, if they somehow pull this off and win, and this defense gets to the quarterback and it doesn't give up 36 in a W with an offensive shootout, the storylines tomorrow are going to be addition by subtraction?
Yeah.
Question mark? Was Micah Parsons holding them back? If you get guys in the locker room after some type of win tonight, talk about that relief and say, now we can play free and guys are following their assignments, some minor shots fired.
Yeah, look, there's no doubt that there's a feeling of relief from some.
Yeah, not from Lamb, not from Diggs.
No, from some. And from some fans. Some fans are still upset about it, but some are like, thank God it's over.
Yeah.
But look, generally, I think when you lose an elite defensive player or elite player at anything, there's going to be an adjustment period. Like anybody game to game can step up and play. And, you have somebody who steps in for Micah and has 3 sacks tonight. You're going to forget about him today. Is he going to be able to do that time? Micah, you could pencil him in for 12.5 sacks every year.
Yeah.
Just pencil him in right there. That's his baseline.
Yeah, and that's the thing is that when you talk about it, Sean making the point of the discussion will naturally come up of, okay, is it they're just free because the situation's gone or because Micah's gone? That's probably just going to be one of those things that will not have the answer for, because they're going to say, if they play well, they'll just say, oh, we got freed up by the issue. They won't put it on Micah, I wouldn't imagine, publicly, but it'll just be something that we'll kind of always wonder about or theorize about. All right, so we're doing positives and negatives here. 3 reasons for hope, 3 reasons for concern tonight as the Cowboys play the Eagles. Concern number 2. Kenny Clark is not a magic elixir, and this is something that we've referenced a little bit. You are going up against Saquon Barkley, the number 1 player in the NFL, I hear. You're going up against Saquon Barkley. You're going up against that Eagles offensive line and their running game, and a team that likes to run the ball, a team that likes to bully you a little bit and push you. And so that right there is something that Kenny Clark helps it. He helps your linebackers, which still are missing DeMarvion Overshown. He helps keep you clean. But it's not like he is going to be some magic fix. There are going to be times where you watch it and go, oh, Kenny Clark got moved there, or this happened, or that happened. He's a good player. He's not the best run defender. He is, depending on the year, average to above average as a run defender. And the Cowboys, obviously, that's better than what they had. But there shouldn't be a misunderstanding here. They're not going to be the number 1 run defense in the NFL now just because Kenny Clark's there.
I feel bad for Kenny Clark. A lot of people felt bad. Some felt bad for Anthony Davis when he got traded here, but now Anthony Davis is being lined up to Kenny Clark. I didn't feel as bad for Anthony Davis because I knew Anthony Davis was going to end up getting hurt, and I always hold that against him. He did in game number 1, but I blame Jerry Jones, really, for waiting this long in the offseason. You addressed your run defense, really, a week before the season started by trading
just a little bit.
by trading your best player, and now I feel like he's putting, intentional or not, unfair expectations on Kenny Clark solving the run D.
Yeah, like it's not going to come in here and just solve the run defense. I mean, you could be a halfway decent player, but the way they sold him, and like they should have in that press conference sold the compensation, the picks. That's the sell. They tried to sell us on Kenny Clark, and it was like, guys, don't overrate this guy. You know, you start making him out to be something that he's not. We're going to expect it to be something that he's not, when we can just look at him and say, hey, look, this is a solid player. It's not an elite player. This is a solid player. Let him just be a solid player.
I was talking to one of my friends from outside Dallas, from another team recently, and we were chatting about this idea of Kenny Clark being the fix. And I was like, it's one player, though. Like, that's not going to fix everything they do. And they said, no. They're like, Dallas views that as 2 players. And I was like, it's Kenny Clark. And they said, yeah, it's Kenny Clark, but it's Micah's off the field. Micah's not there as a whole anymore, causing problems in the run defense. They're going to get stable run defense from whoever is going to be in his spot. So to them, they look like they addressed 2 positions. They lost something in the pass rush, but they feel like they addressed 2 positions on the run defense by taking Micah off and putting somebody at defensive tackle that can be better than what they had.
I do think we probably did not criticize and get on Micah Parsons enough throughout his time here with his run D.
Yeah, it's because, look, there's a real, there are certain players that, are almost like untouchable, Teflon. You start criticizing them for anything, you get pushback. You get pushback on it. And
I mean, we don't care about that.
No, we don't. But the problem is that there's a lot of people that do. And nobody criticized Micah for his run defense because of that.
He was not a great run defender, but here's the thing. I think the talk about him as if it's like a problem on a level of Luka's defense, that's an exaggeration. He was not that bad against the run. He was not a good run defender, and a lot of times it was within his control and it was things he wasn't doing. And so I think that's probably what irked people more, but it's not to that level, I don't think. All right, we were doing positives and negatives here. Hope number 2. This is your reason for hope number 2. I think the offensive line is going to be good. I do think this is going to be a good offensive line this year. When we do some bold predictions later, I got one in particular that I think will underline that. But the fact that you're going to get Tyler Guyton back, obviously it's a tough environment that he's going to be walking right back into, but you're getting Guyton back. BB, they're really excited about and think he's taken a step forward. Booker is ready to go. I was telling you guys yesterday, we were on the plane, we were getting ready to leave, and he had like some burger place fries. I don't even know where they're from, but he had some fries, and he was walking around, and he was rookie duties, and he realized he had a bunch left over, I guess, and so he's just like walking up the aisle going, fries, anybody want some fries? Like, he's literally just trying to hand out fries. Like, this is like what a good dude he is, had strong head on his shoulders. And so Tyler Booker, though, I think Booker here, Steele having the improvement, not having to work with Mike Solari anymore. I think this offensive line is going to be good. You can win in the trenches this time.
People aren't going to be happy with that nutrition report. Burgers and fries on the team playing flying out. You first scared me when you said Booker walked on with a bag of fast food, and I was like, oh my gosh, he got killed, he got murdered. Britt Brown was having a heart attack himself. Why do we eat burgers and fries before we go out there and fight like men?
No, not even burgers. I don't even know that it was burgers. I just know he had fries there. But he is, they all get their meal coming out. They get their meals, and they get their. A lot of times you'll see teams flying out with Popeyes or other things. So there's just like a couple. But clearly guys rejected them, said no, thank you, because they were offering up the fries. They had left over. Clearly, that was the whole point of it. So the offensive line, though, I think they've got an ability to win in the trenches in this game. I know, what a stud Jalen Carter is. We know what the Eagles have in the trenches on their side. This is an offensive line that has the capacity and the pedigree to be good enough to beat them. We're just going to get the first answer tonight. Next one here, as we do positives and negatives. The third reason for concern, you do get Trayvon Diggs back. These corners are probably not good enough right now to match up directly with the Eagles' pass catchers. Deron Bland is a guy that I believe in. I think Deron Bland's good. He's ready to go. Kaiir Elam has to show that he is the guy that he was throughout the summer. That's got to be something that carries over. Until you see it in a game, you have to assume that it's the same old, same old. And Diggs coming back, you got to remember, Diggs did not have a great year last year, and then Diggs was talking about he was 80% this week. He may be cleared and may be ready to play, but if Jalen Hurts wants to throw the ball and Jalen Hurts is having success and has time to step back there, they might have a mismatch there.
On paper, I was reading some Philly previews yesterday, and they were crapping on the Cowboys secondary, but I'm like, on paper, I really like the names. How could you not like Deron Bland, just got paid, Trayvon Diggs, Elam, pedigree with the high pick, although it did not work in Buffalo, but still, we're talking about a third corner. But then you think of Bland injury recovery, Diggs injury recovery, Elam busting his initial spot. It feels a lot different than it looks on paper name-wise, to me.
Look, you're totally fine with the names. The injuries, what are they going to be now? I mean, look, there's a lot of question marks in the secondary. There's no doubt. It's got a high upside. Unfortunately, I think it has a pretty low floor because of the concerns with some of the injuries. But the upside's there, and that's what you're hoping for.
Bobby, how will they line up against AJ and Devontae?
It'll be Diggs and Elam will be outside. It'll be Bland playing the nickel. I don't think they're going to travel anybody. Obviously, Bland will just travel in the slot. He'll take whoever goes anywhere. But it'll be Elam and Diggs outside. I don't think that they're going to travel them, though. They should just be kind of playing their sides. Right now, you wouldn't want to travel Diggs with anybody just because of where he's at. But Diggs typically has done a decent job in the past at times on A.J. Brown.
And I was just about to say, and I'm not saying Diggs would win that matchup, but I don't want Trayvon on the faster, twitchier Devontae. I think I'd rather him on the bigger, little bit slower, still superior A.J. Brown.
Elam's a good athlete. Kaiir Elam's a good athlete. I mean, obviously, Devontae Smith does some stuff in the slot as well. I would definitely, I agree, rather have Bland or Elam working on a guy like Devontae Smith. And then the third reason for hope, we'll finish on a high note. Dak and Shoddy are together again, which we already know we've seen success they had in the back half of 2023 and what they were able to succeed with the offense. But the other aspect here is obviously you've got Jake Ferguson on a bounce-back year, hopefully. You've got George Pickens into your offense. That's definitively a better number two than you've had here in quite some time. And then Kevontae Turpin, they're starting to work in a little bit more and do some different things from the backfield into the slot, do different things. So this passing game is good enough, in theory. If the offensive line is blocking like it should, this passing game is good enough to take Philadelphia out of the run. They can take them away from Saquon Barkley if they get off to a hot start, and they are 100% capable of that, and they are 100% capable of being a top-5 offense if everybody is in place and healthy.
Got an Adam Schefter tweet here that is perfect for this evening. One team that made a strong play this summer to try to trade for Micah was none other than the Philadelphia Eagles. They called the Cowboys to see if they could acquire Parsons, bring him back to Pennsylvania. Cowboys had no interest in trading him in the division, especially to the defending champs. So, Howie, was trying to make it work. Bobby, I texted you that a couple weeks ago.
This is no surprise. Yeah, this is no surprise. You mentioned that, and it's no surprise that, like, Howie being aggressive like he is would have an interest in just, well, I got to call. Like, I mean, I can't just not call. That would be reckless not to pick up the phone and find out. I know that when Dan Quinn took the job in Washington, so this push for like, man, do we really want to pay Micah? It's obviously gone on for a long time. We've heard about it. It just, Jerry is the one who evolved a little bit later. But I know that there was a thought from some people that, man, we might... If Dan Quinn gets the job in Seattle, that might be our play. We might be able to call Schneider and say, Micah can work with Quinn, and it'll be good, and we've got this setup here. And as soon as he took the Washington job over Seattle, a lot of people thought that was our opening to convince them to trade Micah. Now that it's Washington, there's no chance Jerry does it in the division. Same sort of thing. He's talked so much about the division thing being a big thing for him, and clearly when Philadelphia picked up the phone, I'm sure Howie Roseman knew when he picked up the phone that was going to be a no.
Give me those Eagles tackles again.
It's the Eagles tackles are Lane Johnson and Jordan Mailata.
No, defensive.
Oh, defensive tackles. It's Jalen Carter, and then it was Milton Williams who went off to the New England Patriots, but now they've got some additional questions. But it's Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter are the big ones.
I know what you're doing.
For everyone who would have lost their minds or said they would have lost their minds, Jalen Carter, 2 1s. Would you take that deal, or Jordan Davis 2 1s over what you got from Green Bay? Bobby is already having palpitations. He would have done it in division. I just want to know, just 1 minute on the fan text. Go ahead, Bob.
I'll take Jalen Carter and a single first round pick as long as you send a chauffeur for him so he's not driving. If you just set me up with that, then I'm good.
So is he? So he's that worth it then? Like with just one first?
Yeah. When he was coming out a couple of years ago, he was a total, like, there was zero questions about who he was as a player. Everybody knew that's a monster that can come in and wreck a game instantly.
When he fell to them when doing the draft coverage, everyone was sick. What about Jordan Davis?
Jordan Davis is somebody who has not performed up to the level of his draft positioning. There have been some people who have been pretty frustrated with him. But, I mean, if you want to talk about run stopper, one technique, not going to rush the passer, literally just there to clog the middle, that's Jordan Davis. I would have wanted Jordan Davis and maybe 2 1s and then maybe throw me like a 5th too, probably. But I don't know that Jordan Davis alone and 2 1s would have been something I would have taken over Kenny Clark.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Age difference, and then in division, but Philadelphia was interested, according to Adam Schefter. So there it is. Your 3 reasons to be optimistic, 3 to be pessimistic. Your official picks at 8 o'clock. Bobby Belt is in Filthy here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Choppy, yesterday you defended P.J. Washington with a life issue.
Oh, yeah.
You got some support with some tweets later on in the day, and P.J. Washington goes on to get extended, by the way.
Yeah, $90 million. $92 million. Good for him.
And his girl, I think, bought him a $500,000 car, like, the next day. So I saw this $500,000.
So wait, that wasn't the Escalade that he was driving? Is this something else?
It was some other gray badass car that PJ got. Well, RJ Choppy tackled that topic yesterday in support of PJ Washington. You're doing it for a Texas Ranger and his wife today.
Yeah, this is Josh Smith's wife, Claire. Now, she's an influencer. She is all over social media. She's a big-time influencer.
Oh.
I don't follow much of her content. I think Josh, when he was on with us one time, he had talked about that. Her being an influencer, and it just kind of rung a bell. Well, she got into a little bit of hot water with single moms. And what happened was she posted a video. She's pregnant. She is doing hospital tours. Did you guys ever do hospital tours before the birth of your children? We didn't either. We just knew we were going to go this place because it's convenient. So she's doing hospital tours, but Josh, obviously, being a member of the Texas Rangers, were on a road trip. So she was by herself when she did the hospital tour. And now she deleted this video, so I don't have it. And all the other videos that are responding to this are very, very long, so I didn't pull them or anything. But she said in this video Not going to lie, I was a smidge embarrassed because I swear the 15 other couples were probably looking at me being like, this girl is a single mom who just got pregnant. Knocked up, she said, right? And she really got people coming at her for saying that. Basically saying it's not embarrassing to be a single mom or a single dad. And
I don't know if I like that one.
You know, one of the women who made one video, and this video got about 1.5 million views. Big video, right? She was like, my husband passed away 7 months into my pregnancy, so I'm widowed, right? And she's like, there's nothing embarrassing about that. You know, I'm not. Nobody here was trying to be a single mom or a single dad. No one. Listen, I can tell you this. The reality is, and I'll speak on my own situation. My ex-wife did say, like, she would tell me point blank how embarrassing it was that she was doing X, Y, Z by herself as a single mom, taking the kids to dinner by themselves, taking the kids, whatever it was. She would flat out say how embarrassing it was to do this as a single mom. And the reason is that nobody ever gets married and then has kids and says, I can't wait to be divorced. No one has ever said that. No one has ever said, I can't wait to be a single dad. And you know, try to do, you know, if you have girls, try to do girl dad things as a single. No one's ever said, I can't wait to be a single mom. I can't wait to be a single dad. You absolutely feel, or at some point in the process of your divorce / being a single mom or dad, you've absolutely felt at some point like a failure. If you say you haven't, that is a flat out lie. You absolutely have. I don't think she was saying it's embarrassing to be a single mom. I think she was saying it was embarrassing to have people look at her thinking that she had nobody else. That is what to me, and I think it's completely different. You know, like it's not embarrassing. It's not embarrassing. It's not an embarrassing thing to be a single mom.
Yeah.
You know, or a single dad. You're just kind of awkward. You feel awkward at times.
Yeah.
Especially early on in the process.
Yeah, this is something that, you know, Kristen has. Look, I can be difficult at times to get to go do things. As you are well aware, Sean basically has to plan all of my social outings with my wife for her to be able to get them. This is something that we've worked on, just to pull back the curtain from over the years. This is something that, like, used to frustrate Kristen to no end, was she was talking about, like, I hate taking photos with the kids out somewhere and I look like I don't have my husband with me, or their dad's not around. Like, I hate doing outings with you and then taking or doing outings without you and then taking photos of it and posting it on social media and stuff like that. It's not the look of it. That's not what we're supposed to look like. And so, like, that's something that we've had a big discussion about different points in our marriage, our life, is that at first I thought it was silly. The more you go along, the more you understand, like, okay, like, I get, like, it's got a certain perspective that you don't want. That's that you want us to look like a family. You don't want to look like there's a split there.
This is a dangerous topic. Props to you for having the stones to talk about it, both of you. I liken it to, like, you don't want to. Your preference isn't to show up to a wedding by yourself.
Right. No, yeah, nobody.
You know what I mean? Like, when we would go to the kids' child emergency room, and nobody, probably in this whole city, has praised single parents, especially single mothers, as much as I have. I mean, it is, I can't even put a salary figure on what it should actually be. I can't even handle it, and there's two of us in the house. But I would be lying if I didn't go in there and look at what parent is sitting there, what mom is there by herself with two kids, and I look at it, how are you doing that? Not, your marriage failed. You know what I mean? And I'm sure that individual in there wants to be part of a whole family. So I'm guessing that's where Josh Smith's wife came from. Not, it's really embarrassing to be a single mom. You know?
Yeah. She wasn't like, your marriage, like that.
Yeah.
That was that. To me, that's not how I took, these comments.
It's like if you show up to the company party, sometimes you'll reach in the Rolodex to bring a date.
Right.
So it doesn't look like you can't get one, or you're showing up solo.
And the perception,
an appearance thing,
the expectation, the appearance of a dad with the kids by himself is far different than a mom with the kids by himself.
Yeah.
Because moms and dads have different feelings of parenting, and there's a motherly instinct and the protective and the fatherly way to go about it, and it's different, right? So the feelings are different. But that doesn't mean that I didn't.
Like my wife doesn't want to go to all of our kids' school outings by herself. She would probably think about the perception of like, oh, I don't have a husband here to co-parent, or I'm not tight with my husband. That's the way we would probably honestly look at it.
Right, and then there's a lot of different ways to look at it. Like if you go to some of these baseball games and you see just the mom or just the dad, and you could either look at it like, oh, obviously this is a situation where either there's a single mom, single dad situation, or does the other parent just not care?
Yeah.
Like they couldn't.
You're
be bothered?
thinking of a judgment in your mind.
You absolutely
just naturally
are. You
are.
absolutely are.
This is something where I've got the fix for you guys, though. I've got the fix for anybody. We all want to be there for our kids for as long as we can. And it's not even my fix. It's the fix of Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping, who were caught on a hot mic yesterday. The leaders of China and Russia were out. They were speaking. They were walking around. And they were caught on a mic. And this was their interaction. Xi Jinping, in this century, people are expected to live up to 150 years. Putin says organs can be continuously transplanted. Humans could become immortal. And Xi Jinping says that means in the future, long life will become normal. So this has creeped out a lot of people on the internet where they're looking at it and going, why are these two very powerful world leaders essentially talking about, guys, we can get immortality. We can live to be 500 years old. Dude. We can keep our reign going for forever and ever. This is creepy, eyes wide shut, cult-esque to me of just like the wealthy going like, how do we keep ourselves
So if you want
forever?
Putin gone in Russia, you just need to not be an organ donor. Put that on your license.
Right, there you go.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll have a choice of it.
Sign me up for 500 years of immortality. I'm in. I want to see what's going on.
Okay, but the thought that would go in your mind of I could just stay alive, we'll just borrow. It's like going to the farmer's market.
Yeah, we'll just borrow.
I'll get a kidney from him. We're going to the market today. We'll get a liver here, and we'll get a backbone there.
It's the way to do it. Now this is not the only Xi Jinping story we had yesterday, Sean. And I'm gonna give you. I can already see the panic in your eyes, but we're on a delay, so you can't stop me from doing this story, Sean. Trump yesterday tweeted. This is just. I think it's one of the. Just the quote itself is wild. So he was on his Truth Social yesterday. Was just putting out there like, "Hey,
and he's alive. He's alive.
He's alive, man. He's alive.
He's alive. He's still there. He's alive and kicking." And Trump said, he said, "Please give my warmest regards to Putin and Kim Jong-un as you conspire against the United States of America." Which is, it'd be funnier if he said it face to face. This reminds me of John Oliver one time, where John Oliver's like, "I don't like Trump, blah, blah." He's like, objectively, there are some times where he makes me laugh. He's funny. He does have timing. He does have that. And this is that's a wild thing to say to a world leader. Give my regards as you conspire against us.
Roberto on the road. Sean and RJ here in the Metroplex. You with us, however you may be listening. And it's time for the first official picks of the season. Who wins tonight? Why? And what's the score? 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Who actually has some Cowboy hope to pull off the upset on Banner Night in Filthy? Cowboy predictions are next. But
that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour on a Cowboys game day. Peyton was fist pumping last hour. RJ Choppy is getting it right now on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And thanks to everyone for checking in on your home of America's team. You know we're going to have the best post-game coverage tonight after the game and tomorrow morning right here on the show. By the way, a lot of Tolos saying, yes, it would have been the Eagles in division, but you throw Jalen Carter into the mix, they're making that deal instead of the Green Bay Packer one, even if it meant Micah to Philly, as Adam Schefter just reported the Eagles did check in and were interested. Deshaun, I never said that the Eagles did offer or would offer Jalen Carter. I was just asking you if you would trade him in the division and have him there for years to come, depending on the D tackles you would get back.
The tax would have been a second first. You know, Bobby had mentioned he would do it for a first and Jalen Carter with Philly. To me, the Philly tax would have been the second first.
All right, so that's Adam Schefter saying that the Eagles did check in. 4 p.m. pregame. I'm nervous. I'm scared. Let's see if RJ Choppy's 5 things can make me feel better before we get your official predictions on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line with Bobby in Philadelphia already.
All right, here we go. Number 1, Dak to be Dak. We've been consistent in saying if he's healthy all year, this is a team that can compete for a playoff spot.
Drafted him last night in my college
there you go
fantasy league, and Yahoo told me that was my best pick. I got 2 A report cards being the defending champ in both leagues, Peyton.
You're so good, Sean.
Very impressive.
One day.
It's actually the kiss of damn death. Getting an A on the report card. But I waited and waited and waited and got Dak.
At the very least, even if you don't think this is a playoff team with Dak healthy all year, they're going to be in the hunt in I said September like it's baseball, in December. They're going to be in the hunt in the final few weeks. So, we need to see him better than he was at the start of last season, but we've been consistent. If he's healthy, so let Dak be Dak.
11-5 and 6 straight wins on Thursday night in his career.
That's pretty good. That is pretty good. Those are primetime games, generally good games. Now, obviously on Thursdays, they have the Thanksgiving Day game, which are always at home, so there's a built-in advantage there. Early involvement for George Pickens. I think the easiest and fastest way for him to get sideways with Dak or the organization is to look up at the scoreboard in the middle of the third quarter and see he has 2 targets on 2 screen passes for 3 yards. That'll get him sideways.
Bobby, the thought of George being a high-volume guy based upon his pass and the routes that he specializes in, like, do you think that's something that can be realistic?
Yeah, look, I think that he's somebody who can absolutely handle a larger volume. The only issue here is obviously you've got CeeDee Lamb. So CeeDee Lamb is going to take a bunch of targets. Not only is CeeDee going to take a bunch of targets, but naturally in the course of what this offense wants to try to do, they're probably going to try and establish the run game in some ways as quick passes and quick screens and different things like that. So the volume of targets may not always be there. I don't think that's what George Pickens necessarily needs to get going early. Like he doesn't necessarily need it to be fed all the time. It's not like a let's get the big dog going type of thing. I think he just needs to feel comfortable that he's got windows and that he's got single coverage and see CeeDee Lamb kind of draw the attention away. And some of that may be the case of, look, I think there are definitely going to be times where we see them lined up on the same side, stacked on each other. They're going to be right there, and it's going to just free things up for one of them. But George Pickens is going to get his looks.
Number 3. This new revamped run defense. Let's go, Kenny. Cowboys fingered you like the Mavs fingered Anthony Davis. Huh? They wanted him. They picked him out. They said, we want you. This is why they sought out the Packers. They sought out the Lakers. We want you.
Uncle Jerry Sam with that poster.
We want you.
Yes.
All right, so don't give me this not caught up. See runner, get runner. Number 4. A Ferg TD. How many did we see last year? We see a lot last year, right, Bobby? How many did we see? None.
Nope, we saw none.
Zero.
Got to get him some targets in the red zone. He's a good threat in there. Get him some targets. He's a big body.
I had him there as a tight end, too. It was like Loveland in Chicago, Ferguson, and then Warren in Indy, who Matthew Berry's been hyping up. I did not end up with Ferg.
I have Loveland in ours. I have no idea how to think about that. I don't know how I feel about that. Hey, what do I know? I was picked last. I had the worst draft, but that was by design. Wanted that because I've always had the top 2 draft, and I've never won. And number 5, for Schotty to not be Marty. Listen, I love Marty Schottenheimer. He's a legend of a coach. Should be in the Hall of Fame. I was a Browns fan as a kid, a little kid. My dad loved the Browns. I love the Marty Schottenheimer Browns. But I had to live through Marty Ball. And nobody wants or needs more Marty Ball in their life. Nobody needs that.
Brian kind of referenced that yesterday on with us, as he's like, I know people are like my dad. He was kind of having fun with it.
It's run. That's why it's R2P2. Run, pass, punt. That's it, right? I hope he is just as good of his father in every aspect except for how his team and they run the football game. Be aggressive.
Brian wanted to get away from that R2P2 stuff. He voiced it at the Combine, Bobby, when we were there, and multiple times he's talked about he and Pete Carroll had to go their separate ways because Pete was the old school offensive dinosaur.
That's the funny thing about it, because you're right. He's talked about like separating from Pete on things that he was the one who wanted to let Russ cook. We played that audio from Collision Low Crossers where he was in the meeting room and he said, wake me up when we're done watching the run film. Like he was a quarterback. He wants to throw the ball. I think he also, though, feels like he needs to value the run more, and he needs to, in order to establish the physical nature that he wants from the team. I think he feels like that generally is only something you can really do on the offensive side of the ball when you start running. It's hard to really finesse people in the pass game and then still establish that sort of an identity. So I think that's an area of it that he recognizes the importance, even though I don't think that's like his favorite philosophy is running the football.
All right, 5 things RJ wants to see for tonight in the opener. We're going to go around the room with our first official predictions and get yours on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. Start us off, Chop. What's going to happen?
Look, I think the Cowboys are going to put up a fight for a little bit. I think Philadelphia eventually pulls away in this one. I do think that defense plays better than we might expect it. Still think Philly scores about 27 points. So I've got it at 27-17.
27-7. What's the over-under for this?
I never looked at the over-under. I looked at it. I just didn't bet it. I'll find it real quick.
We've been doing all this talking about the spread, 7, 7.5, 8.5. We have not talked about whether Vegas thinks this is going to be high scoring or not. You got offenses, right, that haven't been participating in the preseason. I got it 47.5. 47.5 with the over-under. So your score, Choppy, would be under. Bobby, what happens and why?
I'm going to go with a Eagles victory. Look, we had the reasons for hope and the reasons for concern earlier. I do think that this is one where just right now you're not as talented as them. You're not as sound across the board. You're going to be working back in your left tackle and your starting corner, two of the more important positions on the field. And I think that if you try to play this as a run game, if you try to play this as we're going to establish the run and we're going to do that, I don't like the idea of let's turn this into a game that mirrors their strength over there with the Philadelphia Eagles. And so I do think that this is going to be an opening night loss, 31-17 Philadelphia.
Cowboys lose by 14, according to Bobo. I also have them losing by 14, 34-20. I think they're going to get handled. I think they're going to get worked. And I think I'm going to come in here tomorrow with the same exact eyes and tone as last Friday at the firehouse when I got home, my wife asked me, have you been crying? And I said, no, I have not been crying after Micah Parsons got traded. But she did indeed ask me that. I think the Cowboys are going to get handled. And I'm thinking about doing the win-win in my mind. Betting this game, you can bet this game straight up on underdog.
Yeah,
it's not just individual plays.
I always go opposite, right? Like
I want to put $500 on the Eagles, and if I lose, I'll be more than happy. I know you don't believe in this concept, Choppy. I'll be more than happy to lose by coming in here tomorrow with the high of pulling off game one of the Schottenheimer era like this.
Yeah, so I generally if I'm in a big game, my team's in a big game.
Yeah,
I generally will bet the other team.
Yeah.
Just to offset it.
Yeah.
So either way, I come out happy.
So Eagles right now an underdog minus 455.
So you got to bet $455 to win 100. That's a massive favorite.
Oh.
Like that is
so $500 basically to win $100. That's what I should think of.
I think you're looking at a 90% implied odds there.
All right, not doing that.
Right, Bobby? That's
a free $100 though, Sean. $300.
Oh, you just spoiled your pick on who you have winning and why.
Well, I'm going to have Brandon Aubrey going off. I'm thinking 4, maybe 5 field goals in this one. I can already see it, Sean. The first drive, they're going to get in the red zone. They're going to take the coin toss. They're going to win the coin toss, get the ball. They're going to get to about the 15-yard line. Then they're going to stall out in the red zone, kick a field goal, go up 3-0. We're going to be, we got points. But I have the Eagles,
just like the Belichick debut.
Right, basically. And I have the Eagles pulling away late in this one, 33-20 Eagles. So a double-digit victory for Philadelphia for me. And the fan texts coming in, there are a lot of Eagles coming in late. But, man, at the beginning of the segment, it was like 80-20 Cowboys. You had a lot of Cowboys. I'm not cherry picking.
Was that Patrick Walker?
It was 5-1-2 saying Cowboys 31, Eagles 24, 9-7-2, 24-21 to Cowboys. But you're getting a lot of Eagles blowouts here late in the segment.
So, Sean, RJ, Pate, I guess I'm just curious, because there's so much sentiment and we're all in agreement, like the general thought that Philadelphia is that much better than them. If they were to win this game tonight, do you think that would flip entire expectations for the season, or it would just be viewed in the context of, well, that was a nice win to start the year? I think the fans would, if they can handle Philly on the road first one, I think immediately you'd have to go, Schottenheimer system, it works. This is now a 12-win team.
If they beat Philadelphia tonight, this you're going to come in tomorrow.
Handle.
And not just beat, but handle. Everything that people say about the Cowboys, where it's like the fans are like, oh, this is our year, this is our year. It's full force.
That'll be me tomorrow.
It's full force.
I mean, I won't sleep. I already won't sleep because I have to be on NBC5 before the show.
Whoa!
But I won't sleep. I'll be floating in here, and I just wish that this money value was a little bit better, where I'd be happy to lose $500. Happy to lose it if Dallas somehow pulls this off. What else are you seeing on the fan text?
A lot, and I do mean a lot of people on the Cowboys. Like it is. Peyton, are you seeing the same thing I'm saying? Because it is almost 9-1 Cowboy to Eagle winners.
When we first started, it was like 7 straight texts of Cowboys victories.
Yeah, nonstop.
Kool-Aid strong this morning.
The Kool-Aid is strong. Now it's worn off because, as Peyton said, the last few texts have come in as Eagles, like 48-13 Eagles, 31-23 Eagles. But when we first started this segment, 38-35 Cowboys, 30-30, 30-13 Cowboys, 27-24 Cowboys, 34-31. Those are right in a row.
Wow. All right, keep them rolling in. Babe Laufenberg will preview tonight. He's in Filthy as well. The Cowboys color analyst will join us at 8:40 on DFW Sports Station. Let's talk about the Rangers with a snoozer in the afternoon and RJ Choppy with college football overreactions or not, all followed by Babe Laufenberg. Game day is here with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-4817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Here's the pitch. Moreno swings and bloops one to right. That's a base hit. And the Diamondbacks take the lead as Carroll streaks home. Big turn for Moreno. He holds up. It's 1-0 Arizona on Moreno's 31st RBI of the year.
Pretty much all you need to hear here on 105 through the Fan, your home of the Rangers. This was a terribly boring game. The atmosphere, I thought, was awful. It was a snooze fest in the afternoon as the Rangers lose 2 of 3 against the Diamondbacks. But the great news is everyone above them lost. Now, some Ranger fans are saying that's bad news because you have to win these games to actually make up the ground.
Yeah.
I'm looking at it as a positive. You're still just a game and a half back with the Astros tomorrow.
Yeah, and the rotation sets up. Look, you got Merrill Kelly, DeGrom, Corbin. Right? That's how it sets up. Now, you are going to face Hunter Brown. Hunter Brown's going to go against Jake. That probably means he'll go again, unless Houston's got off days thrown in there. It means he'll go again against Hunter Brown when they meet up about a week later, 10 days later. But the good news of that is that you have a chance if you win the other 2 games to get to miss their best pitcher when you have your best pitcher. But also you can look at it like, well, we're wasting our best pitcher because it's a game that basically is a toss up. You should not have, and this goes for both teams. When Hunter Brown's out there, you should not have a coin flip game. And when DeGrom is out there, if you're the Rangers, it should not be a coin flip game, but this kind of is going to be one of those.
Did you see the Dodger pitcher change up the balls for that guy's first hit yesterday? They're saying he intentionally screwed a player out of getting his first hit and threw like the other ball back. You got that. You got the Framber Valdez incident. Valdez with his own catcher. Got a lot of other things going on.
Yeah, that was the that was a cross up, obviously, or an intentional jerk move where Framber gives up a grand slam to Trent Grisham, Richland High, baby, Richland High over there,
the client.
And he gives up the grand slam, and then it goes to the next batter, and he throws a fastball, a heater, right down the middle, which Yankee fans were talking about.
Here it is. That's the first hit incident with the Dodgers, supposedly.
Why would he do that?
Maybe he got mixed up. Hard to believe that he did it intentionally, right? But now, where's the ball?
Yeah, where's the ball? Good point. Okay, so what had happened at that point was he throws a fastball right down the middle. And, of course, Yankee fans are like, only Anthony Volpe would allow a complete fastball right down the middle go and not swing at it. That was their side of it on social media. But everybody else was talking about how Framber did this intentionally because he didn't like the pitch. The catcher called it the grand slam. He was just mad. And apparently things got very heated in the Astros dugout. Steve and the clubhouse. Steve Phillips talked about this on the MLB Network, saying that you could clearly see on the overhead shot that the players in the field, because some of the players, 3 players in the field other than the pitcher and catcher, also have the pitch comm in their ear, and they all moved and shaded towards the third base side, which would indicate changeup.
So hopefully some drama messing with the armpits starting tomorrow on this station for the Silver Boot. Choppy, set us up. Babe Laufenberg, Cowboys color analyst from Philly, where Bobby is right now on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Babe at 8:40. Set Bobby up first for college overreactions or not.
All right, here we go, Bobby Belt. Kalen DeBoer will not finish the year at Alabama. Overreaction or not?
Ooh, he will finish the year at Alabama just because that is a massive buyout. It's a ton. But, I mean, he's not going to... I would not be surprised if he's not coaching at Alabama next year, just because this is something where I don't think that Alabama is going to put up long with having as decorated a roster as they do and performing as poorly as they do. It is the first time since the George W. Bush administration they've been ranked outside the top 20. The iPhone didn't exist the last time they were ranked outside the top 20. They have lost 5 out of their last 10 games. They are a 500 football team. And like Johnny Manziel said the other day, every single team in the league, They ain't scared of them boys. Everybody in college football, nobody is scared of Alabama anymore. And Kalen DeBoer's got to shoulder that. I think he's a good coach. It sucks that he took this job because I think it was the wrong one for him. But ultimately, I think he's going to be done, just not this year.
Yesterday, DeBoer responded to the report that boosters are already concerned.
Our team I think we got a really good football. I think we got a good football team that can do some big things still this year. We got to prove it. We got to go do it. And to this point, it's been just me being able to focus on football, and I appreciate that.
It's not going to happen this season, but it's not an overreaction to think they would get rid of him unless the buyout is just impossible.
Yeah, look, he's a super nice guy, but to succeed in that conference, you've got to be somewhere between Mike Tyson and D.B. Cooper. And look him up, Peyton, if you don't know who D.B. Cooper is. But you got to be somewhere. You got to be...
I don't think I know D.B. Cooper.
He hijacked an airplane, stole money, and then jumped out the back window. Like the back door. Opened the back door and jumped out.
And died?
They never found him. They think he had a parachute on. They never found him.
Wow.
They never found the money either. This happened like in Oregon in like the 70s.
That's cool.
Very cool, right? Very cool. So you got to be kind of crazy to coach there. And I just don't think he's crazy enough.
Too many principles, too many morals.
He's got morals. Overreaction or not, Texas made the wrong move by forcing out Quinn.
That feels like an overreaction. Quinn had I think,
he did declare and get drafted.
Yeah, 7th round. He did declare and get drafted. I think if they offered him $4 million, he would have stayed, though, right?
Arch was just, but I mean, Arch, there was way too much pressure from everybody else to just like Arch needed to get out there, and that's just the reality of what it was. Arch needed to play, like you needed to figure out what you had there. You know what you had in Quinn. I mean, that's fine. He could have gone out there against Ohio State and he could have thrown, completed 20 passes for 60 yards. But you needed to go out there and have Arch Manning leading this team this year to find out if you could level up another spot.
Agreed.
I agree. I think you had a ceiling with Quinn. I think Quinn would have beat Ohio State this past week.
I agree.
I don't think Texas. I mean, now Texas is so good. Maybe they would have won the Natty. I mean, they've been in the Final Four the last 2 years.
Yeah,
with Quinn.
I don't know about Quinn beating Ohio State because that would have been that would have been the return to Ohio State for Quinn. There would have been a whole other dynamic that existed there for Quinn that didn't exist for Arch.
How about Desmond Howard on the Rich Eisen show saying people are afraid to criticize Arch?
This is the beautiful part about all of this. People don't want to really criticize him as harshly because he is a Manning. And they want to stay in good favor with the Mannings, right? This is a big name in our sport. But so what they do is they make it seem like Matt Patricia, the defensive coordinator for Ohio State, just called this brilliant game that kept Steve Sarkisian and Arch Manning off balance for 4 whole quarters. Now, Matt Patricia did call a very good game. There's no doubt about that. But I saw guys on SportsCenter and other shows pulling like 3 plays and showing how he may have confused Arch Manning with a look or a secondary switch at the last minute. And I'm watching the film, and I can show you 10 to 12 plays where guys were running wide open, and he either just didn't hit them with the ball or he didn't see these guys, and it wasn't that complex or that complicated.
How about that notion? I believe it. People are afraid. People have said that people are afraid to criticize because of Dion, and then this Manning Mafia hanging over.
Mafia.
Makes me think he's talking about Orlovsky with that film breakdown.
my one pushback on this is that, like, the same media members, like Peyton Manning was probably the most criticized athlete outside of A-Rod in the 2000s. Every little thing he did, it was choke this, choke that. I mean, up yours, media. That's what I had to say about that one.
We got different memories on that.
No, that's completely. It was not Peyton. Peyton was beloved. People kept going like, "When is Peyton going to get a shot?" There were people trying to drag. No, don't even stop because we got a delay here, Jeff. So you got to stop. You can't interrupt me. You're not even allowed to interrupt me. Now, here's the thing.
Hey, you can't win the big game. That's what he was. That's what he was. That's what he was. He was A-Rod before the Super Bowl.
No way.
He was A-Rod.
people may be afraid to criticize Arch Manning. That may exist. That dynamic may exist. I'll tell you who is afraid to criticize Ohio State. Michigan alum Desmond Howard, who is then going to say, Matt Patricia's running the most simple defense of all time. What are you talking about?
Overreaction or not, Ryan Day is an underrated coach.
Yes. He is an underrated football coach, so that's not an overreaction. The reality is that if you look over the last 4 years, something like that, if you take out the games against Oregon and Michigan, it's basically been two teams. He's like 52-1 or something. I mean, it's literally just Oregon and Michigan that have been able to beat him. As much as I hate it, he is an underrated football coach.
I totally agree. All right, next one.
What is his specialty?
He's an offensive guy, right? Wasn't he? He was the offensive coordinator under Urban, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Chasing a veteran quarterback in the portal is better than getting an elite 5-star freshman.
Not an overreaction, because I mean you are asking a lot when you get a freshman there. There's the whole anxiety of trying to keep them, establish them, try to hold on to the guy that you've recruited, the guy that you've invested so much money in. A lot of times it is just easier to say, let's go get the money from the boosters and let's go find us a Dylan Gabriel, or let's go find us a Jaden Daniels, or let's go do something like this. I don't think that's an overreaction at all. Find out who's good and then go acquire him.
What happened with your boy Nico?
Nico took. He wanted out of Tennessee. He just couldn't handle playing in front of 110,000 people and a good team. He said, "I can't wait to go to UCLA and play in front of 30,000 and get beat by 38 points."
They lost by 38.
Yeah, they lost 48-10. Nobody was at the game. He was bad. That's a tough spot for him now. In Tennessee, Aguilar played really well. Now look, it was Syracuse. Syracuse is what they are. They're going to wind up being. They were a 10-win team last year. They lost a lot of guys, but I mean, Tennessee fans right now think they upgraded. I don't know that they did because Nico's got a much higher ceiling, but that's what Bobby's talking about. That's part of the problem with getting these freshman quarterbacks. You don't. I think the jump from high school to college is bigger than the jump from college to the pro, for one reason. You've never played as a high school player in that kind of an environment. Like the atmosphere of a college stadium.
Yeah.
All right, overreaction or not, home field is greater and more important than talent in college football.
That's an overreaction. The hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard. Home field beats talent when talent is equal or talent is really close. Home field can matter then, but I just think flat out, I don't think Florida State beat Alabama because of home field. I think Alabama's bad. But I mean, yeah, like in an Ohio State-Texas instance, that matters a great deal. If that game's at DKR, Texas might win.
Overreaction.
Final one. Here we go. Paul Feinbaum will be forced into retirement from this weekend.
I mean, Paul Feinbaum is going to have to leave the country because what is it? He said if a Big Ten team won the title again, the top two teams in the country, who are they? Ohio State and Penn State. Paul Feinbaum is going to have to do the whole Rosie O'Donnell bit and move to Ireland or whatever.
Overreaction because as ESPN has sold their soul a long time ago, they're loving as long as he gives those hot takes and creates headlines and Lane Kiffin responds and they get to replay him being wrong, they care more about the splash than the substance. College, overreactions or not, with RJ Choppy here on Sean and RJ, your home of the Dallas Cowboys. He has the call tonight along with Brad Sham. Babe Laufenberg with his first weekly visit of the season. It'll be here plus 17 weeks from here on out. Babe Laufenberg joins us from Philly next.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just feel like this is your haircut, but that's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Got a little worried. Did not get the usual day before text preview from Babe Laufenberg. We don't know if there's trivia or not from the Cowboys color analyst.
Very disappointed. I always expect Babe to be on top of things like this and to send us a text because, we want to feel loved.
Yeah. I think he probably says you guys don't follow the script and ask what I tell you anyway, so why bother doing it? But let's ask him himself, along with Bobby Belt in Philadelphia for the first time this season and all year long. Cowboys color analyst Babe Laufenberg on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Good morning, sir. Happy season.
Good morning, and let's address both of those topics right off the bat. There will be trivia.
Okay.
Okay? And you're exactly right. I text in to the uninitiated out there. I will text the night before or the day before and say, hey, I'd like to hit these two things and then whatever else you guys want to do. We never hit these two things. So I said, you know what? Why am I wasting my time?
Okay. All right. Okay. All
okay,
right.
ready for some trivia?
Yes.
All right, let's start with this one. We always do something that's pertinent to the team the Cowboys are playing. So Nick Sirianni, okay, he is one of 3 head coaches to go to the Super Bowl twice in his first 4 seasons as a head coach. So 4 years to start your career, 2 Super Bowls. Who are the other 2 guys who have done that? Who are the other 2 head coaches who have done that? First 4 years, they went to 2 Super Bowls.
McVay?
Kyle Shanahan?
Keep going.
Bobby?
Is that right?
Is this first 4 seasons as a coach with that team? Because if it is, it's Jimmy Johnson and Jimmy Johnson was 5 years. Then I'm going to go Bill Belichick.
Okay, 2 guys, 2 coaches. You know what? We've changed a few things this year, as we just discussed, but one thing hasn't changed.
Oh no,
we've got to turn to Peyton for the answer. Peyton, do you have any idea?
I'm just going to take a wild guess here.
Flores?
I'm going to go, Joe Gibbs and Mike Tomlin, guys. And Joe Gibbs, he actually started 0-5 in his coaching career in Washington in 1981. So there you go.
Peyton watches more football.
See, I got to push back on this one.
Only Choppy could debate factual trivia.
Joe Gibbs went to 2 of Gibbs's Super Bowls were in strike years. They don't count.
One was
87 too, right? 87, 81.
Yeah, but by 87, that is outside the 4 years.
Oh, I'm just discounting Super Bowls in general.
Okay.
Peyton Russell on the scoreboard over us here on 105.3 The Fan. What's going on, Bobby? Bobby's looking out the window.
He's got a problem.
See,
Bobby's
Bobby,
not wearing pants.
He's moving the computer. He's giving us he's saying 1 minute. Babe, your reaction first and foremost to the stunning Micah trade.
Yeah, I wish I had something different or new or novel to offer where you say, wow, I never thought of that. But obviously it's been discussed ad nauseum. And the only thing about it to me, the optics just left you shaking your head, didn't they? I mean, we had an agreement in March and then we never spoke again. I mean, you bring the player in. I mean, Micah Parsons isn't negotiating his contract. I mean, Lamar Jackson said, I'm doing my contract. And, but it was just crazy. And it just, honestly, it just looks bad, doesn't it? As I said, there's 31 other teams out there. It's a copycat league. Nobody said, hey, maybe we should start doing our negotiations like that. So it's just crazy. And, that we won't know about the trade, obviously, until we see what they get with the 2 first-round picks from Green Bay. But they're certainly not as good today as they were when they had Micah Parsons on the team.
Agreed.
Now, a lot of other factors, a lot of other stuff. But you can't make the argument that this is a better team today than it was 2 or 3 days ago.
Babe, do you believe there is such a thing as addition by subtraction?
I do believe in that. I'm not so sure. Micah was such a difference maker. And a guy like that, I don't like to use the word generational because that means a generation's about once every 25 years. But that guy comes along, that pass rusher comes along about every 5 years in the draft, right? 5, somewhere in there. You've got the T.J. Watts, the Myles Garretts, the Micah Parsons. And, he was a pain. There's no question he was a pain in the rear end. But he was also a pain in the rear end for the other team. And it's the old Bobby Knight principle, are you worth your problems? And, he wasn't an awful teammate or any of that. He wasn't a leader. That was one thing that always kind of irritated me a little bit, was him talking about his leadership.
Yeah.
And saying I'm a leader, and then you don't show up in the spring for a new defensive coordinator. So, time will tell, right? Now, I was on the team for the Herschel trade.
Well.
And so people, compare this to the Herschel trade. I mean, not even close.
Yeah.
Not even close to what that was. And very, very quick aside on that, I didn't do the Netflix sit down. Matter of fact, I haven't seen a minute of it. I've heard some stuff on our station. I just don't. I hear things and I see it. I hear it on our station when we play cuts, or people say, "Boy, did you hear this?" I said, "Well, that's not the way it happened."
Oh,
so yeah. When my book comes out, you'll know the way things happen.
What's the name of the book?
So, haven't decided yet.
Are you seriously working on? Are you seriously working on one?
No, I'm not. But
it would have been a Springsteen song.
Yeah, it would have been. I think I got you, babe. I got you, babe.
Oh, but so the Herschel trade, we're playing Green Bay. At that time, you didn't have the speaker in the helmet where the offensive coordinator talks into the walkie-talkie and the quarterback gets it. We're signaling. So I'm the signaler. I'm signaling in to Troy, and we've got Herschel, and we're not running him. And I'm just thinking, every time I get the play call in my ear and send it in, I'm like, what are we doing here? What are we doing? I think he carried maybe 8 times in that game against Green Bay. We were at Lambeau. And then next day I found out, that's what we were doing. They're not wanting to get him hurt because they're sending him to Minnesota. And there was no rumor of that. Like the Micah thing, things started picking up, and is he going to get traded and blah, blah, blah. And the next day, of course, you pick up the paper, we come in, I forget exactly how, and we just traded Herschel Walker. As Troy said, we had one good player. We just traded him.
Babe Laufenberg, Cowboys color analyst here on the D&M Leasing Hotline. We rely on you for the X's and the O's and the schematics. What do you expect from Brian Schottenheimer's offense schematically and Eberflus's defense second time around here?
Yeah, I wish I could tell you a little bit about Schottenheimer, but he has played it so close to the vest that, honestly, we're going to have to go to the game and see what he does and how they attack it. If I'm Philadelphia, it's interesting. They play a lot of 11 personnel, which is 1 tight end, 1 running back, 3 wide receivers. Trayvon Diggs is going to play tonight. He'll be on a pitch count. The Cowboys are thin at corner. He goes out. If I'm Philly, I play 4 wide receivers, or at worst, flex Dallas Goedert out so it has a 4 wide receiver look. I want to put as many Dallas Cowboys cornerbacks on the field as possible when Trayvon Diggs goes out of the game. So that's funny. That's the way I would attack it from Philly's standpoint, but we'll see what they do. Now, that being said, do you really want to not hand the ball to Saquon Barkley?
Mm-hmm.
So in this salary cap era, you can't be strong everywhere. Once upon a time, and you go back to those Cowboys 90s teams, right? They were great on defense. They were great on offense. Now with the salary cap, you kind of can be good here. You got to plug some holes here. But this Philadelphia team, I mean, they're good. They're good in the front 4. They're good at linebacker. They're good in the secondary. They're good at receiver. They're good at quarterback. They're good at running back. They have the best offensive line in football. I mean, it's going to be a challenge. There's a reason why there are 16 games being played this weekend, and the Cowboys are the biggest underdog in any of them.
Babe Laufenberg joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Babe, I'm curious, you said you don't know what to expect from Schottenheimer. I guess the one thing I'm most curious about with the offense is how much of the Cavante Turpin training camp hype and training camp usage, how real do you think that is once we get into the season? Are we going to see him as a scat back, as somebody lining up in the slot? Do you think they're going to use him in all the sort of ways we saw over the summer?
It's a great question because I think there's kind of that guy every year where you say, oh, this guy, he can do this, he can do that, and then the season starts and they take 8 snaps. But we're going to see a little bit of him. The thing about him, he's so small. Obviously, you can't run him. You can run him on junk plays. They did a little bit last year with handing him the ball. That receiver of that size, the farther away from the line of scrimmage they get in the passing game, the less effective they are. Looks great from where I sit and Brad Sham sit, right, 200 feet in the air. You see that field and you go, oh, look at that guy going down the middle of the field. He's open. But if you're that quarterback and you've got to throw it over a 6'3" linebacker and before the safety gets there, it's not an inviting target. There's a reason why we see tight ends going down the middle of the field so much, right? So it remains to be seen. It's another to be seen. And getting back to Schottenheimer, I asked him this question in camp, but it's the first time he will call plays for a head coach who is not a defensive guy. He's had 4 play calling experiences in the NFL. Jeff Fisher, defensive coordinator. Rex Ryan, defensive coordinator. Pete Carroll, defensive coordinator. Eric Mangini, defensive coordinator. And what do those guys want to do? They want to run the ball and play defense. So I think this is liberating. I really do. For Brian Schottenheimer not having to answer to a defensive coach who says, hey, let's just not keep it simple. Don't turn it over. Let us go out and play defense. It's all to be seen. And very quickly, the last year that Brian Schottenheimer was a play caller was in Seattle. He got fired by Pete Carroll. That year, Seattle scored more points than they had in the history of the franchise.
Wow.
So it's not like he was a failure there, right? He and for whatever reason, he and Pete Carroll, they didn't see eye to eye. And when you don't see eye to eye with the head coach, usually it's you who's gone.
Fantastic debut, except for the trivia.
Good luck on the book.
Good luck on the book, and have a great call tonight, Babe Laufenberg.
I appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
The great Babe Laufenberg, Cowboys color analyst on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Bobby wants to get... By the way, is there a sniper in Philadelphia? What's going on?
No, I was trying to fact check Babe when he said that, and so I literally leaned over too far, and the headphones, it pulled the Comrex off of the window and unplugged it, and so that's what happened.
Bobby has 5 bold predictions for the Cowboys season, and I'm going to tick you off, but bear with me. I'm going to tell you how they can win even if they lose tonight. Final hour. Game day edition with Sean and RJ next. But let's go.
Wasn't it cinnamon sisters?
Hazel babes.
Saffron what?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curd.
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it spice?
Yeah. Doesn't sound right.
Was it saffron?
Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Even though the majority of us have the Cowboys losing by 14 points tonight,
10.
Still holding out hope, and the fan text with a ton more Cowboy support with the winning predictions than I was anticipating. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt is in filthy, as yesterday was a travel day for Roberto. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thank you for turning it on, leaving it on. Tommy Yarish, DallasCowboys.com, will join us at 9:20. We'll crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece. Corey Majors has the roadshow party to watch the Cowboys this evening. But we're going to start off with Bobby Belt and 5 bold predictions that he has for the Cowboys season.
Yeah, look, these are going to be bold predictions, okay? So these are not necessarily things I would go to Vegas and bet on or tell you, like, hey, mortgage the home on this. These are going to be things that, like, I think this is within the realm of possibility, enough so that I'm going to go ahead and put my name on it. So the first one here, and these will probably get a little more aggressive as they go on. But the first one here, the Cowboys will have 4 defensive coordinators in 4 years. I don't trust that the Matt Eberflus system is going to go over swimmingly this year.
Why?
Because I think that what it is it's such a, in general, it's going to be such a radical shift from what everybody's become used to in the Quinn era, and then even with Mike Zimmer in terms of the way that they attack and the way that they go after things. The Eberflus system is going to look more like the Rod Marinelli system that there was, and that means you're either going to have to change over a lot of different personnel, or you're going to have guys adapt in a way that you're not exactly expecting them to. I think that there's a certain way and a certain play style that this organization's become accustomed to with the defense that I don't know if it's going to totally match up with this personnel, and if it goes sideways, I don't think that'll be taken well.
Will Brian Schottenheimer have a major say in maybe not wanting to turn over his defensive coordinator after a year?
Yeah, I think he would. I think he would have a say in that because, I mean, I think you're talking about culture and different things like that. And look, it could go well. Like I said, I wouldn't necessarily bet on it, but if we're making a bold prediction here, if we're trying to look at things that could happen, that's one that I'm going to throw on there. Number 2 here. Babe Laufenberg just said, he was like, I don't know, there's a lot of talk about who you'll play or who will get this many reps, and then you get out there and it's like they don't get nearly that. We all remember Tavon Austin getting 25 touches a game, as Steven famously said on this radio station. Kevontae Turpin will have 1,000 yards from scrimmage this year, not into the return game. Between rushing and receiving combined, Kevontae Turpin will have 1,000 yards.
In your face, RJ Choppy.
1,000 rush and receiving yards?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they're going to have
3,000
3,000-yard receivers?
Waters.
Well,
you know what? It's no different than the Randall Cobb year. Randall Cobb, Michael Gallup, Amari Cooper, they were all able to distribute it similarly, and you're going to get probably, I'm guessing you can get 250, 300 rush yards out of Kevontae Turpin, too.
Okay.
He's including rush yards in it. Choppy already has, everyone has their vendettas, everyone has their motives. Choppy's going after Kevontae Turpin and Miles Sanders this year to start off the season.
Yeah, my only thing with Turpin is that they have just anointed this guy who, he was in the UFL, and they've just anointed him and given him this number 3 job he's never earned. He's never done a damn thing. Tolbert did more in 1 year than Turpin has done his entire life, and we just threw him to the side. 50 catches wasn't good enough for Tolbert last year.
Leading the team in receiving touchdowns.
Leading the team in touchdowns wasn't good enough for Tolbert. You got to throw him to the side. And we're going to put Turpin in here, who, he's not quite KP, okay? But he could see it. He knows what it looks like.
Well, you know what? This is the same thing you did with Joe Milton. You took Will Grier and you cast him to the side, and you said, "Nope, Joe Milton. It doesn't matter what you've done or haven't done at the NFL level. You're the guy because I believe in you, and we believe in Kevontae Turpin's talent. That's why he's going to get the opportunity."
I'm going to blame McCarthy for not getting him involved enough and throwing these fade routes down the sideline, against bigger defenders. Let's see. Something that I hate about Dallas Cowboys seasons. The first game, we see all this fun offense. Jason Garrett would do it a little bit, and Mike McCarthy, and then it was like, all right, we're appeasing you, media. it's working and it's fun, but it disappeared by game 3 or 4. So I want to see what Schottenheimer comes out with new tonight, and if things actually stick, Ben Johnson like. Don't just try to be Ben Johnson for one game to show off your little fun off-season tricks. Let's see how creative you can be throughout the season.
Yeah, let's hope there is some fun in there. Let's hope that they are able to, whether that's Turpin or some different things they do with CD and Pickens and everything else. And I think there are going to be some things when people go out there today, I think they're going to recognize it looks different than the McCarthy offense. But I agree. In regards to Turpin, let's blame McCarthy. All right, the third bold prediction here. Trayvon Diggs is traded during the season.
Oh, really?
I don't think that's crazy bold. My hang-up in question would be, how does it work cap-wise? How much does it hurt you with the number?
Yeah. So it's something where he would need to, like they would be able to manage it on the cap, especially now that Micah Parsons isn't here. But I think that, again, this is just a bold prediction. It's not necessarily a projection, but I think that I think there's an avenue, a pathway where this could happen. I'll say this, even though I'm not predicting any of these, I would say that they're all within the realm of possibility enough that giving you guys 5 of them, I think one of these definitely will happen, and I just don't know which one it is.
The other question I have about that is Trayvon playing well enough to be really sought after by the rest of the league, or are you trading him to get rid of any leftover Micah remnants and the bitterness of the offseason?
It could be that. It could also be the fact that, like it could be just you're trying to clear things out and kind of do a reset. But I think also what you're looking at there, let's say you even get a 5th for him, which would not be the value anybody would want. But if you're talking about you get a 5th, and then you've got these 2 firsts, and you either extend Pickens or you maybe get a 3rd for a comp pick, I think they're going to look here, and eventually they're going to start looking at, like, man, we can really start collecting some capital and get a quicker rebuild going here, or a renovation going here.
Are we officially approaching a rebuild? Gavin Dawson tweeted this yesterday. Jerry, for some reason, was on Good Morning America, and which I believe is ABC, not NBC. I would have seen if he was like on the NBC show to promote tonight, Football Night in America and all that. But he basically said, when you get this number of players back, and he's already turned the return into 6 picks. He's already done that. When he said on the night of the post-draft presser, we could combine these and go get win now help if we wanted. So he's already turning this
sexy pick
into the Herschel thing in his mind. But he said, I'll take the numbers any day. He basically said, I'll take those types of numbers any day over the player. I'm like, is he admitting to a rebuild?
If they're admitting,
I would say this. No. The rebuild, it's not you have to move on from a quarterback as a necessity to be classified as a rebuild, I think. If you're not moving on from a quarterback, it's a renovation is the term that I use for it. So I think that they're in a renovating period right now, but they've got the capital that if they do go, Dak is getting hurt too much, and now we have an out clause, that'll be the point where they hit the rebuild.
Well, yeah, and he's right. Like I was going to say the same thing. Like if you're going to hit a rebuild button, you're going to get rid of the quarterback unless you're doing a cap reset, which I guess also is kind of a rebuild, but you could just do a cap reset and try to get that way where you're going to get a little bit more money freed up. But this team doesn't get free agents anyway.
They already have, in a lot of ways, kind of done a reset on the salary cap kind of by holding back the Micah money. They had budgeted for a lot of stuff that now they're not paying for. All right, bold predictions here on 105 through the fan. I got 2 more for you. Tyler Guyton makes the Pro Bowl. I'm putting it out there. I'm putting it into the ether. I'm saying that I still believe in Guyton, and I'm willing to go ahead and just put it out there that I'm that much of a believer in him. I thought he was going to make a Pro Bowl at some point in his career, so why not go ahead and say it's year 2?
I would absolutely love it. Sign me up for it. I'll take it.
Number 5, Brian Schottenheimer will be one and done as a play caller. And I think that what's going to happen is he's going to get into this, and he's going to recognize all the demands of the head coaching job. And I think that Clayton Adams is going to do a very good job this year, and he's already thought of in a really good manner across the league. So my bold prediction, is that when the season wraps up, there's going to be people coming for Clayton Adams, and they try to say, hey, you get to call plays here, and we like what we're building here, and look, we're all here, and Shoddy could honestly use the time a little bit. It's not even that I think the offense will perform poorly. It's more just a benefit to Clayton Adams and what he does, that they say, hey, let's give him some play calling duties to sweeten the pot and keep him here.
I hear your reasoning. I understand the reasoning. A lot of Clayton Adams hype. I don't believe that one happens. when Schottenheimer's waited this long, apparently told the Joneses during the discussions to become head coach, I got to be the play caller. Don't think he's one and done on bailing on that lifelong dream. But we'll see how much game management becomes for him.
And this will be the worst game management year of his career, of his coaching career.
Yeah.
Most likely, right? Because it's going to be...
Also has to do with what decisions you're hit with.
That's true.
Yeah, a lot of it is luck. The fourth down call. The time is the time we're going to get to these scenarios that get people. Will they happen to you? We don't know any given year. I mean, Andy Reid got destroyed at the end of Philadelphia before he went to Kansas City for clock management.
Pretty amazing. Andy Reid magically become a great coach when he got Patrick Mahomes.
Well, he didn't make
just magically
four.
all those
He did
all
go
those
to Super
problems,
Bowls.
He did, but all those problems went away. All those coaching problems went away with Andy Reid when he got some guy named Mahomes.
I also don't think that it's a guarantee to say this would be the worst decision-making year of his career, because how often do we talk about this? That coaches in the NFL, they don't make great decisions all the time. Like, they're bad at clock management. They do sort of things. There's almost like an ignorance is bliss aspect to this, that maybe there's just you're kind of figuring things out and you're not thinking by the book like you traditionally would. That might actually be a benefit for him.
All right, I'm going to take over here. That's Bobby Bell, Cowboys Insider in Philly. He'll be back in studio here tomorrow morning with the post-game reaction from the locker room. People hate this concept. I'm a believer in it. It depends where you are and what the expectations are. It's a win-loss. You lost the game, but it's still a moral victory. People hate that. This can be that, in my mind, for the Dallas Cowboys tonight. If they keep it close, and it's not garbage time points, and this is a close back and forth, and both teams are playing pretty well. Not just an ugly game one because people haven't played in the preseason. That, to me, is going to be a moral victory. But most importantly, the line of scrimmage on both sides. If Dak Prescott gets decent time throughout the night, if Javonte Williams in the run game have good size holes, and Collinsworth is highlighting it, and Babe Laufenberg is talking about it, that is a win, even in a loss for me, if they do it enough tonight with this young offensive line that we need to see gel and become the Wall 3.0. And then, defensively, if you find yourself watching or listening and you're like, yo, there's some pass rush here. These young pass rushers are feeling the pressure of stepping in and filling the void for Micah, and you're not getting run all over by Saquon. If they can pass protect, offensive line open up run holes, if they don't get destroyed on the line of scrimmage and they more than hold their own, I will consider tonight a victory, even in a loss, unless they're getting absolutely destroyed and manhandled. Those are really, really super important things, because I have no reason to believe that the Cowboys still don't get pushed around. And I have no reason to believe right now that all the young Tylers and the first-round picks up front are going to start off the season looking this great. So those are my wins in a possible loss with moral victories.
Moral victories, look, they're tough to come by. But I do think that in week one and the opener against the defending champs on their place, in their field with the rings.
Biggest underdog in the NFL.
Yeah. I think you can talk yourself into moral victories tonight.
This is this is the exact context that they got what I can, off the top of my head, think of the last big moral victory in a loss that they had. It was Tampa Bay 2021. They opened 21 against the defending Super Bowl champions. Everybody thought they were going to get run. They lose 31-29 on the road, and it was the first game in what ended up being a 12-5 really successful season. And I think a lot of people came away from that going, that gives me the confidence that they're not going to get run out of the building every week.
If you lose by a few, you hold your own up front, both sides, and you don't have penalties is another thing. You don't have a ton of penalties, undisciplined, sloppy football that's been a staple here for years. I will come in here feeling really good tomorrow, even if you get an L. What is Tommy Yarish feeling? His key matchups for tonight and his first prediction of the Cowboys season. Tommy Yarish, DallasCowboys.com, joins us next.
After we get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep.
microwave.
Saffron squad.
Nutmeg mayonnaise.
Nutmeg mayo.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Cards for Kids. Donate today at cardsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the Personal and Jewelers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-0817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Back out to Philly, where our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt is. Tommy Yarish every Tuesday and Thursday. DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Tommy, did you tear up the town with Bobby last night?
No, not with Bobby, although Bobby and I do have a date week 3 in Chicago. It's my hometown, so I got to show him some of the best pizza in the world. So looking forward to that with my guy.
And where'd you go last night?
We just went to this one little brewery right across the street. I'm not like, I like cheesesteaks, but I got to be like starving to have one just because they're so heavy for me.
But you love deep dish pizza. Yeah.
Oh,
Casserole.
yeah, 100%. No,
That's casserole.
I could eat. It's not casserole, RJ. Come on, man. You haven't had it at the right. You haven't had it at the right place if you think it's casserole.
That's all you have to do to fight back with Choppy is just go back at him easily. So, okay, done. Tommy, give us your keys for tonight. What's going to decide this thing?
Well, number one, Dallas has to protect Dak Prescott. If they want any chance at winning this game, they're going to have to attack in the passing game. This is a young Eagles secondary, but they're still incredibly talented. So it's not necessarily this giant gaping weakness, I don't think, right? But at the same time, you've got CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens, so you've got an advantage really in most of those matchups there. And Dak Prescott's got a lot of guys he can throw the ball to, but it needs the time to be able to throw him the ball. Defensively, I think you need to make Jalen Hurts beat you with his arm. I think he's a good quarterback, and he's gotten better as a passer over the course of his career. But you would much rather have, your defense try and win against the pass than you would trying to defend Saquon Barkley. So if you can stop the run in some form or fashion, you're giving your defense a chance to get some stops and make Jalen Hurts beat you with his arm. And those are the two big things for me. I think this team needs to stay disciplined too. Penalties cannot be a killer for Dallas in this game because they need to get any advantage that they can get just because the Eagles, from a talent standpoint, are so loaded on both sides of the ball.
Tommy, you have more confidence in the Cowboys being able to run the football right now or stopping the run?
I would say I'm more confident in their ability to Oh, that's such a tough question because it's so close. I'm not really confident in either, to be completely honest with you.
Right.
I would say right now stopping the run just because of what we saw from the linebackers in training camp. I thought they did a much better job than they were doing last year. And Matt Eberflus has like a Midas touch for linebackers of just making them play really well against the run. So right now, I think they have a better shot to do that, believe it or not, against a guy like Saquon Barkley. Again, I don't have much confidence at all that they're going to be able to, hold them to 50 or 60 rushing yards or anything like that. If they do that, that's a huge win. But I'm not really exactly terribly inspired by the Cowboys' running game either because, for the most part, we don't really know what it is because we haven't seen Javonte Williams. We've barely seen Miles Sanders. And when Miles Sanders is out there, he didn't play very well. So you're not really too confident either at this point.
Tommy Yarish from DallasCowboys.com joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Okay, Tommy, obviously a big part of this, regardless, if they want to run the football, if they want to throw it, whatever else, the offensive line has got to be stout, and Tyler Guyton's going to be a big part of that tonight. What do you think the expectations are for him? Is this one of these instances where like he's good enough to go, or do you think the Cowboys are saying, nope, he's 100%, he's ready, and he's ready to walk into this environment?
Yeah, it's interesting because, and I was thinking about that a little bit last night. It's like, if he's good enough to go with a guy that we came into the season saying, hey, he needs the reps, he needs the reps, he needs the reps. And we've heard from his staff, too, that he needs the reps. If he hasn't gotten that many reps, are you really confident in throwing him out there against the defending Super Bowl champions? Like, if you put him out there, you know that the Eagles are going to put a lot of attention on him. They're going to try to make things really difficult for him tonight. So I would say right now, I would probably guess he's good enough to go, and I think he gives them a better option than Nate Thomas. And maybe we just see a lot of tight end help or some running back help to that side of the offensive line to try and help Tyler Guyton out. But you saw the flashes of training camp of, all right, he's had a really good day today. But then you see the reps too, where it's like, all right, this is still a young guy, he's still growing. So I think they're very confident in what he can do, and I think he is good enough to go. And they're just hoping that it's good enough to at least slow things down and don't become an issue.
Tommy, if it's too early, you can just say too early to answer this. But before the opener and his debut, what do you feel confident in saying is different, or you think will be different, about a Brian Schottenheimer team versus a Mike McCarthy team?
That's a good question. I think, for as successful as Mike's passing offense was, I really think this team has a chance to be even better in the passing game, just because when you look at the weapons that Dak has around him, I feel like this is the most talented group of skill players, especially at the wide receiver position, that he's had to throw the ball to. With George Pickens, I really think George Pickens is in for a huge year. We do like a series on our website. It's 20 questions, and one of the questions was who's the first time Pro Bowler on this team, and I said George Pickens. I just think that he's going to be able to take a weight off of CeeDee Lamb's shoulders to a point where they can both still have successful seasons, but we'll look at this at the end of the year and say, man, George Pickens completely revolutionized and changed this offense with what he was able to do. So I think they're in for a really big year through the air, and I think that the lack of having a world beater on the ground is going to be part of the reason why, too, because a lot of times they're going to be in passing situations and the run game can't get going, so they've got to go to the pass. So I think that this passing offense under Brian Schottenheimer, who is not like his father in terms of the Marty Ball style of play, where it's just run on first down, run on second down, and probably run the ball on third down again. And you're just pounding the rock. But he went to Florida to get a football education from Steve Spurrier, who was a big passer and kind of revolutionized offense back in his time. And I think he wants to incorporate this passing game.
Do you think they're going to still run that end around to CD? I'm asking this for a friend. Need a half yard.
I'm sure we'll see it eventually at some point. I don't think we'll see it 15 times a game, but I'm sure we'll see it at some point.
All right, more serious. Like the atmosphere tonight, do you think this will be better than or more intense than a normal Philly atmosphere because of the title, first game, or is this kind of business as usual up there? They're all the same.
I don't know if intense would be the word I'd use. I would say it's more amped up. Any time the Cowboys play in Philadelphia, it's going to be an amped up crowd. I think the Super Bowl banner raising or whatever it is that they're doing is going to fire up the fans, and that it's going to ignite them a little bit more, just because they have reason to celebrate, and it doesn't mean anything anymore, but they have reason to celebrate, and they've got the Cowboys have Dak back, so when last year Dak just walking out onto the field, he was heckled and had things said to him that I've never heard come out of a human being's mouth before. But nonetheless, it's Philadelphia against the Cowboys. It's going to be amped up. It's going to be a good crowd, and it's going to be a great environment. And I think the Cowboys kind of relish that. They really enjoy playing in a game like this. And if you're a competitor, which I think a lot of these guys are, it gets the best out of you.
What's been the nastiest trip into the stadium you've witnessed?
Oh, Philadelphia, 100%. There's like the way that they went last year. You do this U-turn under the highway, and on both sides of you, there's tailgates and parking lots and things like that, and it's just birds everywhere. and I'm not talking about the eagle. It's birds everywhere, and they are certainly very passionate about that.
Tommy Yarish, DallasCowboys.com, joining us on the D&M Leasing Hotline from Filthy here on Sean and RJ. Mike Tirico was on with us yesterday. And Tirico said he was a little surprised by how upbeat everyone was after the Micah deal. Do you agree with that? How would you describe the locker room and just the mood after Parsons got dealt?
I wouldn't say I was shocked by it. I think the difficult part about the timing of this was, and I think I mentioned this last time with you guys, is that these guys had less than a week to prepare for a game, and so they've been working all off season, and they've been putting in work in Oxnard and back in Frisco, and Micah Parsons hasn't been on the field with them. And I'm not saying he should have been. I mean, if you're trying to get that kind of money, I don't think Micah Parsons didn't play his cards correctly, but he wasn't on the field with them, and so. And that's not to say that he was completely dismissed from all thought or anything like that, but they're working with the guys that are on the field, and they have to think about who they're going to play with come tonight, and they had less than a week to do that. So I think the timing of it made it very difficult to kind of dwell on it and say, man, we don't have Mike anymore. It was more, all right, he hasn't been on the field with us all off season. He's not going to be on the field with us anymore. We've got to go play a game against the reigning Super Bowl champions here in a couple of days. So I think that's maybe more what it was. I'm not saying there was nobody who was, down or upset about Micah Parsons being gone. That certainly isn't the case, but I just don't think really a lot of guys had the time to think about it or lean back on it just because they had a game to prepare for.
Tommy, this is going to be the big question a lot of people are going to have tonight. It's a two-parter. One, who leads the Cowboys in rushing yards this evening? 2, is it over 50 yards?
I will say Javonte Williams leads them in rushing, and I think he goes over 50, but not by much.
What's the official pick for the game?
I've got the Eagles winning it 31-17. I just think that top to bottom, their roster is unbelievable. From an offensive standpoint, you bring back a guy that ran for 2,000 yards. They've got plenty of receiving talent, and then defensively, they've got the best defensive tackle tandem in football, I think. They bring an all-pro back at the linebacker level. They've got young guys who are super talented in the secondary. I think that they just I think it stays close for a while, but eventually Philly pulls away.
Great stuff, Tommy. Duck and dodge all the bottles and the fingers, and we'll recap next week. Have a good trip back.
All right, appreciate you guys.
Tommy Yarish, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly.
Him and Bobby conspired with that score pick.
Was that Bobby's? We all have it. Well, you have them losing by 10. The rest of us have 13 or 14.
Yeah, I think you were 31-17, right?
Yeah, 31-17. That was my pick, and I'm just I'm an inspiration to Tommy.
You sat next to him on the plane. You guys talked about it.
Yeah, he was a little bit ahead of me.
All right, let's cross-talk and find out where you can watch the game tonight with Corey Majors. We chatted up with the KNC Masterpiece. Are they trying to win this billion-dollar lotto? And would they have made this Eagles trade for Micah that was reported a short time ago? Crosstalk with KNC on a Cowboys Thursday.
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course, it's Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, it's your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Anyone else, all price to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Let's cross-talk with a KNC masterpiece with Bobby Belt in Philadelphia here on game day. Corey Majors has his Cowboys collared shirt on. Are you hosting the road watching party today?
Yeah, we're at the Bearded Monkey off of Highway 78 in Lavon, Texas today, which Kevin learned yesterday. There was a Lavon, Texas, so I'm really proud of him.
I didn't know that there was a Lavon.
Lake Lavon?
Yeah, but...
Even I know that.
Okay, but not every lake has a corresponding city that's named
like
after
White Rock Lake. There's not White Rock City in the middle of Dallas. So
how far is that from like right here?
From right here, it's about 45 minutes. It's 30 minutes from my house.
That's no excuse for you not to know that.
Yeah.
Born and raised here, 45 minutes vicinity. You need to know every single.
You should.
You worked in that
and
area
I live in a very similar place. Did you know there was a Levon?
You have been lived here your whole life. I've been here for 15 years.
I think you have.
I guarantee you, Choppy knew that it was there. You studied maps.
I do read maps. I have a map.
Even if you didn't,
he does love maps. I found that out recently.
I think that you don't have an excuse. I think you have like 5 years. You get a 5-year.
5?
He's been here 15 years, so he's the
But I said I knew it.
He knew it.
You lied.
He knew it.
Lake Levon. There had to be a Levon.
There had to be a Levon.
Now there's
for Lake Levon.
I don't like that logic.
5 years.
Eagle Mountain Lake has a school district.
5 years, you have to know what vicinity. Give me a radius.
South Lake.
You need to know. I think. Let's use DFW for example. Right?
Okay. This is for like REITMA.
The 4. You need to know every city in the 4 counties.
Every city in the 4 counties.
How many cities is that?
I don't know.
How many counties? What are all the counties? Collin,
County,
Dallas,
Collin
Tarrant,
and Denton.
Oh, Denton County. Okay.
See, you're one of these yuppie Dallas people.
I went to UNT
Dallasites,
also.
who don't even acknowledge Denton. Don't even acknowledge it.
I went to North Texas.
Bobby, you want to weigh in?
Here's the thing: is that Kevin Hagelin, you cannot not know an area. That's fine. Everybody gets a pass if you don't know a certain area, small area. When you were a high school sports writer in the area, you have to know it.
Have to.
Is there a Levon High School?
Check it.
Oh, let's look it up.
Right now is when you should be like, boom! See, none of y'all knew either.
Because that's going to be pretty bad.
What's coming?
Yeah. Let's see.
Yeah, it's there. In Nevada.
No. Community. Yeah. Community in high school. It's called Community High.
No, that is not Levon Community High School, though.
I'm sorry.
That's Nevada Community High School.
But
doesn't matter. They feed into the school. You need to know the talent pool, Hagee.
Right. Like, for example,
I hope we don't have meters in Levon.
Justin doesn't have a high school. It's
Can't wait to see
Northwest. See? Rome. Northwest.
Next firehouse
What
tour.
if people call it Justin Northwest in their stories?
Do they?
Yes.
I don't know. What about Rome?
I know where the next firehouse tour is going to be.
Let's go.
Corey,
I'll be out.
I'll be there.
You better
I
show.
promise
You better dance.
I will be there.
I'll be at
Damn
the
sure
Bearded Monkey in Levon tonight's from 7 to 10. Let's get this game on. So I'm excited. And you have a chance to win a now rare Micah Parsons autographed helmet.
Oh, and I want everyone to show up to bring a piece of high school Levon memorabilia for Corey to bring back to Kevin for peace and time.
Awesome.
Yeah, someone bring a pom-pom or something.
But Aurora, do they have a high school? Or they just feed into Northwest or Boyd? They go to Boyd. What happened to that?
Boyd has a high school.
They do.
Corey, what's coming up on the program?
Guys, Ian Rapoport joins us at 10:20, and Tony Casillas joins us at 11 o'clock today.
Ask him about The Bachelor.
He is a fan of The Bachelor.
Big fan.
I've been watching Bachelor in Paradise because that's the one I like.
I used to love it.
This season was stupid.
I
though.
heard everyone, it was trending on social media that it was awful. What did they change about it?
Well, they made it into more of like a competition instead of like all these new hot people show up and they're like, I'm going to steal this other hot person from you because guess what? You weren't in a real relationship.
Yeah.
And instead they were like, you're couples now. Let's have competition. They're like, no. And then they changed a theme song. I didn't care for it.
Dallas Cowboy fan Chris Harrison no longer hosting? Is it?
Yeah, it's Jesse Palmer. Didn't Chris Harrison like do something or
He did
say
something. He got canceled.
Yeah.
At some point in time.
I remember when he was at training camp.
Yes. Corey, Adam Schefter reports that the Eagles were interested in Micah. What would they have had to give you to have you trade him in division to the hated rival? Bobby said he would have done Jalen Carter and a 1.
What? I mean, Jalen Carter's that good. Like, he really is. I want 4 firsts.
Well, you can say Jalen Carter's worth 2, and then you get another 1, so you can say that's 3.
Yeah. All right, go ahead and throw Cooper DeJean in.
Okay, but
hell yeah!
I'm not doing it for very little at all.
I don't care how he pronounces his last name.
But Jalen Carter and a 1 is not very little. I want
more ones.
Has to be more.
I want more ones.
Yeah, you got to get a tax. It's a tax. It's a Philly tax.
Jordan Davis and 2 1s versus the Kenny Clark deal.
I'll take 3 1s.
Yeah.
I mean, I love the player. I don't want to give. They're already a very well built team too. Like, they're very well constructed, and you got to play them twice a year.
I think a 1st, a 2nd, and Jalen Carter, I would do that in a heartbeat.
1st, a 2nd, and Jalen Carter.
Absolutely.
All right.
6-1s.
I mean, sure, if that
And
was
Jalen
offered,
Carter.
that doesn't feel very likely. But yeah, no, I would definitely do that.
Your
But
whole
I'm
draft
also
next year.
look, I'm also somebody who thinks, yeah, we'll see how it plays out in Green Bay.
Don't you think their one's going to be
biggest
in the
division trades?
Say it again.
Ooh, I don't know.
What are the biggest division trades in the history? NFL, MLB, NBA. I'm trying to think of anything that would have been bigger than giving somebody in your division Micah Parsons.
Well, the Lakers played in the Mavs division. I'll have to try to go ahead and think about that with someone in the prime. While Corey is looking that up.
Let's see. Didn't Patriots trade Bledsoe to the Bills, right? Detroit traded Hawkinson to Minnesota.
Oh yeah.
And I can't
See, but those don't feel.
they don't feel near. They're not
Yeah.
near. I mean,
Bledsoe.
getting a quarterback is big, but
Yeah.
not. He was past his prime, right?
Yeah.
I do have to give you, for the first time, maybe ever, major food props because Bobby tweeted out the cheesesteak that he got last night, and everyone responded. Well, I don't even know if I can give you the food. It's half food props.
Oh.
Everyone responded with a sandwich in that market you told him to go
Yes.
to, but I know for a fact it was a sandwich you would never touch. It's the roast pork sandwich.
Okay.
With broccoli rabe on it, or I guess a spinach mixture. So they're saying the roast pork from the Knicks in that market that came back as the number one seed. You're saying you would eat the roast pork without the broccoli, maybe?
That's probably true, but that was the thing is that's why I wanted to tell everybody. I found stuff there I loved, but there were so many options for people who have significantly more complex food palates. That place is really great. Like our older son's about to turn 21. He loves to cook and everything. My wife thinks we should send him to Philly so he can just go hang out for a couple days.
What's his specialty? Like what his main meal? If he was making you a birthday dinner, what could it?
He can cook and I know it's a basic start. He can cook 12 different variations of chicken, and it's tremendous.
Wow.
Like medium rare chicken.
No,
rare.
it's all dressed up with different kinds of
Oh,
stuff.
give us one.
Yeah.
Chicken doesn't need to be medium rare at all.
What do you mean?
That feels like you're gonna get salmonella, right?
I don't know who he is.
You're so bad in food, you can't even name one preparation he
Well, because
does.
the one I'm going to tell
Except
you,
for
you're
chicken
gonna-
parm.
No, the one I'm going to
It's
tell you,
lemon
you're gonna
pepper,
make fun
dude.
of is he has a special. I don't know what else he puts in it. It's a buffalo chicken that is really outstanding.
All right, that's awesome.
I try not to, if I like it, I try not to ask more questions about what's in it because then I think mentally it'll psych me
Right.
out, and I'll be like,
Hi, you said buffalo chicken. Does that mean if he cooked teriyaki chicken, it would be a different kind of chicken? Like you're saying,
If there's-
all the different sauces, that's just different
but
kinds of
he
chicken?
had other things on it that I am not.
Is he
equipped-
making the sauce?
Yes.
Okay.
He
Or is he just
loves-
baking a tray of
No,
chicken
no,
and he
no,
goes,
no, no.
"Hey, Dad, grab me that sauce in the pantry and I'm making 12
Put some
different
Frank's
ones."
Red Hot on there.
Yeah, exactly.
He's definitely told me oh, I have to go to the store, and I was like, oh, what do you need? And he'll describe some ingredient. I'm like, I don't even know what that is.
You find any intra-division trades?
McNabb to Washington? Was that a trade? That was a trade? I don't remember that
And
one.
was that at a time when you're like,
No,
that's
yeah.
okay? Because that's definitely not what you have with Micah. I don't think anyone's I think Micah's washed.
You guys play the lottery yesterday? I think it's up. Bob Choppy said 1.7 bill.
1.7
So
billion,
nobody
baby.
won? Oh.
Someone in Houston won what?
$2 million.
Piddly.
Not even worth it.
Sean would be like, I don't even care.
The tax on that's ridiculous.
Would you be a little ticked if you won it, right? Like your ticket says you won, but then it says $2 million for the 1.6
I would not be upset with the $2 million.
Come on, a little bit.
No, I would not be upset with the $2 million.
You just need to
Not upset, but a little disappointed.
You just need to reassert where you can run wild with all your hopes and dreams. Now they have to be more reasonable hopes and dreams instead of RJ was like, well, I'm going to buy part of a football team. Now you're like, okay, well, I'm not going to do that, but.
All right, Bobby, give us the schedule for the rest of the day. How's it going to go? And then build it up to sitting in Corey's chair tomorrow morning at this time.
It will be probably trying to exhaust myself a little bit more so that I can then sleep before we actually leave for the stadium. Then we'll head over to the stadium. I need to look at the schedule. I think the buses leave around 4:30. Head to the stadium, and then we'll have a couple hours to get ready. Cowboys pregame, everything else, and then I doubt I'll be able to sleep on the plane. So I should be rolling in there tomorrow morning with no sleep, which is why I need to cram it in today. But this has been great. I've managed to get a whole show in without pants on, which is fantastic. It's always been a lifelong dream of mine. And then other than that, I think it's gone great.
Do you just have trouble sleeping on planes in general, or is this a specific scheduling issue that you won't be able to sleep on this flight?
No, I mean it's a full plane. Like you can't really get any room to kind of space out and lean on a window or anything else like that. It's just but it's really, really difficult, I feel like.
And for your next travel trip, Kevin and Corey have travel pillows for you that they found in the break room.
Pills. We have travel pillows in here. They've been here for about 7 years, so you should take one.
Oh, remember Roy had that. That was so
the neck roll. Dude, I love the neck pillow. It's amazing. They're so useful. They're so helpful.
You want to
Brian
use
Cox,
that?
traveling with Brian Cox.
I have no problem with you using that. The difference is this kid put this thing on, and he was walking through the airport with that thing on his neck.
What are you supposed to do with it? You can't shove it in your bag.
Yes. No, you wrap it around. You wrap it around the handle. Or the strap.
It's actually not a bad idea.
You don't walk around with that stupid thing on your neck.
We're back tomorrow with Bobby in studio from the Cowboy Locker Room. Nick Eatman at 9:20 in our first star up, star down of the Cowboys season. Let's go, boys. The KNC Masterpiece is coming up next.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has broken.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Those balls. Nutmeg lady? No. She said that. Was it Spice Girl? Doesn't sound right. What's it something called?
Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, Corey Majors.
Oh, man.
And you have the famous Alec Medford. And we're approximately 9 hours, I think, and 19 minutes until game time. The NFL season is back, and the Cowboys are in this game. Gentlemen, on a scale of 1 to 10, how excited are you?
Oh, this is interesting because I feel like it should be a 10. But I think Sunday I'll be at a complete 10. I think I'm at like
not for the Cowboys?
I'm like at a 9.5 right now because the half off. Oh, that's weird. The half point off right now is uncertainty. And that's the thing that's keeping me from being like completely excited about this thing. Because Kevin, if you're going up against the defending Super Bowl champions in their house and they're going to have banner night right in front of you,
right?
I would love the opportunity to be like, we're the perfect match for them. This is San Francisco and Dallas back in the 90s. I would love to have that feeling of these are the two best teams going head to head right out of the gate. But I got this nervousness because we don't know enough about this team. So there's just a half point off for me, but I am 1,000%. I don't know, out of scale of 1 to 10, 1,000 for the bearded monkey tonight to get this watch party rolling.
All right, so I've got Cowboys questions that matter 9 hours away from kickoff. My first question, can the Cowboys keep Saquon Barkley below 100 yards rushing this evening?
To answer the Sethnicity's question, I actually play fantasy football. I have Saquon Barkley.
Oh.
I kind of need him to have some...
No! It's week 1!
Under 100 yards rushing tonight.
Correct.
Yes. I think the Cowboys can.
Are you saying that in the back of your head because you're also like, maybe he can run for 3 touchdowns and that will help me?
Maybe he catches like 6 passes.
Okay.
Because I'm PPR league. But I actually do think that this team can be better at stopping the run. They have some players on the edge that are actually committed to that too. That's an important factor. On first and second down, if you know Mike is out on the edge, you ran right at him, or you ran away from him to keep him out of the play, and then you bootlegged away from him to keep him out of plays too. So that was an effective way to keep Micah from getting the stats that he wanted a lot of times. I think they have better players. Now that you've added Kenny Clark, I think you have a better player interior, and I think you have some guys on the edge. Nealon's a pretty decent run stopper too.
And this is what fascinates me about this entire scenario, besides just like the game aspect of it. From the 214, somebody said they needed him to get 98 yards to win. And so, like, I've always been fascinated by, hey, I want my team to win, but I also need players or subsections of this other team to do well along the way. So you would love like a shootout to a certain extent, or Saquon Barkley running for 3 touchdowns, but the Cowboys win by 14.
And Pickens and CD just going insane.
Okay.
Ferg having a couple of touchdowns would be awesome. I would love one of those kind of exciting games for game 1. That would be an absolute blast. But also, Kevin, one of the other factors in the run game is, can your cornerbacks step in and put their nose in there when needed?
Sure.
Can they help seal off the edge whenever that time comes? Because it doesn't take just one guy or 3 guys across the defensive line to stop the run. It takes that entire group working together to make it happen.
From the 314, I'm going to watch, but honestly not that excited. My heart has formed a hard shell to protect from disappointment. I understand all of that. It's just the setup for this matchup. Not saying it's going to happen. They are a heavy underdog. If the Cowboys were to win, how many of those shells break wide open and people are like, oh my God, we just went on the road and beat the defending champions? That I think they would.
Would it change your mind about the season?
Depending on
the whole season, or would you be like, man, that was just kind of a...
Some of it would depend on what it looked like, but probably, right? Look, there is no part of me that really thinks the Cowboys are going to win this game. So if they did, I can't see how it wouldn't change at least some of your perspective. What percentage of Cowboys fans think Dak is better than Jalen Hurts? And do you think that?
What percentage of Cowboys fans?
Correct. You get to project for all of Cowboys fans.
50%.
Wow. Do you think that?
No, Jalen Hurts is a Super Bowl winning quarterback. He's gone to that game twice.
Yeah, move on.
He's
okay.
He's elevated his team in the biggest moments, whether it is the tush push that was the reason or whatever. He's had the drives that have been. He's started the games the way they needed to be started and finished the games the way they needed to be started in order to win a Super Bowl. And so that's the difference with the guy. Is that he has that one category. Now, I think that Dak Prescott has some great elements of the ability to pass in clutch situations. There are some really good qualities about him. He's just missing that. I've taken it to the next level when it matters the most.
Alec, what percentage of Cowboys fans think Dak is better than Jalen Hurts? And do you think that?
I think most Cowboys fans would defer to Dak. I would say probably 60-40. And I would probably agree, because I do think the more polished passer plays in Dallas, but I did see it on the fan text from the 239 that Hurts is a better runner, which good for him. Dak was at one point, but injuries happen, and he's a decade into this thing. So I don't expect him to be any better than Jalen Hurts at that, and that's fine. I do think the more polished passer matters in this situation. I think that he's proven a little bit more. But again, it's not that big of a difference. So I can listen to either argument, but I do think Dak just by a slight edge.
Kevin from the 972, maybe Philly goes in all cocky and lays an egg. That's impossible.
I would love that.
That is impossible.
With the banner raising and stuff.
Oh, it's the Cowboys.
Yeah,
they're not going in all cocky against the Cowboys. They're going in going, they made the massive trade. They have all the attention, and they're trying to steal our attention on our night. There's no way Philadelphia is going to go in there and just be like, no, we're just looking past the Cowboys in game 1.
And from the 214, 0% of Cowboys fans think Dak is better. I can tell you objectively, just looking at the text, that is not accurate. Also, let's try to temper everybody's expectations today. We're going to do an exercise. These texts were sent within 1 minute of one another.
I was just about to read them too.
From the 469, you guys live in the Twilight Zone. Sound like a bunch of homers. All right, so we're homers who think the Cowboys kick everybody's ass and they're never going to lose.
They'll never lose again.
From the 817, I was so excited to listen today so we could all be pumped about tonight, but everyone is so negative about tonight in the season. We got to pick one.
Just moved to Philadelphia already.
We cannot be the most homerific people and the most negative about the Cowboys all in one. That does not go together. It's possible that people can slightly disagree with your opinion without having radical opinions. It's okay. That can happen. That can happen here. That can happen in our world. It's okay. All right, next Cowboys question for you guys. Are you concerned about the overall depth of the Cowboys? Because I feel like whether it was defensive tackle, even after this trade, which now some people brings them questions about edge. I know we've had conversations about cornerback. There's thoughts about offensive line, blah, 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 blah.
I can be concerned about the depth at defensive tackle now. Mozzie's there.
There you go.
You got Mozzie and Solomon Thomas. And Perion Winfrey was not going to play now, obviously, because
yeah. Okay, look.
Of reasons.
Perion Winfrey is unavailable for this game. Mozzie Smith is Mozzie Smith. And I hope Solomon Thomas works out. I've talked with him. We did a national mental health panel with him and Dak together, but he was also readily available for any team that wanted him. So I think the question remains, are you concerned about the Cowboys' overall lack of depth?
A little bit. Some of it's inexperienced, some of it's unproven. And so that's going to continue to be a worry for me until further notice. I actually kind of feel comfortable with their backup offensive lineman. Like Nate Thomas showed me that he can be a serviceable tackle.
Sure.
If Tyler Guyton, is not going to be ready to go. Adeniji I kind of like too. The defense, I do have some question marks. What is Damone Clark?
Yeah, that is a great question.
Like what version? And Jack Sanborn, it's a fun story, and I'm glad that he came from Chicago and he knows Eberflus's defense, but that linebacker group is something we're relying heavily on to be successful this year. So, yeah, I do have, and dude, you cannot have a cornerback go down. You just cannot, because you got the concerns there.
Alec, are you concerned about the Cowboys' overall depth?
Yeah, not to sound like Corey loving up the Philadelphia Eagles all the time. Unless you have a roster built like the Philadelphia Eagles, I'm always going to be concerned about the depth. And that's probably not fair because of the way that they went about things the past few years with the rookie quarterback contract. But I always will be. There's always going to be that one area, really with any team, that you can point out and say depth. Like Corey just said, if that one person goes down even for one drive, you're probably going to give up points or you're not going to score on offense. I feel that way with corners specifically. That's where I start to scratch my head, especially if Trayvon Diggs is going to be on some sort of a pitch count tonight. Right. Then I'm going to say, well, it's nice that he's back, but until he's 100%, I don't really feel too great about the position.
Now, I think this is going to be advantage Cowboys, but we will see. Which pair of receivers, as defined by me, will have more yards receiving tonight? CD and Pickens or A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith?
CD and Pickens.
Do you feel like that will be a pretty sizable advantage? Or like 10 yards?
I mean, I think that that Philadelphia's gonna want to strike big with some big plays, but I don't think their bread and butter is going to be that tonight. Right. I think their bread and butter is, hey, let's destroy this team with the run. That's what they're going to hope. And I think because I feel like the Cowboys are going to be trailing in this game, I feel like the Cowboys are going to be like, hey, we got to pass the ball. Now we'll talk a little bit about Marty Ball at 1 o'clock, because that is something that Schottenheimer says he's not that. But there is this like, hey, when you're behind, now we got to pass on second, third, maybe even first down. And I think that those opportunities are going to be available to those two guys tonight because they'll get a lot of them.
Alec, advantage Cowboys?
Yeah, I think I'm there with Corey that there's going to be two different game plans because there's two different strengths on either side for each offense. So I do think that it is going to be the Saquon show, unfortunately, for the Eagles. So I would say advantage Cowboys just in that respect, because there is going to be a glaring advantage for the Eagles offensively, at least in the first half of the game, if they don't settle in defensively.
All right, let me throw this out there then, because I totally get what you're saying. So I'll start with Alec, but I want to know from both of you guys. Saquon stays out of the end zone and doesn't get 100 yards rushing. Do the Cowboys win this game?
Ooh. I'm going to say no.
Ooh.
And the reason I say that is because Jalen Hurts, the offensive line, that all still exists, and the dumbest play in football still exists.
That has a sponsor.
It does.
Corey, Saquon Barkley doesn't reach the end zone and does not have 100 yards rushing. Do the Cowboys win this game? Because that's a big ask.
Yeah.
I think I might be there with you.
Yeah, because, I mean, there could be other guys get into the end zone. You know, Goddard could get into the end zone. There could be other guys, but that's a big part of their game. That means the Cowboys have virtually made their running game one-dimensional or forced Jalen Hurts to run more. And if Jalen Hurts has to run more, like that could affect his game in the first game of the season for sure. So I think, yeah, if you make them one-dimensional and you can be a two-dimensional offense on the other side, then I think you stand a better chance to win the game.
And then I see people continue to send in, well, as long as he gets 98. By the way, on Underdog, you need Saquon Barkley to go higher or lower than 96.5. Might I suggest a strategy for your plays? I like to hedge my plays against what I hope happens in real life. So perhaps you make some plays that are pro-Eagles, so that way if you lose, you'll still be happy that the Cowboys won. But if the Cowboys lose, you'll still be happy that you won money on Underdog. By the way, use the promo code MASTERPIECE. You get $50 in bonus funds on your first $5 play. All right. This is not related specifically to this game. This is a season-long question for you. Will Brandon Aubrey break the NFL record for longest field goal?
Tonight?
No, for the season.
What about for tonight?
Sure.
I mean, what if he did it tonight, Kevin?
Well, if you think he'll do it tonight, then it feels...
He's doing it tonight.
Okay.
Set the tone.
To win the game.
Okay, that would be badass.
He's gonna kick a 70-yarder to win the game. Because Schottenheimer's like, I gotta trust the best kicker. He can kick it from Lubbock.
Like, that's just a terrifying idea. It's like, hey, we're gonna snap the ball from like midfield. And you're going to kick it
then Brandon
from
Aubrey's
the
like,
other side of the field.
He's like, I've been waiting my whole life for this. That's the way I feel. Look, dude, we watched him. He missed like his first few field goal attempts in Oxnard. And then what happened after that? Automatic.
Yeah.
So I have no doubt that he'll kick an 85-yarder if he has to.
Okay, well, that's too far away from the record. Why
Aubrey?
Why do you never set the record in increments? Like, why don't you go 68 yards, 69 yards, or like 85?
We're 69 yards.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, because we're going to keep the football palooza going, we are going to talk with Ian Rapoport right here on 105.3 The Fan.
When your friends say, hey, did you hear?
This is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, we bring on NFL Network senior insider Ian Rapoport. You can see Ian Sunday on NFL Game Day morning at 8 a.m. on NFL Network. Good morning, sir.
What's happening? How you guys doing?
We're doing good. It feels odd to a lot of Cowboys fans that there's this huge game tonight, considering a lot of folks are still lingering on the Micah trade. Does that make sense to you?
I mean, yeah, that Micah trade was, obviously the biggest story of the offseason and certainly something that we talked about more than any other. So, it happened. It was a big sort of to-do, but I don't get the sense it was like those things where you hit send on a tweet, we talk about it, then everyone's like, all right, let's move on. It's had, obviously wide-ranging ramifications. It's, triggered a lot of conversations. Then there was the back injury thing. So, what do we make of that? So, it sort of had a lot of tentacles, so I get that people are still sort of fixated on it and want to discuss it. So do I, by the way.
Oh, great. Well, I mean, we're hearing reports about...
If you want to, you certainly don't have to.
No,
if you guys want.
I do. I get trapped with that because I'm like, if Philly did want to trade, what would they have offered? Who are the other teams?
About a real topic. What else?
Okay. Yeah.
I am kind of curious on the front of Jerry Jones continuing to negotiate with players face to face, and do more owners want that? Do more players in the league want that? How? Is that going to continue on?
I don't think so. Now, it does happen, and it was not a very nuanced conversation regarding Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones trying to have a conversation with Micah Parsons, because it does happen. I think, the Cowboys were sort of getting, I guess, blamed for it, however you'd want to say, and they did it. It happened, so it's not unfounded blame, but other teams do it. I think the Patriots have done it in the past. Now, with the Patriots, it's usually with Bill Belichick, not with the owner, Robert Kraft, but either way, it's with a head football official talking directly to a player about a contract. And I think, Stephen and Jerry were right. If a player says, I'm not comfortable, then generally it doesn't happen. I think the tough thing here is that Micah did engage and did talk about it with them on some level. So, this was one where it was really tough for me to comprehend, not who is at fault, because that's a weird way of saying it, but just kind of how to proceed. I don't love it. I have an agent, and I don't when it comes to me, I don't like talking about my contract with my bosses. If that was me, I'd be cool, talk to my agent. But if you're a player who's really smart and has a mind of his own and wants to be involved in conversations like Micah Parsons, I understand why he would at least have those conversations. This was a weird one. I thought about it a lot. I spent months thinking about it. And the more I thought about it, the less I could come up with a way of how it was going to end. How are the two going to get together? Which is why, let's say, last Tuesday when I first heard, that the trade was probably going to happen, I wasn't surprised because I was like, this makes sense. This is the only way to end it.
Now, I know you said you wouldn't want to talk directly to your bosses. I'm just curious, you personally, let's say you did talk to your bosses and you felt like you had an agreement, even if your agent wasn't involved. Would you feel like you had to live up to that verbal agreement?
You guys got me?
Yeah, we might have. I guess we lost you there real quick.
Hello?
Yeah, did you hear our question?
Oh, no, we hung up on him.
I don't.
We started the season by hanging up on Ian Rapoport. Can you believe that? That's how because he didn't answer the question you liked. He didn't answer the question the way you wanted, and so you were like, "That's it, I'm hanging up." Call him back. Let's call him. I want to call him back. All right.
I think I have the capability of hanging up.
I enjoyed having him on. I enjoyed the conversation. So what I'm going to do, Kevin, I'm going to make sure we get him back on. You don't have to ask any more questions.
Okay.
All right? If you don't want to, because he didn't answer it the way you wanted him to. So
I don't have the capability to hang up on anybody. Ian, we got you again.
I don't know if you hung up on me because you didn't like what I was saying, but that's okay.
That's what my co-host said.
It's just fun, all in fun.
All right. So I actually want to. I know we could talk plenty more about Micah. I want to switch gears for just 1 second. How much fascination do you have in the Kawhi Leonard story that's happening in the NBA, and just kind of the concept of trying to circumvent the salary cap?
I have a lot of fascination. I think it's really interesting. It's really amazing. Like, I don't know how you for sure prove it. And this is not the first time we've heard of this. I think the Patriots at some point were accused of this. It's sort of, there's always been rumblings of this kind of behavior in all sports. I'm against it. I just, what I like is, I spend a lot of my time trying to uncover things in the NFL, and I like that there's a sort of a rogue reporter out there who's dedicated himself to like uncovering a bunch of stuff. I think it's great. And if you're doing shady stuff, I would say, probably you should be outed. I was intrigued and curious about Mark Cuban's comments.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because he would know, you would think he would know, right?
Yeah.
He's not only is a billionaire, he's a former owner who is heavily involved in business in the NBA and other businesses. That was a response where I think Pablo does an awesome job, and I am a big fan. I just know and this hasn't happened very much, but it has happened to me before. When you report a story, you do everything you can, you try to get it as right as possible, and then you have a denial from someone integrally involved who should know. You're either okay, they're lying, or oh God, what happened?
Yeah.
And I hope it's not, oh God, what happened?
I was kind of curious, is the general feeling around the league that losing, because Jerry Jones said multiple times during his press conference, we got to stop the run. This was a part of the trade.
Yep.
Is the general idea around the league that losing Micah actually does help the Cowboys in stopping the run?
No. No. But I will say this, the Cowboys are going to get killed on the Micah trade because every team that trades a great player gets killed. Always,
right.
always, always. I've been doing this for many, many years, and I'm not sure I can remember an example when a team traded. No, that's not true. Maybe when Seattle traded Russ, it was kind of all right, that's a pretty good. There's not a lot of times when a team trades a good player and gets praised for trading him.
Yeah.
I do not necessarily think the Cowboys did the wrong thing by trading Micah Parsons. By the way, Kenny Clark is a good player. Cowboys fans will like Kenny Clark. They really will. He is not Micah Parsons. I don't know if anyone's Micah Parsons. Kenny Clark is a good player at an important position, and the Cowboys have spent years investing in the offensive line and defensive line, and so this is consistent with what they do and believe. They took a guard in the first round last year. They believe in this very strongly. I remember, I don't know if you guys remember this. I talked to Stephen Jones in December last year at the league meeting, and I had heard whispers that the Cowboys were frustrated by the top heaviness of the roster. In other words, having to pay so many players top value. And it's weird because they draft so well that that's part of the deal. But I think they were frustrated in not having really a middle class and having just so much money invested in the best players. And he basically was yeah, we've thought about this. We've studied it. He said, I couldn't imagine Mike in another uniform, but he was absolutely, this is an issue for us, and we are discussing it. And that, to me, was the first time I was okay, they may trade Micah Parsons, and we reported again during the Super Bowl, and this was a season-long thing. I don't think the Cowboys did anything wrong by trading Micah Parsons. Basically, the price was 2 first-rounders and a mid-rounder, which was Kenny Clark, essentially. I think that's solid value. Is it the greatest value of all time? No, but I think it's solid. If they take those picks and use it to get a franchise difference maker, who knows what it is? Maybe it's in 2 years, maybe they trade up when Dak Prescott's 34 and they get a franchise quarterback. Then everybody will say the Micah Parsons trade was the best thing that ever happened to the Cowboys. So I think it was at least good, maybe great, and depending on how they use it, could be franchise changing.
Now,
I heard there that the middle class is important. That was the first thing that I heard.
Absolutely. Maybe another time, Ian, we can have you on to discuss the disappearance of the middle class and the salary cap and the middle class in America. And we could have a really great conversation about that.
I got a lot of thoughts, but we'd have to
okay, all right. That's another conversation for another day. Now, while this has happened, the Cowboys, it feels like, have tried to spin this as if the Deron Bland extension and potentially the Tyler Smith extension, or because Mike is not here anymore. I think that's silly, and they could have got him done either way. But have you heard?
I agree with that.
Okay, and have you heard any buzz about Tyler Smith? Because there's been some rumblings that maybe that extension's coming.
I know they have had talks. It's a challenging deal to do. It is a challenging deal to do. He is a awesome player who I'm sure will be top of the market, as he should be. And the top of the market for guards is really high with Trey Smith. So, like, they have had talks. I haven't heard that anything's imminent, but, like, as we know, deals can happen at any time, so we'll see. But again, like, you know, they could have done these deals with Micah here. For sure they could have. This is another top of the market player. Like, it's a weird problem because all they do is seemingly draft really, really good players. And if they don't, Mozzie Smith, who knows what he's going to be, but, like, they replaced him with Kenny Clark, essentially. So, like, it's a weird problem to have, and every team would like to have this problem. But anyway, yes, they are in talks. I just don't know if anything's actually going to get done.
Do you believe Mullighetto when he says he won't let this whole situation affect the Pickens trade, or is it easy to say that because if Pickens balls out, all the teams are going to want to pay that guy?
Oh, no, I believe him 100%.
Okay.
Like, there's been plenty of times when, like, you know, agents in general have a quote-unquote problem with a team, and then that same team wants to give you, like, the most money in free agency, then it's like, cool, my friend. You know, it's like, I don't get the sense that for real there was anything personal here. Like, it really seemed to me like a full-on, complete and utter disagreement and sort of misjudgment of what the conversation was like. Like, I could never figure out how the Cowboys and David Mullighetto and Micah Parsons were going to square this contract negotiation or whatever it was with Micah, because both sides came out of it thinking something completely different. And so, like, when two sides are completely not on the same page, like, I never got the sense it was personal. They just couldn't figure it out because both sides were believing completely different things.
Talk with Ian Rapoport right here on 105.3 The Fan. One of the great things is you can give us Cowboys insights, national insights. The other day, the interim director for the NFLPA, David White, said an 18-game season is not inevitable. I've thought it's inevitable for some time. What say you?
I definitely understand why he would say that. You know, because I think the idea is if the NFL wants 18 games, then they're going to have to pay the players for it, right? The benefits of having an 18-game season are so unbelievably monumental for everyone involved that I don't know that it's inevitable. I don't know that anything in life is inevitable. But it seems like something that would make sense for all sides. And, like, you know, I'll tell you one thing that's been interesting to me is I think we all sort of thought that a 17-game season would be less healthy for the players. And I'm not just saying this because a lot of them are wearing guardian caps and practice is safer and all of that. But, like, teams have started to treat players different in the 17-game season because, like, if a player is a little injured to start the season, he will not play. Like, there is way more patience with players now than there ever was. Like, you're going to see some stars, like, what's a good example? Isaiah Likely. Like, some stars not on the field to start week one, or if they get injured in week one, like, no problem. Like, take 2 games off because, like, the season is longer. And so, like, I think that bodes well for the 18-game season because teams have started to say, it's okay if you're not out there for 1 game. The rosters are bigger. We can deal with it. Get healthy, be ready for the stretch run. Like, that's more prevalent in the NFL than I can remember.
And then do you think if it went that direction, the NFL would bake in a second bye week to not only go to player safety, but really to get more TV money?
I don't know the answer to that one because some of it depends on the timing. I think the NFL would like eventually, I mean, Roger Goodell said this, the Super Bowl to be on President's weekend. And so if that's the case, then I don't know where a second bye week would come unless you did away with the 2 weeks between the Super Bowl and the championship games. I don't know that anybody wants, or unless you started the season a week earlier, which I don't know that anybody wants. So I guess anything's possible. I just don't know how it would work.
Okay, interesting. And then last question for us Cowboys fans, can you give us any hope that Jaden Daniels is a fraud and the Commanders are going to fall apart to make me feel better?
You wish. I would say the only thing that I would say is it gets harder in the second year. CJ Stroud found this out.
Yeah.
Now, not for everyone, but, teams are ready. Teams have spent the offseason gunning for him. They prepared for him. Everything went well last year for the Commanders, and their schedule's harder. So, I think they're going to be really good. So it sucks for you guys. But it will be a challenge to be really good. You know what I mean? I think they're going to do it, but it will be hard to do it.
NFL Game Day morning, Sunday, 8 o'clock Central on NFL Network. You can catch Ian there. Honestly, you can usually catch Ian everywhere. Yep. Thank you very much for the time, good sir.
No problem. Good talking to you guys. Take care.
Ladies and gentlemen, NFL Network senior insider Ian Rapoport. Sucks to be you guys.
You wish.
Yeah,
Great.
That's fair.
Awesome.
Man, how divisive would that be with the audience if we brought him back at another point and discussed the disappearance of both middle classes and the salary cap?
I just tweeted him, said we're going to do that in the podcast.
All right.
It'll be podcast form.
I'm looking forward to that. I don't know what the audience's hunger is for that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, don't worry, we still got plenty of NFL, but also baseball nuggets where the Rangers get shut out. Next on The Fan.
what was it? Pepper Lady.
Wasn't it cinnamon sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Sweet
No.
Nutmeg baby.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed. He struck him out on a changeup. That is the 8th strikeout for Jack Leiter today. He has at least one in every inning.
See? That was positive. Rest of the day, not so much. Right now,
things happen, bro.
Brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. It's time for baseball and maybe a little bit of football. Nuggets. I have a couple more Cowboys questions, too.
Football nuggets.
If we feel like it. All right.
Mike's dream come true.
Yes.
If you're just now rejoining the show here on the KNC Masterpiece.
What happened?
Mike Bassick is no longer with us.
That was like 5 months ago.
Some people listen to the fan only during football season, and I want to welcome those people back, Kevin.
Yeah,
and I want to
6
say
months ago.
You should listen all the time.
I agree.
And if you're back now and you're like, "Where's Mike?" Well, that was a while ago, but hey, stick around. It'll be fun.
That means they're not into baseball, so we could just be like, he got fired. I'm just kidding.
Maybe.
He did not. He did not. So Jack Leiter, he got off to a rougher start, but I thought this was really positive. In games where we've seen in the past Jack Leiter get off to a tough start, it usually feels like, or it used to feel like that was the beginning of the unraveling.
Okay.
That was not the case in this game whatsoever. I thought innings 3 through 6, so the rest of the way. And he wasn't bad in the first 2 innings, but I thought he really locked down his control. He had a bunch of strikeouts. So solid effort that deserved a win from Jack Leiter. But unfortunately, the Bats were back on vacation. Rangers scored nothing. They lose. That is 2 straight losses for the Rangers.
I'm not the one that is constantly pursuing this, but it appears that Evan Grant is on a mission to prove to everybody that Josh Smith is struggling. I don't know if you've noticed or not.
Yeah, we said that.
His posts, he's like, hey, by the way, guys, have y'all noticed? And it just seems like he's constantly pointing that out. And it's not, but it's, the whole lineup, whenever it's a struggle, it's the whole lineup. Granted, Zach Gallen's a pretty good pitcher. He's pretty damn good. This year he hasn't been as on fire as he's been in the past, but he's a pretty good pitcher. But man, when this offense is, it's not like it's just, one guy's off today. It's like 6 dudes are not having a good day.
And look, this will probably go for any team, but I believe in the last 2 games, Rangers combined 0 for 16 with runners in scoring position. Now,
you were just bragging about how awesome they were.
And they had been doing great, and that was more of a month or so ago problem, but just if you want to look for a common narrative in those 2 games. But also, from a positive perspective, it had been 15 days since the Rangers lost back-to-back games.
Gotcha.
So, they're fine. I wish we would have won either one of those games because everyone around them continues to lose, and you could keep picking up ground in the wild card race and the divisional race. But on the flip side, at least that means you haven't lost any ground, really.
And we never want to lose ground, Kevin.
Absolutely. That is true. All right. Couple of things from across the rest of baseball. Roman Anthony is out for the rest of the season. He has an oblique strain. Obviously, a rookie. He's been having a phenomenal run for the Red Sox. The Orioles, it's been a crap season for them, but one good thing, they went back-to-back-to-back home runs for the second time this season. This is the first season in Orioles history that they've ever had 2 back-to-back-to-back home runs. But I bet they would trade all that to be good at baseball.
Yeah, to not be 9 games out of the wild card. They would
is
be
that how far they are?
Yeah, they're pretty far back. While the Rangers are just 1.5 out,
Man, that's nice that we can
doesn't 1.5 feel like an ocean away? Like it just feels like 9, we can make that up. 1.5, it's just so far for me.
So you don't want me to tell you that if we would have won these last 2 games, we would have had a wild card spot? Don't tell me.
8-1-7. This is what the Rangers do. They gain significant ground with a winning streak, but when they have a chance to seize control, they lose their water.
Man, I'm glad that you didn't say wet the bed. So
that's one of Kevin's favorite terms.
That the Rangers, if anybody is making plays on them on Underdog, please tell me if you've had success. Because
that's a good point.
The one thing I've been consistent on Underdog is playing the opposing pitcher to go higher on strikeouts. But the Rangers still win plenty of times and they have lots of strikeouts. But every time you feel like you have this team figured out, they change it. Like we asked Boch a couple weeks ago, do you feel like your playoffs are dead? And he was like, that's a stupid question. And then they went on a roll. And then we had him on again. And you're like, oh my God, we'll never lose again. And then they lost 2 straight.
Are you kind of happy though that they kind of get this breath before, like 1 day off before they roll with Houston?
I think so.
And kind of get this breath to say, okay, let's reassess and, let's focus on this series and try and gain some more ground here. I like it because I think they needed it. That getaway game, just for whatever reason, I think they can get lost in that sometimes. I think they can get back and focused.
Well, I mean, for sure, because obviously that Houston series is vitally important, but right after that, you play the best team in baseball. So, I mean,
there's a lot to get rolling here, man.
It's just go, 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 and then you go up against the Mets, who, Corey, I know you don't think is very good. Right? All right.
How are they doing?
Quick update. They're pretty good.
They're in the wild card.
Yeah, no, they're pretty good. So, update on expansion. I know for a while, people have just kind of assumed that Nashville was going to be one of the spots. I know Salt Lake City has come up a lot, but you're also seeing stronger, I guess, than anticipated bids and runs by Raleigh, Orlando, Portland, Austin. So there really is like at least half a dozen spots that it looks like have a more realistic case. Like I said, I feel like everybody thinks Nashville is going to get one of the teams, but for a while it felt like maybe both of them were rubber stamped, but now it looks like, maybe even Montreal, Charlotte, San Jose, although I guess Raleigh and Charlotte could make some sort of, I don't know, combination bid or something. San Jose, Vancouver.
I wonder how many of these cities with their bids, what kind of stadiums they're proposing.
Yeah.
Like how many of them are saying, no, we're open air. How many are saying, no, it's dome. And, what the difference in price for all that is and how much that affects what MLB wants to do. I don't know if it does or not, honestly.
Honestly, if you were one of those cities, would you not go to MLB and say, what are your preferred specs on your stadium?
1,000%.
Because, that could be the difference.
Yeah.
For Salt Lake City or wherever.
Yeah, we'll put a dome on it, even though the weather's beautiful here all the time. But if that's what y'all want, we'll make it happen.
If that is the way to get,
I think every stadium,
team?
Kevin, every stadium should have retractable dome anyway. Just in case it's a beautiful day. Hey, look, if the dew point's bad that day, you keep it closed. If the dew point's fantastic, then you open it up and let the people enjoy the sky.
You know how we've moved away from batting average and pitcher wins and everything like that? Do you think we've also moved away as a society from baseball has to be an outside game?
I think we've also moved away from the temperature being real because the humidity affects it the most, Kevin.
Look, that's something you said a decade ago that I really agree with. I think the temperature is stupid because whenever it's cold, they're like, but it feels like, and I'm like, tell me what it feels like. I don't want to know if all conditions were perfect, what it would be like.
Yeah, when I step outside, if I see the temperature's this and it feels like that, then I dressed wrong.
Yeah, somebody's going to punch you in the face and you're like, oh my God, it's so cold. Well, actually, it's 51 degrees, so it's not really cold. And you're like, hey, dip S, there's 20, mile per hour wind, so shut up. We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with former Cowboys defensive tackle, two-time Super Bowl champion, Tony Casillas, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
By our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, we bring to you former Cowboys defensive tackle, two-time Super Bowl champion, Tony Casillas. Good morning, sir.
What's up, fellas?
Do you want us to start talking about the game, or do you want a few minutes to talk about how much you did not like the Micah Parsons trade?
You choose. I guess we can start with the Micah Parsons because I think that's when you look at this game tonight, that's probably going to be the reasons why the Cowboys don't win. I mean, let's face it, the Eagles, they're a team that they pretty much know what they have. In Dallas right now, we know some of the guys, the George Pickens, some of the players that they've already had on the team. We're not sure what the dynamic is, but we know there's a lot of potential. But I think it's going to come down to 2 or 3 big plays in this game, and I think that they don't have that. And I'm just like everyone else, is blown away the decision to trade Micah, regardless of what we don't know about him personally in the locker room, how Jerry Jones got his feelings hurt. You just don't trade a generational player like Micah Parsons.
Is there, just kind of going off of what you were just saying, because a lot of that makes sense to me, do you think there's any chance that Jerry Jones made that trade or the Cowboys made that trade because they didn't know what they had and they were like, you know what, then we do need to take a step back and kind of reassess and rebuild our assets?
Well, that's a great point because I think that they're certainly not any closer than they were when they had Micah, and no doubt about that. And I think that, I think that there's some really, really unbelievable expectations and firepower on that offensive side, but we haven't seen it. But I just know that, again, I mean, you go back to, and I hate to keep going back to the 90s, but Chuck was one of the missing ingredient, and it got us to where we needed to be. And maybe in a roundabout way, to your point, is they see the makeup of this team and think, well, we're probably 2 or 3 years away, so let's get the draft, let's get the picks, and let's try to build and get some players. They bring in a great defensive tackle from Green Bay. Clark. And so I think there's some really good points to that. But, to your point, I think it's a great one because I definitely don't think this team is closer than they were when they had Micah Parsons.
Tony Casillas joining us here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. We discussed your tweet for a few segments, I think, and that was, hold on, you traded this to stop the run,
which I do get.
And I understand that part of the conversation. But in your experience, having played this game for as long as you did, what is the most effective way to stop the run, and can Eberflus scheme up pressure on the quarterback at the same time?
Well, I think that you have to have the interior. You got to have that heart of your defense, because we saw last year that they just got gouged so many times. And, to Jerry's point about trying to get a run stopper, well, how about the Mozzie Smiths? That hasn't worked. You drafted him to come in here and be a future Pro Bowl player. That didn't work, and then you go out and you're going to trade someone like Micah Parsons, who's getting you, over 10 sacks a season, wants to be paid, which he finally got paid. I just don't buy into that. And, I think to your point, you have to have the interior part. You got to have your good linebackers, but you do have to have the 3 technique and a 1 technique, and those guys inside to just stop the run and not bleed on first and second down, and just make it so easy for the offense to, do a play call and, convert and move the chain. So I hope Kenny Clark, I hope he's the guy that we, after everything's, after 8 weeks, we look back and said, man, that's one of the best trades Jerry Jones has ever made.
Yeah.
Teams aren't averages and not gouging, but, I just think that you say things like that because you haven't addressed the issue where you've tried to, and you really kind of swung and missed. And I think it really kind of comes down to that.
Now, I know we make a big deal out of like baseball opening day and everything, but it feels like the NFL, especially with a Thursday kind of standalone game, it's become a really huge deal, that opening weekend and everything. When you were playing, did you get extra jacked up for that first game, or you're like, well, there's only 16, so I'm going to be pretty fired up for every single one of them?
Oh, no, I think that, everybody says, well, there's 16 more games after this, but how about the stage, guys? And you're playing the hated Eagles, and it's we didn't ever play a division opponent. It would have been great if we'd opened up. Not that we needed any more, motivation, but when you're playing the Eagles, of defending Super Bowl champs, and the Cowboys, it doesn't get any better. The hatred of the Eagles fans playing there. I know one thing: if you're a Cowboys fan, you either need to take a pair of boxing gloves with you, or don't wear, blue and silver, because that's a tough place to play. But there's nothing about the opening week. And I think a lot have said, oh not everybody's going to win and teams got to lose. But man, when it's a division game and you're playing in Philly and it's on national TV, and everybody's hyped up for the season, and let's not make this anticlimactic for the fans. And really, I don't think a stage gets better than that. It's almost like already a playoff energy. But as we know, we really haven't seen everyone play, because you just don't be able to see that in preseason. So I think that's the fascinating part about it. As a player, you just can't. This is what you play the game for. And it doesn't get any better than this for a regular season opening game.
And hearing the guys in the Gambler talk about the energy of the Super Bowl and how that hits you in a different way in playoff games, and kind of what you're talking about for tonight's game too. You always hear players talk about the speed of the game early in the game. Can you kind of explain the difference in the speed of a game and when it kind of comes back down to normal in a game like this?
Well, I think now it's the mental aspect of the preparation and the looks and everything you prepare for when you're practicing. You're doing some preseason work, but now you just don't see guys beating each other up. It's only 3 preseason games, so I think it's easy for the process on the defensive side of the ball, because we're so smart and we just absorb all the information.
Yeah, so much better than the
about that.
We did look at each other and laugh, and so
I was waiting for you guys to start laughing. But
it's game day. I don't have time for laughing.
It's always been smarter. We always knew this. Yes.
But I think the whole process for the defense is a little easier, because I think the hitting is a little different, but I mean that's what you play the game for, to go out there and just try to just knock someone's head off legally. So I think the speed of the game is a total offensively execution, but also I think for defenses, especially in the secondary and all the different looks and everything's just happen a lot faster. And but I think the older guys understand that. Younger guys would be a little wide-eyed, open, and like, wow, this may take some time because I haven't seen this. But I think if you have a veteran team, I think you can handle that. But there's nothing like the speed. There's nothing like the violence of actually getting to hit someone and really just all the off season, the OTAs, the mini camps, and everything else. This is what you play for.
That's. I'm glad you brought the word violence to the table, because we were discussing this yesterday. Eberflus and Sam Williams were talking about they want this defense to be a violent defense.
Oh yeah.
Where does that come from? Is it? It feel like it's got to be the entire group is committed to being that kind of team.
Well, I love Shoddy. I think that he has brought a lot of energy to that building, and I love Matt Eberflus. I've been fortunate to play golf and talk to him. He's a tremendous defensive mind, and that's what he wants to play fast. He wants to play violent. He wants to play smart. And I think in his his defense, it gives you the capability to do those things. And I think for the first game especially, I think the mental preparation shows up a lot more than anything. The physical, the speed, but I think the team that's locked in and really, the football aptitude, if you will, and just kind of stay locked in on that, then you can let it eat. And I think Matt's defense gives you the opportunity to do that because he wants you to be a playmaker. He wants you to be a smart playmaker and big playmaker. And I think that sometimes there's been too much emphasis off, okay, let's go make a big play, but mentally we're not going to be. We end up just sacrificing that because we're not in the right position.
Mm-hmm.
We bust coverages, lanes, whatever that be. So, and I think guys love that. They love to say, hey, look, just take the handles off and let's just go let it eat. And I think that this defense, I'm excited about seeing it. I really am. I know we talk about Micah, but I really am looking forward to see what this defense will look like compared to last year.
Now, how much were you familiar with going into each game, the injury report for the other team? Because like Landon Dickerson is good to go, their guard, but he had been having some back issues leading into it. Did you know the injury report and maybe how to attack legally accordingly?
I tell you what, it's kind of misleading because let's take someone like, I don't know, Lane Johnson or back when Larry Allen. You saw Larry Allen on the questionable list. You're like, oh my God, I hope that guy doesn't play. And then he ends up playing the whole game. You're like, oh my God, that was kind of the hardest games I've ever played. So I don't think you ever look into that unless they're period out. I think that's okay. Well, they've already submitted, who's available, but I really don't look into that. You still got to, whoever it is, it doesn't matter. I mean, there's been times when you line up against a rookie and you're like, oh my God, I'm just going to let it eat and I'm going to have and we call it the mullets, but we ended up being like one of the more difficult games because you just kind of bought into that. So I don't think you look into that. I think maybe that's more the gambling aspect of it. If you're a fantasy football owner or you're gambling, maybe you look into that. But as a player, you just whoever lines up against you, with your grandma or whoever it is, you're just going to try to beat the hell out of them. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that.
That's fine.
No, that's fine.
Right. Yeah, that's one of the okay ones.
Yeah, if your grandmother lined up across from you in one of those games, do you think you could floor her?
Hey, if I did, no, there'd be a problem. Now I'd have now at this age probably have a struggle, but back in the prime, no doubt about it. Grandma would probably not be sending me any Christmas cards anymore.
Now, Tony Casillas joining us here on the KNC Masterpiece, two-time Super Bowl champion. Last year when we talked, Tony, I was talking about my son. He was getting into football. He's 7th grade. He's now 8th grade. They've beaten their opponents 42-0 and 35-7 in their first two games. And their coach has told them we still weren't good enough. Do all the best coaches say, "Hey guys, we have things to improve," even if we did that?
Well, I have my own take on youth football coaches, but
yeah, that's right.
So you guys won 42-0, and then what was the other score?
35-7.
And you guys are 8th graders?
Yeah, they're 8th graders.
Were you guys playing the 5th grade or what?
Wow.
No. Actually, what happened is one of the other schools closed down, and so our school collected all the best players from that other school.
I'm just joking with you. No, I think that it's great whenever they're that age, because when your kids get older and they decide that that's not their gig, then. But I think that there's never enough preparation. There's never enough. No, I don't. There's no such thing as mercy football, and so you just try to beat them to submission. I think in the NFL that's kind of your frame of mind, because it's just a different, the mental aspect of it, because all these dudes are just physically gifted and they're in the NFL for a reason. There's only 53 guys on the roster, but then the mental aspect of it, man, it's a preparation and just if the guy, closes his eyes, you know which way he's going, or if he twitches or whatever. I mean, those are little nuances that you have to take advantage of when you're studying your opponent. But, it's just to stay locked in and to focus on what's in front of you.
Now, the Cowboys are pretty hefty underdogs tonight. It's gotten up to 8.5. Do you have a prediction for this evening?
Yeah, I just when you look at Philly, I mean, they're so top to bottom. They're just good. They're built to win. I hate to say this, but they're built to win multiple Super Bowls. And you try to look at a weak aspect of their team, and it's kind of hard to find something that just kind of keeps you from going with that spread. But I don't know. I think Dallas has to. I don't know if it's Javonte Williams or they got to be able to run the football, which I don't think they'll be able to, because look at Philly's defensive front. But I think this is they're going to have to air it out. And I think Shoddy will do that. He's not afraid to throw the football, to sling it. But and defensively, you got one of the best running backs in the NFL. He's coming off an unbelievable year in Saquon Barkley. So. I mean, how are you have to stop that cat, and then you're gonna have to rush the passer. So I'll get to it. I just like the Eagles to win. I'm gonna say 35-21, maybe.
Okay. All right, I'll take 3 touchdowns.
It's just hard to say that the Cowboys will. I don't think they'll win, but I think it will hopefully be closer than what we think, just because of who it is and the stage.
Well, excellent insight. We always appreciate having you on. Thanks a lot, sir.
Anytime, fellas. Have a great one.
Yes, sir.
Now, let me ask you a question. It's got to be either pluck the Eagles or
Yes, yeah.
The Eagles. What's the narrative to that? Let's just go with the latter on that.
Well, if we were off air, I would give you a different answer. But since we're not, I'll say pluck the Eagles.
Thanks, Tony.
Hey, thanks a lot, guys. I appreciate it. Have a good one.
Although, to be fair,
I don't know. I didn't hear it.
I did just look at the fan text. Alec Medford. I swear it was not on purpose. If so, did I say something inappropriate?
I didn't hear anything, no.
Okay, because I'm seeing a lot of people were like, what did you just say? And I was like, I don't think I said that, but I trust there are a lot of texts.
You said it about Cooper Flagg once.
That is true.
So.
And then when I said that, I just quit talking and put my head down on the table. So, I mean, but there are a lot of texts that say I might have said something inappropriate.
You're fine.
If so, I apologize. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus we might have a new contender for the biggest ripoff in sports next on The Fan. This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Prescott's in the gun again. Pollard on his right. Back to throw, looking right, deep to the end zone. Leaping catch for Jake Ferguson. Touchdown, Cowboys to start the game.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is, in fact, Cowboys game day. Pregame gets started 4 o'clock after a shortened version of the G-Bag Nation with kickoff about 7:20 right here on your home of the Cowboys and the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. But you know what? 105.3 The Fan is also your home of this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time, 4 a.m. on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Twitch and YouTube is available for you as well. Plus, I might have found the new biggest ripoff in sports.
Oh.
We'll get to that here in just a little bit. It comes from Kevin's favorite sports world, golf. Get to that here in just a
he's
moment.
always been a fan.
Yeah, he's always said that, you know. And
do people still do that stupid way of putting?
Yeah, that stupid way.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, where they're like standing right over their club and they hit it with
absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a buddy that does.
I hate that.
Yeah, it's infuriating.
Kevin's usually fighting for more golf content on the station. He's like, the fans, the fans are here for golf
I've
content.
come up with a few golf topics this
I'm proud
year.
of you. Yeah. How many?
Probably 2. No, 3. Yeah, 3.
Well, I'll make it 4 for you, and then you can claim the credit for it because it happened on the show that's named after you. So there you go. Gentlemen, it is game day. And
hell yeah.
Dude, my son yesterday was like, I said, hey, Wednesday's coming up. And he was like, I don't know what Wednesday is. Wednesday's game day. Game day! And I was like, okay. So I like it, though.
I like that. I like that mentality. And for me, I don't know. I'm kind of with Corey earlier in the show. I don't know if it's the fact that it's Thursday and we don't have any other games going on. It hasn't really hit me yet. I don't think it's going to hit me until the pregame show starts here on these airwaves. Like, I really don't. I think once I settle in and I start kind of taking in the information.
I could see that.
You get the local broadcast here on the Fan giving you everything that you need to know, the inactives, the actives, whatever. And then you have, like, on the TV, you might have a national insider pop in and give a random story that you're like, huh, that's interesting. I think when that stuff starts happening, it's going to hit me.
By the way, on our pregame show right here on the Fan, we're going to have Matthew Berry, Merrill Reese. You're going to hear back to that Mike Tirico interview with Sean and RJ, and the player profiles with Deron Bland. So it is a stacked pregame right here on the Fan.
It is, and if you need more of a football fix, if you're just joining us, the Ian Rapoport interview with Kevin and Corey is up on the website, so you can go check that out, 1053thefan.com podcast page. But I want to know, how are you taking in the game today? 877-881-1053. Map out your day for me. What's a Thursday night Cowboy primetime game like for you?
I'm really glad that you asked this question. Can I tag on another question? Because it might kind of answer yours.
Please do.
How do you feel about the concept of starting the game like 30 minutes late, give or take, so you can plow through commercial breaks and stuff like that? Okay.
I understand it.
Because I do that sometimes.
However, I like to also play games on my phone while I do things. And so if I do that, I have to have access to Wi-Fi / 5G.
Okay.
Is 5G the highest we have right now still? Yeah.
I believe that.
I think so.
So I have to so what's going to happen? Somebody's going to text, boom! Or, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
And I'm going to be like, oh, so I'm going to be behind, and I'm going to anticipate what's happening. So I actually have to, if I'm going to do that, Kevin, I go blackout mode.
Okay.
Nothing else is on, and it's just going to be, hey, everybody stay away from me for a little bit. But I just can't do it that way. And I won't be doing it that way tonight at the Bearded Monkey in Lavon, Kevin. Lavon, Texas.
And see, that makes a lot of sense to me if you're in public, because then you're like interacting with people, especially in the commercial break or like in between plays and stuff like that. That makes a lot of sense to me. Just when I watch it at home, and like my wife cares, but she's not like, I need to stay here and watch every second. So sometimes I do that.
My favorite part, the most underrated part for me in like the fantasy football group chats and stuff, is inevitably finding out who has the best TV signal, because they are the one texting that boom or oh my God, like 15 seconds before everybody else. So they're like, dude, chill out. Like, just wait 15 seconds, give us a little radio delay, and then send your reaction, because we need to catch up, because some people are streaming on their phone because they're on the go, or some people are in the car listening on the fan and they have no delay. Like, everybody's getting it every which way, so they don't know that there's a little bit of a difference.
Mark that.
Isn't that interesting that instead of just like jumping around and cheering, we've gone to, I got to get my phone.
That's
high tech.
So tonight
sound effect and everything
at the Bearded Monkey from 7 to 10
in Lavon.
In Lavon, I know the first thing I do when a touchdown scored is I'm looking for people to high five.
Oh, I can see
like
that.
it's to this day, it's like we did it, and there's just something. There's just I didn't have anything to do with it, but we did it. You know, like yes, it's a fun. It's still everybody. I'm trying to high five everybody in the room if I can. So by the way, just be prepared for that.
So I like that. You know what? I've been in a tough spot the last 2 years, and last year when it was really apparent. Noah doesn't totally understand the differences between some loud noises. So last year there's a couple times where I'm like, yeah! And he thought I was mad because I was like excited about a play that would happen. And
so he wouldn't hit under the bed.
Yeah, or he gives you that look. You know, that
bottom
kid
lip
look.
starts to quiver.
Yeah, that kid look that they give to you. So I've had to kind of like tone down my reactions at times just so he doesn't get scared.
I like this from the 972. I like to turn down the TV and sync the sound from the radio broadcast, which that takes some precision with the rewinding, or the skipping ahead, getting exactly lined up. That's one thing that I do love about Major League Baseball's MLB broadcast, is where you can just totally cut off the sound and pair up the local radio broadcast.
Yeah, on Apple TV, didn't they? The host said, he was like, if you hate me, you can just listen to your local broadcast.
Yeah, Ryan Spilborgs was like, if you're tired of listening to me, you could listen to Eric and Matt and Jared, because I might suck.
Well, as long as you're watching.
I had no idea people had such passionate thoughts about like the speed at which you watch the game from the 469. My stepdad does that starting the game late, and it's infuriating. And then another person's like, I've been watching every game like that for 5 years.
And my father-in-law, if let's say they order dinner and he doesn't like delivery, he wants to pick it up.
Yeah.
So if they order dinner, he'll pause the game and leave and go pick up dinner. And I'm sitting there. I'm sitting there just tapping my hand like, oh my gosh.
What are we doing?
A drink right now.
I chronically plan things out whenever I have like get-togethers for games or events like this. And I'm the same way. I'm not going to pay for delivery because a lot of these places that I'm going to order from are within 5-10 minutes of my house anyways. So I'm like, that feels dumb. So I end up scheduling to pick up the pizza at, let's say it's a primetime game like tonight. I'll set it for 6:45. I get there, I pick it up at 6:45. I'm back before kickoff, right before kickoff, maybe like 5 to 8 minutes. Like, it's on time every single time. I will be the person to go pick it up, and because I know I'm going to do it right. I know that everybody's going to be in the house. I know that everybody's going to be seated. They're going to have a coldie in their hands, and they're going to have a slice of pizza ready for them right when the ball is getting kicked off.
Are you impressed at how well society has taken advantage of our laziness, though? They're like, hey, I don't care if it is 2 miles away. You don't want to get up. I know you don't want to get up. It's $5 for the fee plus whatever you're going to tip the delivery driver, and you're going to pay that because to you it's worth whatever, $12 to not have to leave your house.
And you just reminded me that I had the craziest experience leaving the weekend concert on Thursday.
Could you feel your face?
I could.
Okay.
Actually, during the concert, I couldn't because I was right next to some pyro cannons, so the fire was insanely hot. I didn't know fire was that hot. You know, sometimes you learn.
Sorry, what?
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
confusing.
whenever giant pyro cannons are literally 5 feet away from you, you don't because Kevin, you know this at wrestling shows.
Man, this ice is cold.
Yeah, you can feel the pyro cannons and stuff, but you're
The first time I was
away.
been next to a fire before. The first time I was really close to what they call their concussions when they go off at the wrestling show. That scared the bejesus out of me.
And you don't realize because they're shooting massive fireballs for a 3.5-minute song.
Yeah.
Just nonstop. I'm like, how did these security guards just stand there wearing sleeves? Like, y'all are crazy.
And then he drank a bottle of water and he was like, why is this water so wet? Threw it on the ground. He was furious.
I'm a man of many questions. But you reminded me that the Uber there was like, $20, about a 15-mile drive because everybody was trying to leave at the same time, about 60,000 people trying to leave one building.
Right.
The Uber back home, 15 miles was like $100.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, so I was like, I'm going to cheat the system. I'm going to walk a couple miles away from the stadium, and then I'm going to book the Uber. Save me like $50.
Wow.
Just to walk a couple of miles.
Okay.
I was like, okay, I know that for next time. So that, people will take advantage of your laziness. And guys, PGA is trying to take advantage of your laziness, actually. It's a great segue, Kevin.
I mean, you did it.
I mean, you set me up for it. Teamwork. And the PGA of America is absolutely ripping off the Masters tournament with quote-unquote party kits for the Ryder Cup that are laughably overpriced. So the Ryder Cup is heading back to American soil this year. It's 4 years after the home team walked away with a victory at Whistling Straits. And now, for the fans that do not want to actually attend, they are selling on SeatGeek Ryder Cup live party kits. And this is going to be an at-home version that will set you back close to $350 for an ultimate option. How about $1,000?
What?
And what you get with these party kits are all the Ryder Cup gatherings at home that you're going to have, because of course you're going to have those. 24 cocktail napkins, a dozen coasters, cups, drink stirrers, skewers, toothpicks, along with some balloons, a pennant, a table runner, and a custom watercolor art print of the golf course, and a booklet featuring Ryder Cup trivia and cocktail recipes. And you don't even get the ingredients to make said drinks. You just get the recipes for them. So,
oh my gosh.
Yeah, if you want to have a Ryder Cup party, it's going to set you back about $1,000 for all the official party fixings, and you don't get any of the ingredients to actually make the party happen.
That's wild.
Yeah.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. The best on offense, the best on defense, and a new QB1. Next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Allen keeps it himself. Allen to the right. Allen to the goal line. Lowers his shoulder. He's in. Touchdown, Josh Allen.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
There we go. Dip it. Oh my gosh, what are you doing right now? Why did you bring back Here We Go?
Trying to bring some good luck, man.
What part of you believes that has served as good luck for us?
Oh no.
They are keeping it, kinda.
Yeah.
Like they were like, we got a couple of different versions of it, but we are kinda keeping it around.
Which I like that.
All right, so you know what? Mix it in. Mix it up a little bit. I like it, Alec.
All right, let's start with
Threw me off.
Nick Bonito.
All right.
I just think that's such a fun way to say it.
Bonito.
We just talked about him being part of one of the top tandems of pass rushers in the league. The second-round pick in 2022. He had 9.5 sacks total his first two seasons. He's more rotational, got his chances to shine last year, had 13.5 sacks He was rewarded with a 4-year, $120 million contract. It's actually 4 for 106, but it can be worth up to 120 with $70 million in guaranteed money. So big play for him right there.
Pretty sure that was one of our own Carter Freeman's first football crushes that I knew about, at least.
Well,
Nick
good,
Bonito.
good choice. Clearly,
that former Sooner did his job, man.
Clearly, he's doing very well. Now, this is really interesting to me. So The Athletic, and I'm going to skip over a lot of these questions, but The Athletic had a panel of NFL people, including players, and got them to vote on things like who's the MVP, everything like that. And I feel like we've kind of talked about some of those questions in the past, but instead I want to skip ahead to this. If you are starting a franchise from scratch, who are the top 3 quarterbacks that you would take?
Depending on how I want to build it, obviously. Josh Allen. Ooh.
Is that who you say first?
No. I'm kind of putting the group together. Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes. God, I love Joe Burrow too, though. So I'll probably kick out Josh Allen for Joe Burrow.
Okay.
So I would probably go Mahomes 1, Joe Burrow 2, and Lamar Jackson 3. Because I have to build a team and really, try to understand how I want to cater to Lamar Jackson's skill set.
Okay.
His skill set's different and it's beneficial but I can do some different things with him I can't do with anybody else.
So I'm glad that you broke it down like that.
But I also want to add this. But that's not because I think his throwing's a weakness. I just think now, having watched last year what he did,
right
now I think I have the benefit of both worlds with him.
I believe Josh Allen is only 8 months younger than Patrick Mahomes. So it's not an age issue.
No.
He got the most votes.
Okay.
Josh Allen got the most votes over Patrick Mahomes.
Probably the biggest arm out of the group.
I could see that. That's just, I don't know. I found that pretty stunning. Patrick Mahomes was tied up with Joe Burrow. It feels like we're not that far removed from everybody in the world being like, this is obviously your number 1 quarterback. But Josh Allen got the most votes, and then Patrick Mahomes and Joe Burrow. Lamar Jackson was 5th.
Interesting.
So think about this. If it's Allen, Mahomes, Burrow, somebody else, and then Lamar Jackson, who do you think that somebody else is?
Jalen Hurts.
Jalen Hurts
is not it.
Did not get a vote.
Jaden Daniels. So Josh Allen got 22 votes, Mahomes 19, Burrow 19, Jaden Daniels 13, Lamar Jackson only 7. And then, of course, who's... See, that's the thing about Lamar Jackson that I don't think people know how to use him.
Yeah.
And they just think that he's just this running quarterback. Last year, I think, honestly, he proved that very wrong when he finally had an offensive coordinator that was willing to let him be him.
Yeah. And look, right after that, of course, the man who has all
Mark Andrews just caught 1 football.
Measurables, but hasn't really done anything quite yet, is Justin Herbert at number 6. All right. Excluding quarterbacks, who will be the best player on offense this year?
Oh, Patrick Mahomes.
Excluding
Saquon Barkley.
Saquon Barkley, 2nd.
2nd to Jamar Chase.
And you know what? Again, we talked about this yesterday in the players poll. There seems to have been created some separation in some places between Chase and Jefferson. Consider this. Jamar Chase, 17 votes. Saquon, 10. Justin Jefferson, 2. Now, I know part of that, at least, is because he has what is essentially a rookie throwing him the ball. I know technically he's not a rookie, and Jamar Chase has, one of the top 3 quarterbacks in the league per this survey. But that's still a shocking difference to me. 17 votes to 2 votes. Who will be the best defensive player in the league this season?
Non-quarterback?
Correct.
All right.
You know what? Actually, no. If you think Patrick Mahomes will be the best defensive player, let me know. And then I'll stop talking to you.
I want to know which quarterback has thrown the most interceptions but gotten the tackles. And
Josh Allen. It's got to be Josh Allen, right? Josh Allen will go tackle somebody.
I wonder if Will Anderson is at the top of this list too. And I'll go ahead and put him there.
He is not. It was a runaway.
Myles Garrett.
For Myles Garrett. But then think about this. Mike Parsons is the best. He's generational.
He's very good.
He got 3 votes.
So Babe said this morning, and we've kind of discussed this, but he was talking with Sean and RJ and Bobby and Peyton's show, and he said, I don't like using generational. Generation only comes out once every 25
Agreed.
years. And I was like, oh, wow, that's actually very interesting.
Yeah.
So I really do dive in on that, and I'm kind of trying to figure out, like, Aaron Donald would be the generational player of the last 25 years.
Yeah. And so Myles Garrett leads the way with 17 votes. TJ Watt, 4. Max Crosby, 4. And then, and only then, does Micah Parsons get 3 votes. So
okay.
Micah Parsons is awesome. I don't think anyone's here to dispute that. But people talk about him like it's an accepted fact he's the best defensive player in the league. And I think that's silly. I think you could find a whole plethora of people who'd think he's the 4th best. Defensive player in the league. Who is the best offensive play caller in the NFL?
Ben Johnson.
Ben Johnson's 3rd.
Kellen Moore.
Kellen Moore.
Because he's calling plays for himself this year.
I'm sorry, Kellen Moore did not get a vote in this poll.
Kyle Reed.
It's not Kyle Yeomans.
Dude,
Kyle Shanahan.
I would vote for Kyle Yeomans.
Ooh, I would too.
Yeah.
Because he knows how to deploy the triplets. And Sean McVay. It's a fun joke if you know Kyle personally. Because he has 3 kids and they're triplets. Sean McVay 1, Kyle Shanahan 2, Ben Johnson 3.
I forget about Sean McVay too often. Like the stuff that he's done with sometimes when he's had nobody.
Yes.
And then when he's turned players into something.
And for the team you're playing this evening, Vic Fangio got the most votes for best defensive play caller. 2nd, Brian Flores. I would argue pretty mightily that Brian Flores should be number 1.
What do you call him, Alec?
The boogeyman.
Yeah. I'm with you on that.
And that's one of the reasons that people like Minnesota so much is because of the 2 coaches they have with their skill set. Kevin O'Connell's fantastic with his offensive mind, and Brian Flores is the boogeyman.
Steven Spagnola. Nope. Steve, not Steven. Spagnola. He's 3rd. And Matt Eberflus got 1 vote.
Spagnola's okay, Kevin. You didn't have to do that to him.
Hey.
You just wait until after this year. All right.
Okay. Better than our offensive guy. He got no vote.
Spagnola's been doing this thing for a long time at a high level, and
that's still got jacknuts like me calling him Steven.
Steven Spagnola.
I don't know.
Hey, Steven.
I don't know why. All right, a couple of other updates for you. Chase Young, he suffered a calf injury in practice yesterday. Dre Greenlaw, he is out of practice with a quad injury. And then one of the things that we talked about with Jacoby Myers is he requested a trade. He is very to the point. He goes, yes, I requested a trade. They said no. And he said he's ready to play for week 1. So he's like, I'm just going to cut right to the freaking chase, and I kind of like that.
Yeah.
And he's going to play for the team that he said he was going to play for. That's cool, too.
What? Hold on. What are you doing?
All right,
What
let's
are you
go
doing right
from
now?
that to the Ravens and the Bills. Ravens and the Bills will be the 5th time that the last 2 MVPs have met in week 1. Now, this is going to be a fun trip down memory lane. It also happened in week 1 of the 2000 season when Terrell Davis and Kurt Warner faced off against one another.
Dude, how did that go? Did Kurt Warner tackle Davis or not?
I don't think so.
Okay, all right.
To be fair, I don't recall that particular game, or to be prepared, the next 2 games I'm going to list. I don't remember how those turned out either. Also, in 1998, Barry Sanders against Brett Favre. Also, in 1980, Earl Campbell against Terry Bradshaw. So we have seen this.
Terry Bradshaw won an MVP?
Yeah, it's pretty
throwing
good.
for 88 yards?
Well, this is when you're
in a whole season.
It was a different time in the NFL, right?
Gotta go look up his stats.
Okay, well, they probably
you know what?
weren't great.
Anytime that conversation with Terry Bradshaw, the conversation will always end in, you can look at all the stats
Right.
you want.
4.
And then he drops 4 rings on the table.
And he's going to tell you 4-0, right? By the way, it also happened last year with Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes.
Oh, yeah. He threw 28 touchdowns and 20 interceptions this MVP season.
Look, that is something I've had to work on as well. I used to tell everybody that Joe Namath is the most fraudulent Hall of Famer. And I was like, you know what? It was a different time when if they threw the ball, you're like, what kind of sorcery is this? So I hear what you're saying. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's about to be noon on a Cowboys game day. You know what that means. Cowboys win because, Cowboys lose because. Let us know. Franklin Frankel, injury attorney, text line 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, Corey Majors.
Barefoot on the beach while I'm swimming.
And, of course, the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, it is a Cowboys game day. Pregame starts 4 o'clock right here on 105.3 The Fan. By the way, loaded pregame. Matthew Berry's going to be on there. Merrill Reese, Mike Tirico, and CA's player profile, Deron Bland, with a 7:20 kickoff. All of it on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. But if it's game day, if it is high noon-ish, it is time for Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because. 877-881-1053. Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line. You know the deal. Tell us the reason Cowboys are going to win. Tell us the reason that the Cowboys are going to lose. From the 817, Cowboys win because pluck the Eagles and Dak throws 4-5 touchdowns.
Dude,
with CD catching 3 of them.
Tony Casillas set us up with a good one there, man. I like it.
He did.
Man, I'm going to have to give some thought to this one, Kevin.
Okay, well, feels like we're pretty consistent with it. It's like the combo platter when you guys are like, how does this work again?
No, I got this.
Spoiler alert for tomorrow, it's going to be about frontmen for bands. From the 972, Cowboys win because Dak looks like the second place MVP player again. And Cowboys lose because the Jones family is a joke.
I mean, okay.
From the 817, I'll let you think. Cowboys win because they will sweep the Eagles and contain Barkley to under 100 yards. If Saquon Barkley gets less than 100 yards rushing and the Cowboys don't turn the ball over like 3 times or something and lose, I will be very disappointed.
Dude, okay, I'm sorry. I was like, hold on, what? I mean, and yesterday didn't he bring up like, hey, we're thinking if we get 3 turnovers a game, we're winning.
Great.
Yeah.
You should probably go like 15. Okay, I'll take that. At least 15-2 if you're able to do that.
Cowboys win because they actually can run the football. They did not show us anything in the preseason. Their offensive line was not the build that you're going to see during the season. Tyler Smith wasn't out there. Your running back group wasn't out there. Now, you barely even got any good looks at Jaden Blue, honestly, because of injuries. But Javonte Williams, you didn't get to see any of that. So Cowboys win because they effectively run the ball tonight, and that sets up for a fantastic passing game. If you just go out there and go, we have to force the ball to these guys, and all they are is dropping back in coverage,
you're going to lose.
You're done.
Yeah.
But if you can run the ball effectively, you force their defense to take a different look at what you're doing.
All right. My Cowboys win because Cooper DeJean and Quinyon Mitchell need a little bit more time to learn how to be awesome, while CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens do not. All right, so Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean they're quality players, and they look like they have the potential to be just awesome. I'm hoping that they have not quite reached that potential just yet. Meanwhile, CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens, they've never played together. But since 2022, you take that combination, they have 7,143 receiving yards. That's the second most of any NFL wide receiver duo in those 3 years. And so I know we haven't seen it happen together in a real game yet, but the potential is high.
Kevin, would you like a Pro Football Focus statistics?
As long as it agrees with one of my narratives, yes. I'm just kidding. People seem to use and then disavow.
This will definitely agree with one of your narratives.
Oh, great.
A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith's projections for this year for receptions, 172. CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens' projection for receptions, 173.
Hell yeah.
Yards for the Eagles receivers, 2,092. For the Cowboys receivers, 2,110. For the Eagles touchdown receivers, 12.
Okay. For the
CeeDee
Cowboys.
Lamb and George Pickens, 13. Those are the projections for their numbers. So just slightly better.
Okay.
To
Just
the
a
Cowboys.
Quick side question. Is there any part of you that thinks PFF was like, hey, just bump them up like 2%?
Just one
From whatever the
reception more,
Eagles- Yeah.
one touchdown more.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Alec, do you have a Cowboys win because?
Cowboys win because I'm going to get really specific. 1 point in the game. Cowboys win because they score a touchdown on their first drive.
Ooh.
And the reason I say that is because there's a couple of reasons why. One, I know that a former producer here that was here about a year ago didn't believe in momentum. I do in sports.
Oh, yeah, in your face, Reggie.
And I do think that that's going to play a big deal with this group of guys, and this group of guys being this coaching staff. They seem really emotional. They seem really invested in the moment. So if they're feeling hot in the moment, I think that's going to continue. I think the confidence is going to be there. But the other part is, you've heard it from Dak after practice this week. He said that Shoddy has a plan. Like, he has a very specific Eagles week 1 plan that he's been building ever since the second preseason game. And he's excited to execute that plan. If they have a plan and they stick to that plan that works, that tells me they're coming out of the gates hot. That tells me, it goes to Corey's point, that the run game is going to be there. It goes to my idea throughout the preseason that if they can run the ball, I think Shoddy's going to have some nice play action looks. I think that it's just going to permeate throughout the game, and they can stay one step ahead every single quarter of the game. That's going to go down here tonight.
What a novel concept to have a specific plan for your specific opponent. It's neat that we finally have a head coach out that wants to do that.
The mindset of whenever you are good at what you do, the best at what you do.
Yes.
Like the Cowboys, let's go back to the season that they beat Seattle, and we were like, dude,
you know what they're going to do. You can't stop it.
That's when you're that good at it and they can't stop you. Then you can say, we're focusing on ourselves.
Right.
If you're sometimes smoke and mirrors is the way to go. Bill Parcells proved that his first year here. He was like, I don't know, we're just figuring out smoke and mirrors sometimes.
Alec, I like that one. Thank you very much. Now, I don't know if this is a positive or negative, but from the 601, Ian Rapoport was just on NFL Network talking about how y'all hung up on him. I don't know if that's a win because or a lose because. I'll let you guys make that
That's a win for me.
Decision. From the 214, I have been waiting for this. I'm back. I've been waiting all year. I took a little break, but I'm back on with the KNC masterpiece. Cowboys win because we will simply outswag the Eagles. Cowboys never lost their swag juice, Kevin. We won't lose a game this year. That's from East Garland Leo. I hope that is exactly what happens.
Is East Garland pretty close to Lavon? I think it's like 15 minutes from Lavon.
Look, we've already established I'm not good at directions. I have to step into the map, and then I'll figure it out. I love it.
You have to go into the map.
That person texts every single week. I love it. I love it. I love it. Now, from the 972, Dallas loses because they commit too many turnovers. And this honestly feels like a game that if you don't probably even win the turnover battle, let alone finish even, you're going to have a hard time winning this game. If the Cowboys lose the turnover battle,
that margin needs to be so small.
Yeah, I
Razor thin.
I cannot fathom the Cowboys winning this game if they lose the turnover battle. Like this spread has climbed from 7 to 8.5. Now, part of that's because of the Micah deal. Part of that's because a lot of people have been betting on Philly. Philly is a big favorite for a reason. If you lose the turnover battle, you definitely feel cooked in this game.
Is that they're the biggest favorite of the weekend? I believe.
I'm not disputing that. I don't know the answer.
I might be wrong about that, Kevin, but I think I believe I'm right about that.
Okay.
But I might be wrong. But I feel like I'm right.
But you're probably right.
Cowboys lose because
they're tied, it looks like, with the Broncos over the Titans.
So yeah, biggest one.
There you go.
Because you can be tied for
That's
first.
true. That is true.
And then, so that means the next one would be second.
No, third. That is not how that works.
Cowboys lose because they can't cover. One of my biggest fears about this team is the cornerback group. I have some. When all healthy, when all well, I feel like they're a good group. But the getting burnt and getting beat, we've seen Donovan Wilson have moments of being very physical. He's very physical. And then he'll have moments where you're like, what was he thinking?
Right.
And so that one opportunity can turn into, we saw it with DK Metcalf, can turn into a 73-yard touchdown. And that's a game breaker that puts the Cowboys in a hole they don't need to be in. I think the best way for the Cowboys to be, in this game is to stay close, and having big plays like that, big plays in coverage, excites a Philadelphia crowd on a night that they're already excited and pumped up. You do not need that kind of environment. You need to make them quiet.
From the 6-8-2, Cowboys lose because Dak will be under pressure all night and we can't stop the run. I did not put it as eloquently. Cowboys lose because their run defense still sucks. So their run defense has been a concern for more than a few years, and I know that the Jones family has pitched it as though Kenny Clark is prime Aaron Donald, and he's going to stuff everything that ever happens in front of him. I think he can be a good player for sure, but I'm not sure that alone fixes some of the issues. And I know we re-signed Osa, but Osa has been on this team, so it's not like a new acquisition that's going to change.
Because he's been paid, he'll be better.
Yeah,
right?
I think that is a silly way to imagine that things are going to play out. And then you've got Saquon Barkley coming back in this game after running for 2,000-plus yards and 13 touchdowns. One of the greatest running back seasons we've ever seen against a run defense that has not been good for several years. If you're going to lose, I think you're just going to get gutted. Like, it's going to be death by 1,000 paper cuts, right? And I hope that doesn't happen, but I think if the Cowboys lose, that is why they're going to lose. Alec?
Trying to think of something different because the obvious answer is going to be Saquon, and I think everybody agrees with that, the run game of the Philadelphia offense. But another area of the offense that I think if they're good enough, like I think they are, to pivot, if things aren't working on the ground. If A.J. Brown has triple-digit receiving yards tonight, if he goes north of 100, that means that they realize something isn't working in the run game in the way that we would like. So we're going to say, okay, we'll take what you give us. We're just going to throw the ball all over you. If he goes for 100-plus and a touchdown, God forbid 2, then
oh my God,
they are having their way through the air, which means Devontae Smith is probably getting active. That means they're probably having their way with their 3rd, 4th, and 5th receivers. So that's just a testament to their cornerback depth, the Cowboys, that is, and their secondary, and what we don't know behind the frontline starters. So if A.J. Brown has a big night too, I think that's a bad sign.
Kevin, real quick, I got interested because you said the world tried to compare Kenny Clark to Aaron Donald.
Specifically the Jones family, yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry, thank you. That got my mind going, man, I've watched him a lot. Who would I compare him to? I went to AI, and they compared him to Grady Jarrett and Geno Atkins.
I could see the Geno Atkins
So
one.
if you have that thought,
I like that
would be
comparison.
nice if you can get that.
Now, I know they're kidding, and this player's not actually going to be in this game, but this is too funny not to read. From the 2-4, Cowboys win because Mingo has his breakout game with 4 catches for 36 yards. That I know he's not going to play in that game, but that is a funny text. And the Cowboys lose because
I would love for Mingo to be out there and be
4 catches for 36 yards.
I got this, fellas. Don't worry about it.
Yes, that's a good point, Jerry. And Cowboys lose because we have no rushing game. Absolutely. I understand that. And from the 9-7-2,
fingers crossed,
they're going to go Dak CD higher than 71.5 receiving yards, and Jalen Hurts has at least 1 rushing or receiving touchdown. Now, this is one of the things I know we've talked about a couple times on Underdog. Play the people you like, but also consider playing for or against the people you don't like. You can have so much more enjoyment if not only is Jalen Hurts struggling, but you're winning money because he's struggling along the way. I think that could be really funny. Really fun. From the 7-3-7, where's that? Cowboys win because they create more turnovers and Pickens makes the difference. Alec, you talked about if the Cowboys score in their first drive, and this is part of being a fan. I don't think it's part of being a Cowboys fan. I think we can all overreact to any of our teams. If the Cowboys get the ball first and systematically march down the field and George Pickens scores a touchdown pass, I am going to start to have unreasonable delusions about the Super Bowl and all kinds of crazy stuff off of one drive. And that is the magic of that first game and that first drive. Even though we might run the ball on first down and then have a 3 and out, and I'll be like, well, season's over.
No, season's not over.
But you'll think that for a second.
You'll feel that for just a second.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, plus Cowboys by the numbers and NFL overreaction or reality. It is a jam-packed expressway, and it's next.
This is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
And play action. Prescott back to throw. Deep to the right side. Lamb made a man miss and running down the sideline. And Lamb's on the horse. And Lamb's in the end zone. Touchdown C.D. Lamb. 65 yards.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good afternoon, and how quickly can we get the other part of your sandwich?
Well, unfortunately, you waited too long because I ate both of them.
Okay. All right. What was
a good sandwich?
Yeah, what's the verdict?
Oh, it was wonderful. It was Italian roast beef with hot peppers.
Oh,
that's the way to do it.
Interesting.
Right there.
Yeah.
Now, they've got a food market here, and I swear to God, there must have been 100 counters there that you could have eaten any type of food you wanted.
Interesting.
You name it, they had it.
Is it the Reading Terminal Market?
Yes.
That is Kevin's
Have you been
place.
there?
That is
Yes.
That is Kevin's place.
I have been there. So we went there, I think it was last year. We had a hotel right by there, and we had heard great things about it. And I told people, and I'm hoping you can back me up here, you could spend at least 3 weeks there and not have the same meal twice.
Absolutely. I saw I saw a line at the place. I think I forgot the name. I think it was Mama Leslie or something. It was chicken and waffles, and I saw the biggest pieces of chicken ever. It looked like turkey legs. It was unbelievable, all the different stuff you could eat there. And they had open markets where you could buy produce.
Yes. Yes.
It was amazing.
We brought home jellies and soap from that market,
Well,
just to show you.
That's part of it.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
I'll tell you what, I think it's a holiday here because nobody's working.
Oh yeah, because that city right now is ready for Dallas.
Everybody's downtown, I swear.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it feels like, obviously, it's the Cowboys versus the Eagles, but it feels like nationally this is a humongous game as well because it's a rivalry game because everything the Cowboys does gets attention for better or worse. It's the first game. It's a Thursday night. Like, all the components are there for a huge, huge game. Will it stay competitive, though? Because the Cowboys are a pretty hefty dog in this game.
Yeah, I see that. And I think it's based on the unknown by people that just haven't seen this team, right?
Yeah.
None of these guys that are going to play tonight, or most of the guys that are going to play tonight, did not play in any of those 3 preseason games. And as we talked about yesterday, I don't think they're factoring in that Dak Prescott is back under center, that he's the quarterback of this team, and they've been pretty darn good no matter what year, what the team was, if he played the entire season. So we'll see. I think they'll be more competitive and surprising to a lot of people.
Is there a particular player for the team, not on either side of the ball, maybe even special teams, that you think is going to carve out a role for themselves and make an impact that maybe we weren't expecting? Like, not necessarily big statistically, but you're like, man, that guy every single day.
Well, the guy I think the Cowboys want to help fuel this offense, and we know, it's Dak, it's CeeDee Lamb, it's George Pickens, it's Jake Ferguson. Don't go to sleep on Kevontae Turpin, and not just as a return guy, as a guy all over this offense. And don't be surprised if they hand him the ball as a running back. And they're throwing it to him downfield. So he's kind of my dark horse there that could make a difference with his speed, especially if the Eagles aren't going to crowd the line of scrimmage because they think their front 4 can handle everything. So there might be some space in there behind that front 4, however they play this cloud defense. The thing that surprised me, and I knew the Cowboys finished 3rd last year in sacks with 52, and I realized, 12 or 13 were Micah's?
Right.
But the Eagles only finished last year with 41 quarterback sacks. Now, I'm sure they made up for the difference in pressures.
Yeah.
Because they're pretty good with their front 4, and they don't have to do a lot of fancy stuff because those guys are awfully big. But they only had 41 sacks. So if that Cowboys offensive line can hold up and allow Dak to operate, allow Javonte Williams to have, holes to run into, I think they could be pretty darn good offensively.
Okay. How we feel about the left tackle position?
Boy, from what I've been told, just judging from what was taking place in practice, I just don't know. I mean, Guyton practiced, and he got reps, my understanding is, with the first team.
Okay.
But so did Nate Thomas.
Okay.
So I just don't know if one full week of Guyton practicing makes him ready to get out there and play 60 snaps.
Yeah.
So that's going to be an interesting one to see exactly what they decided. But it sounds like, both of them got some first-team reps. So we'll kind of find out where the decision is there.
Yeah, that's one of the ones that I'm just kind of like fingers crossed, hoping for the best. And
well, they're better if it's Thomas. Hey, if it's Guyton, there better be a tight end in their back pockets at all times.
Yeah. Yeah. Because
especially if you're trying to throw the ball.
We've learned that lesson.
Because the last thing you want is sacks or offensive holding, because that'll ruin a possession immediately.
Absolutely.
Man, you know what? I'm really glad that you said it like that, because we all talk about about people, other teams getting sacks and everything, but it feels like, and I don't have the stats to back this up straight away, it feels like every drive in the history of the Cowboys that's included an offensive hold has ended in a punt. Now, I realize that's not statistically accurate, but every time they get caught for an offensive holding, I'm like, well, that's the end of that drive.
First and 20 is difficult.
Yes.
It's not easy to overcome.
Absolutely.
Sure.
I wonder how many plays they have in the playbook for first and 20 or second and 15 because you held, right?
Yeah. No, absolutely. How do we make sure, or what is your anticipation of Eberflus and his staff making sure they don't get off to such a slow start like we saw with this defense last year? Now, I know, obviously, different people in place, both with the coaches and on the field, but, man, it was a woeful defensive start last year for the Cowboys.
Yeah, absolutely it was. And one of the things that took place was the inability to stop the run, right? And so we'll see if that's any better this year, because you know what's coming, right?
Yeah.
Saquon right, Saquon left.
That's
Saquon
what I'm afraid of.
And so, and they've been preaching all along, what was it? No guests on defense.
Right.
And that includes the cornerbacks helping out against the run. So that means you too, Trayvon Diggs.
Fact. Fact.
You got to be able to all support. I guess it was no house guests, right?
Yeah.
And they're going to be challenged. Now, and it's basically a new set of linebackers, right?
Yeah.
Sanborn, Kenneth Murray, and then whoever they decide when they go three linebacker, who the other guy was, Leofau or Damone Clark, depending on, I think, the situation. If they're in base defense, that's going to be what they're going to have to be able to do with Donovan Wilson, supporting the run. And maybe they put more guys, closer to the line of scrimmage. But then again, if it's play fakes, now you're in man coverage with three wide across the board. And that's problematic too if you don't get pressure on Hurts. So yeah, there's a reason why they won, the Super Bowl last year. They're good.
Yes,
they're really good.
Think so.
And they're probably still good.
I'll probably concede that point. I guess. Yeah. Now, we've talked about this quite a bit. I know training camp is not the end-all, be-all of what's going to happen in the regular season, but you just mentioned Maris Leofau, who, along with Donovan Azaraku, felt like there was a lot of buzz around both of those guys throughout training camp. How much do you think we're actually going to see Maris Leofau?
I think it's going to depend on down and distance and what they're trying to accomplish on defense with whatever alignment they have out there. But I think, you'll see a lot of them on special teams. I guarantee you that. And then I'll if they need that third linebacker to be in more coverage, I think you would see him out there if they're having problems. However, they started off. With covering the tight end or covering running backs out of the backfield, I think you would see him in there a little bit more. So I think it just depends what Philadelphia, how they line up and what they're trying to do. But he certainly had a very good training camp. I think you saw it on his limited snaps in preseason. And then, with Azaraku, good pass rush guy. But again, if you're going to be out there and it's a normal down and distance, you got to be able to play the run.
Sure.
And that's part of the deal. And there was a couple of preseason games he got caught slicing inside and the ball jumped to the outside.
Can't do that.
So He's got to be strong against the run. This whole thing is not about just rushing the quarterback. And as a rookie, those are some lessons you obviously have to learn. I think the key guy in this whole thing has to be Sam Williams, because I think he's good enough to hold up against the run as long as he is sitting there realizing, okay, it's more than just rushing the quarterback, and he has the ability to get to the quarterback in passing situations, and not only from defensive end, but there were times in training camp we saw him line up as a pass rushing defensive tackle. If down in distance, is suggesting it's definitely a pass. So keep an eye on him. He hadn't played much football, right? He's got to go all the way back to 2023 since he missed the entire season. And if there's anybody revved up and excited and ready to go, it's certainly him.
Final question, Mickey.
I'm still going to ask for a prediction.
More questions after this final question, Mickey. I just feel like Jake Ferguson has not been discussed enough, and his importance in their passing game as much as their run game.
No, absolutely right. And remember this, he's healthy. He played through a lot of stuff last year, and he really never really got going the way we saw the year before. So as an outlet guy, just keep an eye on him down the seam, because I'll be interested to see how the Eagles play it, how they're going to line up against Lamb on one side, Pickens on the other, and depending on who's in the slot, but I think it's a lot of Turpin, and that's a lot of speed out there, and you can't double everybody, right?
Yeah.
And if you're going to throw the ball to one of the running backs, do they have linebackers that can run with the running back, especially if it's Jaden Blue? So somebody, they're going to have to devote a lot of guys in coverage, and can they cover the tight end? Is that a linebacker? Because he's usually pretty good on that seam pass, if he's up against the linebacker. Are they going to use a safety and play single safety high the whole time? Those are the things, we're not, we have no idea. And it's something the other day that Dak was talking about, how he thinks they've got enough weapons to counter however they decide to play those wide receivers. But again, it comes down to the offensive line has to hold up. I hate coach speak. I hate doing the obvious, but this game's going to have a lot to do with how the Cowboys, both sides off the lines, play in the game.
Well, with all that in mind, will you give us a prediction, please, sir?
I will, and I won't change it for you guys. Or I give predictions like 3 or 4 different places. I could cover myself, right? But I've been pretty consistent, saying the Cowboys are going to be more competitive than people think. But my score was Eagles 30, Cowboys 28.
Oh, that's a close one. I'll take a close game. I will take a close game.
Because Brandon Aubrey hits the crossbar on a 75-yard field goal at the end of the game.
Well, you know what? It's just I think the biggest thing out of this game, other than obviously if you can surprise everybody and win, is being competitive.
Yeah.
And not getting run over, and which would be encouraging going to the next week, to show that, okay, we're not the cream puff everybody thinks we are.
And I like that. Thank you very much, good sir. We will catch up with you again tomorrow.
I think I'll be home by then, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, get some rest.
Well, yeah, get some rest after a big-time win. Thank you very much.
See you guys.
Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com.
Kevin, we have a friend in the NBA named Tyrese Maxey.
I love Tyrese Maxey.
Do you love him even more now?
Oh, did he say Cooper Flags, the S?
He has tweeted, Philly fam, you know I love you guys dearly.
Yes.
And I'm so happy the city got a ring.
You could suck it. He's rooting for the Cowboys.
But today we beef and go Cowboys.
He's from here, man.
That's what I'm talking about, man. I love the fact that he's telling the city that everybody seems to fear talking about anything else other than the Eagles there. He's telling them, hey, don't worry about it, guys.
So what I'm hearing is we need to try to get Tyrese Maxey on the show tomorrow.
And to play alongside Cooper Flagg.
If you can figure out how to make that work, we need somebody on this team that will shoot the ball, all right? Besides just Klay Thompson. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. So, a couple of different things, and I just saw somebody text this in. We've talked about it, but, new listeners all the time. Maybe you can't listen every single second, which is sad. Let's work on that.
Yeah, fix it.
One thing I haven't heard from the 254 is many people talking about Dak coming back from his injury. Maybe a quick segment on that. What have we seen so far in terms of mobility and what to expect? I thought, Corey, just me in training camp, I thought he looked absolutely no worse mobility-wise than pre-injury. Now, that's not to say he's going to be running around on the field because we had already seen him kind of be slowed down and less apt to run. I thought he looked about the same.
Yeah, and I think, if you've listened to Mickey talk about this also, he's doing extra running around every play. Like every play, if he needs to run, he's taking off running, but then he'll throw the ball and he'll do some extra running. Not just light jogging either, but he's doing stuff that he's like, what if I need to do this? So I'm not saying that he's going to be out there cutting like Lamar Jackson at all. And I say this all the time. The escapability factor is important.
Yes.
Safety is important too. Dak's so competitive that when he sees 20 yards, he's trying to get 20 yards. Sometimes you only need the first down. And you don't need to burn your legs trying to get that extra 15 yards. I'm okay with you making sure you're preventing injury, getting the yardage you need and playing for the next play. That's very important. But what we saw, Kevin, he did look fine, mobility-wise. Arm-wise, I was actually very impressed with him. He looked very comfortable throwing the ball. And with that kind of injury, I was very concerned about how he would look throwing the ball. I do have a question because there's so much zip from Joe Milton.
Yes.
Like the ball just zips, all right?
Like you feel like it might actually go through a player's chest at some point.
Yes, exactly. And I think we'll see on the first couple of passes if that zip's still there for Dak. And if it is, that's going to be tough for most opponents.
I might move some overreaction or reality around so we can do some Cowboys by the numbers heading into this season, and hopefully you're intrigued by this.
I love numbers.
Okay, good. Cowboys and Eagles, this is their 32nd primetime meeting, the most of any two franchises in NFL history. Now, history in the opener. Dallas is 41-23-1 all-time in season openers. That's the highest winning percentage for any NFL team.
Let's do it.
Yeah, that's great, right?
Do it again, baby.
Here's the other part, though. Philly, since 2006, is 15-4 in openers and 4-0 in openers under Nick Sirianni.
Yeah, Nick Sirianni gets those guys. He's a culture guy. And he gets them all ramped up and ready to go. So, Kevin, I didn't love that number.
Okay.
I'd like you to change the numbers.
All right, I will work on that. Somebody asked if they could stay in my guest room because they bet all of their life savings on the Cowboys on the money line. If you did that, I hope you got at least 3-1 on the money line because that's the number that's floating around out there. Cowboys Super Bowl odds. To win the Super Bowl, 66-1.
Okay.
To win the NFC Championship, 35-1. To win the NFC East, only 7-1. However, what are the odds that they make the playoffs? Only 27%. Right now, if you want to play the money line on that, 2.5-1 on your money if the Cowboys make the playoffs. Do you think that's worthwhile?
2.5-1?
2.5-1.
Don't.
Okay. Oh, man. Ouch. Okay. I get it.
I'm not. I need to see before I believe.
Okay.
This is one of those instances. There's a lot of times where I'm like, I feel like I got a good understanding of it. I don't yet.
Lowest MVP odds for any Cowboys player. Dak Prescott, 40-1. 40-1 for Dak to win the MVP. Do anything for
Dude,
you?
he finished second in MVP voting a couple of years ago.
When did that happen? 2023?
Something like that, yeah.
I had not heard that.
Nobody really talks about it that much.
Sarcasm.
So I'll take 40-1 odds.
CeeDee Lamb.
I will place $1 on that.
Okay. CeeDee Lamb, 10-1 to win Offensive Player of the Year. That feels possible.
It definitely feels possible. And if that happens, Dak's having a really good year.
Yes.
And potential for that 40-1 to pay off.
Jaden Blue, 66-1 to win Offensive Rookie of the Year. Donovan Ezeraku, 25-1 to win Defensive Rookie of the Year.
That's 66-1 for Jaden Blue.
It's a sexy pick.
It is a sexy pick. You're right about that, Jerry. That's a huge payoff, right?
Yes.
Ashton Genty is the favorite, right?
For sure.
So, but what can I don't think
He's
Jaden
like
Blue would have
2.5
enough
to
carries.
1.
He would have to they would be like, you know what? After game 1, we decided he's our bell cow.
I think, yeah, and I think the odds reflect this. I think you're way better off going with Ezeraku for Defensive Rookie of the Year, just because, I can see how maybe he would get there. All right, this one interests me to no end. The Cowboys were not good last year. This is Brian Schottenheimer's first year. He is not even close to being a real consideration for Coach of the Year. 25-1.
All right.
I don't think it's going to happen, but if you're making long shot bets, that feels like a pretty decent one.
How many long shot bets do you make a year?
Probably more than I should.
No, and I'm okay. All right. And I'm being serious about this in the grand scheme of things, because we talk about Jerry and the risks that he takes and the risks that he doesn't take. And when you're dealing with something that big, that magnanimous, is that a good word to use there?
I'll go with
the
that.
magnitude of it. Obviously, the risks are a lot more valuable, but whenever you're doing this, how many risks should you take? Because I can't pick a full team of sleepers.
Yeah, see, this would be the spot where I would take it. A lot of people would probably define long shot as 25 or more to 1.
Okay.
And if that's the case, this is where I'm making that play. All right. Over-under interceptions this year for Deron Bland and then separately Trayvon Diggs. Guys, how many interceptions do you believe these players individually will have this season?
3-piece.
Ooh, okay. Alec, Deron Bland, and Trayvon Diggs. How many interceptions for each?
I was thinking 4 for Bland and 2 for Diggs.
Okay, y'all have picked fascinating numbers.
Both totals out to 6.
That is true.
Mine totaled out to 6.
That is also true. Yet how you get there will make a huge difference in your money. Both of them are 2.5 for the over-under. So, Corey, if you picked over on both, and Alec, you picked over on both, despite the fact that you got the same total, Corey would be rolling in it, and Alec would be right back where he started. All right, receiving touchdowns.
Sorry, Alec.
Individually for Lamb, Pickens, and Ferguson.
Lamb receiving touchdowns, 8.
Okay.
Which I feel like we need more.
Yes.
But I'm giving Pickens 6.
Okay.
And that means that's 14 out of those 2.
Are you not hoping for a little bit more? I'm hoping for 1 per game combined from them.
Oh, that's great and everything, Kevin.
You always tell me to ask for more.
But when we get to the goal line, I just want to be able to punch it in, baby.
Going to Jaden Blue. That's how he's going to win.
Yeah, I want Jaden Blue. I want Javonte Williams. I want them, all of them to have 20 touchdowns apiece. LaDainian Tomlinson style.
We'll get to Javonte Williams. Probably.
And then in Ferguson, I'm going to give 7. I think he's going to be a big-time goal line option.
All right. We're going to get back to you then. Alec. Lamb, Pickens, Ferguson, receiving touchdowns. Let the man answer.
Oh, man.
Please.
I do like your line of thinking, Kevin, where I do, especially because I do think this offense is going to be different enough.
Yes.
And I do think the play action game is going to benefit Ferguson specifically. So I think I like that math. I think I do. I think I'm with you, Kevin, where I can get at least 1 per game from each of them.
Okay.
From any of those 3. Yeah.
Then how do you break that down?
That's tough. That's really tough.
That was the effing question, Alec.
When he says that's tough.
I know. I'm trying to think because
hate you.
No, part of me wants to be optimistic and say they're going to go more vertical, and that's going to mean Pickens is going to get a lot. But I don't think I'm ready to go there.
And you know what? The reason that one of the other things that's kind of keeping me in that other world too is just because they're going to be vertical doesn't mean that Pickens is getting the 40-yard touchdown or the 60-yard touchdown. You can still be vertical and wind up on the 2-yard line.
Yeah.
You know, like that's, and I think that's a place that could happen frequently. I know CD can get the ball underneath and do a lot of different things. Then he can, he's one of those guys I think you can do everything with. But you can really pick a defense apart with him underneath, Michael Thomas style, back in the day. But then George Pickens, you can go deep to, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's getting in. So that's why I'm looking at the running game being, I need it to be effective near the goal line.
So I think you're going to find these numbers fascinating then. Over under 7.5 for CeeDee Lamb, 5.5 for Pickens, which, by the way, that means Corey isn't over, but just barely until you get to Jake Ferguson. Jake Ferguson, 3.5 touchdowns on the over-under. So if you believe that's how it's going to materialize, I'm just saying there's an opportunity there for you.
I was thinking 8, 5, and 4.
Okay, so you're and that's the brilliance and at times the madness of betting and daily fantasy and stuff like that is where you think it should be, that's probably about where they put the line and really made you have to pick a side. Now, we haven't really mentioned him too much, but Javonte Williams, I want to see if he's the runaway winner here. Who will lead the Cowboys in rushing for the season, and how many yards will they have?
I think it's going to be Javonte Williams because I think he'll have the lion's share of the carries.
Okay.
Somebody did ask a few minutes ago, they were like, what's the over-under for carries for Miles Sanders? And I was like, that's a really good question.
Ooh, I'm going to need to go track that down.
In a fun play, if you will.
Yes.
Much like Macbeth.
That is not a fun play.
You're right about that. But I think Javonte Williams is going to get the lion's share of the carries, and so I think he's going to end up with 825 yards.
Ooh, okay. Alec, who will lead this team in rushing, and how many yards will they have?
It'll be Javonte, but I think he starts to slow down, and a new leader comes up later in the season, but not quite enough to take that crown. So give me 765 yards.
Okay. And there, ladies and gentlemen, going into the season, Dallas Cowboys by the numbers.
If Javonte had 825 yards, that would be the most he's had since his rookie season.
And I think that would be a win. I really do. With a KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Got a couple of fun football facts, and also, is Marty Ball that bad? Next on The Fan.
Casillas III product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that's very cute. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. I mean, of course you got it. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Hopefully we've taken you across the football universe and all the other places today. Right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
I think that was a reference to Look at My Horse. I'm just saying, if y'all
shut up, woman, get on my horse.
I've never seen that video. I've sent it to the fellas because right before the last segment, I started singing that, and Kevin almost broke right before the segment started. However, he did not because he's a professional. And that's important, Kevin.
Fact.
Guys, I was listening to Sean and RJ and Bobby and Peyton's show this morning. And it's a good show. It is a good show. And because I Tolo, I'll be listening to the G-Bag Nation today. And then the pregame, postgame show. You will have no better pre- and postgame show.
Fact.
In America.
Ooh.
I say.
I think fact.
And all of the other United States places, too. than right here on 105.3 The Fan.
That makes sense.
I think the America pretty much covers everything. That's
the way we like to think.
Yes. Also tonight I'll be at the Bearded Monkey in Lavon, and we have a very rare Micah Parsons autographed helmet to give away.
What kind of helmet? Is it a Cowboys helmet?
It's a Cowboys helmet.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why it's rare, Kevin. Because
I got
future helmets will have a G on it for Packers. But tonight at the Bearded Monkey, the food's good. The drinks are ice cold. The party environment is there, and I'm there for high five. So if you're there and you want a high five, I'm there. If the Cowboys are high fiving, we're high fiving too. It's a fantastic football environment, and that's all we could ask for. By the way, last night, weather amazing down here for some football. I went to go see my middle kid play his game last night, and I was like, this is amazing. We already have good football weather.
True.
Did we only have 4 days of 100 degrees this summer?
Yeah, it has been remarkably not deathly hot. It's just been like regular hot.
Proud of you, man. I'm proud of you. Marty Ball was what I was hearing this morning. And Schottenheimer said in his weekly interview with their show yesterday that he gets kind of beat down with people thinking because he's Marty Schottenheimer's son.
I get that.
That
yeah.
he is running a form of Marty Ball. And there is an old video from, I believe it was Seattle, where he was like, can we just cut to the passing stuff instead of these running film? I'm tired of it. And he's a former quarterback too, and he likes to throw the ball. But I do ask, when you are a maybe not so talented team.
Oh, yeah.
Is Marty Ball an effective way to keep games close so that it doesn't get out of hand? I think that's absolutely true.
Yes, 100%. Look, that's the discussion all of the time, is if you're the theoretically inferior team, you want to shorten the game. It's the same thing, like super weird for high school stuff. Whenever teams will argue about, do we play a 1-game playoff in baseball or softball or a 3-game? Well, the inferior team wants to play a 1-game because you're like, we might be able to beat them once, twice, probably not.
Yeah, no, and that's I remember my coach. He was like, I can outcoach another coach win 1 game every time.
Yeah,
but I can't say I have more starting pitching than the other team.
Exactly.
And so that the mindset, if anybody that's new to it, the Marty Ball is R2P2, which is run first down, run second down, pass on third down, punt on fourth down, or field goal, or maybe you're lucky. But that's the mindset of it. And it was a very successful regular season form of football.
Right.
Marty Schottenheimer was 126-1 in his career. That's in the regular season.
And that's a great thing, but I have a feeling where this is going to go with the playoffs.
He won 8 division titles.
And the knock on him.
He made 13 trips to the playoffs. 4 with the Browns, Kevin.
Yeah, people forget like that 80s, mid to later 80s Browns team was really good that he ran. But that's the thing. People will argue is he wasn't a great playoff coach. And I see their point, and we'll get your playoff record. But I would also argue, is he a non-fumble or a non-heroic John Elway drive away from people being like, man, this is a damn good way to run your football team?
Yeah, absolutely. Phillip Rivers interception away from, winning, going beyond the AFC Championship game.
Sure.
And he went to the AFC Championship game 3 times. Browns twice.
Yes.
Chiefs once. And look, dude, that game, the game that he played whenever he was coaching the Chargers, LaDainian Tomlinson was perfect for it. That was LaDainian Tomlinson's style of game. That, look, give me the ball, we're going to win, guys. I'm the perfect back for this. And yes, Kevin, he was 5-13 in playoffs. Now, does that mean that you always have to go by Marty Ball? No. And Marty Ball actually is most unsuccessful whenever you're trailing. If you're trailing and you're going, I don't care, we are running the ball 2 times, passing the ball once, and then we're going to go home. Like that's not the way that, if you're trailing, you have to do something different. But trailing by 3 points does not mean that you have to panic and get out of your mold.
Just quick side note for your fantasy team. Amari Cooper changed his mind about wanting to play football, and he said he's retired. Should I have waited till the break to tell you that? Are you making a fantasy lineup change?
I gotta go make a fantasy
right
lineup
now.
change.
Okay, well you can do that in the break. They're not playing tonight.
Nobody knows who I want, but what if somebody does know?
Okay.
I've been kind of considering getting this player anyway. Thanks a lot, Kevin.
I
had a point. I was focused. You're always talking about my lack of focus on the show.
Okay.
And here I was, super focused, locked in.
That's fine.
During my segment, obviously.
I accept.
Which I'm typically not very focused during my segment.
I accept. Would you have rather completed your very salient point and then had a big blank spot in your lineup because I didn't tell you about Amari Cooper?
Could have told me after the segment. And then I would have fixed it.
Now that is a fair point.
But then the Tolos out there wouldn't have known the breaking news.
Exactly.
And that's important. So again, we try and figure out where I was.
He couldn't win in the playoffs.
Couldn't win in the playoffs. You're trailing. When you're trailing, if you're trailing by 3 points,
yes,
you don't have to panic.
No,
you don't
you're
have
right.
to get away from the form. Now, the thing that I think people go, well, running the ball on first down is predictable. Running the ball on first and second down is predictable if you're going to play that kind of game. And yes, it can be predictable.
Agreed.
But what if you can't stop it?
Right.
And so it really does come down to the mentality of the football game, the football team you have. Can they play in that type of environment? You know what? We know we're running first and second down. We dare the opponent to try and stop us. Now, Philadelphia has plenty of talent on the other side of the ball. And so that's one of the things when it comes to the idea, the concept of Marty Ball. I'm perfectly fine being a team that's saying we're going to run the ball down your throat. We might win games 17-7.
Right.
But we're going to run the ball down your throat. We're, as you said, shortening the game because you're not going to have as many opportunities to go out there and whip the ball all over the field. But I don't know. I feel like because of the benefits from passing downfield, being vertical, as Alec was talking about earlier with George Pickens, the ability to pick up first downs with pass interference, the way the game is catered to offense now and passing that we have gotten caught up in, we just got to go out there and air it up. But that can lengthen a game, make it more difficult for you as well. It can shorten your opportunities because you go out there and you throw, and now you're behind the chains, 1st and 10, 2nd and 10, 3rd and 10 because you have incompletions.
Yes.
And you don't, like, those are the things that you want to stay away from. But if you can get, I don't know why we've gotten away from the idea that you can run the ball effectively. Last year, I think, really did prove that. Derrick Henry had a fantastic season. Saquon Barkley had a great season.
He did.
And it felt like running the ball was an effective way of doing it again because defenses decided we're going to lighten up and we're going to go away from stopping the run because it's so much about the passing game now. But Marty Ball, if it makes its way in, I'm not too concerned about it if they have the talent to do it and if they stick to the effectiveness and the mentality that it takes.
Yes, agreed.
Do you have another breaking news thing that you need to interrupt here, Kevin?
No. I was just going to say I don't think that's a bad way to run your team this year, but I also feel like I have more realistic thoughts about the Cowboys and what hopefully they could build as opposed to let's go win now.
Okay, let's have that conversation.
I don't think it's a bad idea to run your game plan out there at all and keep it close. Like, I know that Mickey was talking about, like, the one thing none of us want tomorrow is not only did the Cowboys get their ass kicked, but, like, you looked
boat race.
Yeah, and you looked at so many different levels where you, like, can't compete here. That is a strategy to get around. Like, if you're talking about scheming pressure, is what Eberflus has talked about if you don't have maybe, like, the studs like Micah to go do it. It's the same theory across the board. If you can scheme a way to shorten the game, keep it close, you're going to win a couple of games that, like, maybe you didn't anticipate and maybe you probably shouldn't have.
And it doesn't mean that when you decide to line up on 3rd down and throw the ball, you have effective weapons.
Yeah.
Like, and that you can say, this is one of the things I love about this game. Whenever you feel like and you have the mentality of stop me from doing it. CeeDee Lamb, in my mind, is that mentality. Stop me from catching this pass. And that's my hope. That's just kind of what I'm hoping tonight is Marty Ball plays a little bit of a role in it, unless the Cowboys are like, no, guys, we're unleashing weapons offensively. And then they'll surprise me. That will surprise me to the max if they all of a sudden go out there and have a revolutionary offense that everybody was going, where was this hidden from us the whole time? The other question I had about this, will culture be the difference for this team this year? Because we've talked so much about culture, and I think culture is important. I think it's very important that everybody's pulling the same rope for whatever reason. They don't all have to agree, and then in this game, when will it matter? And in the season, when do you think it'll matter the most? Because when Brian Schottenheimer was on, he said, there are going to be moments where things aren't going well. And the guys have to turn back to that culture that we built to get through those moments.
Okay, I agree with that sentiment. I don't want to be the person who answers your question with a question. I apologize. Hopefully I don't do that too often. Do you ever feel like culture gets an outside amount of blame or credit for something? Like, let's just use tonight. Like, let's say that Shoddy has schemed up these crazy things and that led to 2 touchdowns that you would have never gotten under McCarthy, and you end up winning the game by 3 points. Is that because the culture for this team is so amazing, or is it because he out-schemed them and they were not ready for it? And then transversely, like, let's say the team falls apart after this and they're 4-12 going into the last game. Is that because his culture sucks?
Right.
Or because maybe we just don't have enough talent? I struggle with that question because it's a great question that you ask. I don't know how that credit and blame really works.
I think for me, and this is just kind of, I've felt this way about the people I work with, because I think we all have work cultures too. But in my idea, culture is weeding out laziness.
Yeah.
Weeding out talent. Also, because that's what the culture in your locker room does. The guys in that room that you want to lead the culture don't accept the laziness and are always looking to become more talented, or saying, look, that guy's just not good enough, coach. We're going to have to figure out another way. I keep beating him, and there's reasons why. He's just not good enough. Find somebody else better so they can compete, so we can compete. And so the laziness part of it, whenever you walk into a building, you know what's expected of you. And so I think when it comes to culture, Kevin, like, those are the things that most coaches, because you can go through every time a coach is replaced, the next coach is like, we got to change the culture. There's highlight videos 40 minutes long of coaches talking about changing the culture. But what exactly are you trying to change? You're trying to get rid of people that aren't what you want them, the Cowboys person to be.
Right.
And so I hope that whatever he's built, and then as you said, when things get difficult, how do they react? How do they respond? Do they say, you know what? We didn't do as good as we were supposed to do. We got to be better. Whenever coach says, hey, I know we won tonight and it was a great game, but we can be better. Do they go, what the hell, coach? Why don't you pat us on the butt? Or do they go, you know what? I want to be so laser focused that I'm kicking their ass in the next game. And that's that mentality, that culture change that I hope that, because doesn't it feel like the last few years of the Cowboys there's been laziness involved?
Yes.
There's been finger pointing. There's been not guys being together with things.
And I know this bounces back to the concept of Marty Ball. Somebody added this. Let's hope Marty Ball also has better clock management. If you don't know how to clock manage, and this is the strategy that you're running, you are the worst at all of this.
Kevin, I had some football facts.
Can I hear one?
Sure.
Why did that take so long to say yes?
One team once scored on every single possession. What game was it?
Was it that Georgia Tech?
2007, the New England Patriots scored on NFL. Every offensive possession, 52-7 to defeat Washington.
Oh.
And that's only one fact. We have so many more.
Okay, maybe more football
I
facts.
gotta go add a receiver to my team, Kevin.
All right, coming up next, updates on Corey's fantasy team, but also NFL and Cowboys, overreaction or reality. We'll do that next right here on The Fix.
segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
At 118 yards and adding to it, there goes Barkley into the clear, through the snow, all the way home. He's hit another home run against the Rams.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the fan, asking the questions that matter. Like, why don't scammers have better email addresses? Like, you can't really think Tim Miller 648QC184 is going to make me think that you're really from a company that I should give information to. But also, it's NFL and Cowboys overreaction or reality. I'm going to start with this. You will be shocked if the Cowboys win tonight. Overreaction or reality?
Which one's more shocking? Shock or stunned?
I was just thinking that. I feel like it's shocked.
Okay, then I'll be stunned.
Okay. So just slightly below.
Yeah, just slightly below shocked. But, and again, this goes to the ambiguity of what they have given us this preseason.
Who the hell knows?
So if they were to do it, I'd be like, well, we should have all seen this coming. They were hiding. They were sandbagging us the whole time. But I just can't. I know what this team was last year. And they looked like a bunch of guys that were like, I don't know, they all frayed and went separate ways. If culture really is the difference, that can definitely change and you can be closer in these games. But I won't be shocked. I'll be stunned.
Alec, overreaction or reality, you will be shocked if the Cowboys win this evening.
I will not be shocked. I will be dumbfounded.
Oh, wow. Like Bruce Bochy.
Is that even higher than shocked?
I think
then?
so.
I think you're right.
I'm dumbfounded.
I think it has to be. I like your version better than the drop, if we're being honest.
So this is like the three Goldilocks and the three bears right here. So you're dumbfounded.
Mm-hmm.
I would be shocked, and Corey would be stunned.
Mm-hmm. I like your words, though.
Yeah. He's a maestro of words, if you will.
Okay.
And
man.
Yeah, I don't see it happening, but I kind of do like some of the things that Mickey was saying earlier during the expressway, where maybe they aren't as, weak or as unprepared, whatever kind of superlative you want to put on them that just results in bad. Maybe they're not that much. I don't know if it ends up being a 2 or a 3 point game like he predicted.
Yeah.
But I think you might at least see some things. I hate to be the moral victory guy, but you might see some things that you're like, they're not as far off as we imagined, but they still lost by 10,
Kevin, the first televised football game, 1939, broadcast on television. Fordham and Waynesburg College had less than 1,000 viewers. You predict that tonight, this game will have more than 1,000 viewers.
Yes, not only that, and we might dive into this story even more tomorrow. Keep an eye out for football ratings. NFL football ratings are about to jump because they've set up some sort of meeting and agreement with Nielsen, because the NFL says that they've consistently been undercut on their ratings by 2 to 3 million. And Nielsen's like, oh, it's the best system we have. Apparently they had a series of meetings that the NFL now thinks will better reflect.
I feel like we need to have some meetings with Nielsen.
Agreed.
Yeah, me too, Bruce.
I could be number one. We want to be more number one.
Do you think this will be the highest rated game of the year for the NFL?
No.
Aside from like the playoffs and Super Bowl?
No. It's tough to defeat that Thanksgiving second slot game, which always has the Cowboys in it. I could.
It's a significant game this year, too.
Yes, and I could see this being like the second or third highest regular season game. But I don't think, especially like you said, the components in that Thanksgiving game, that's going to be tough to beat.
Do you think anybody in Philadelphia will not be watching the game and yelling at the TV?
No.
Slurs?
Oh,
cuss
man.
words? I meant
not
cuss
Boston.
Words. Yeah, I meant cuss words. Just yelling and just being belligerent and drunk.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I've seen them.
Now, earlier today, Ian Rapoport, and I'm paraphrasing one of them, was like, oh, yeah, good luck and sucks to be you if we really hope that this could happen. But overreaction or reality? You can envision a world in which Jaden Daniels and the Washington Commanders fall backwards from where they were last year.
I can, but that world is so much smaller. You know how they say in Stephen King books there are more worlds than these. There are lots of worlds. About 90% of those worlds, Kevin, I have the Washington Commanders being better than they were last year.
Okay.
10% of those worlds I have them falling back. So that's where I am with the potential of that.
Alec?
Corey illustrated a great picture there with so many worlds.
Yeah, the multiverse has really taken over the last 10 years.
He's got a new movie coming out about who can walk the longest.
Dude, have you heard about that, by the way?
I saw the trailer.
There are theaters that they have treadmills in there, and you have to walk faster than 3 miles an hour on
While
the
you're watching
treadmill.
a movie?
While you're watching the movie, if you stop, they kick you out of the movie. You don't get to watch how it ends.
Yeah.
What happens if you finish?
And you get to see the end of the movie.
And you pay regular price for this?
I mean, people pay regular price to go to a gym and walk on a treadmill.
That's right.
I guess that's true.
Imagine if you're a movie fiend, too. You're just going to be jacked.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's going to be amazing. Yeah, I can see a world. I absolutely can, because Jaden Daniels has been in the NFL for 1 year. I can absolutely see a world where it was just a 1 year thing. Do I think that happens? Absolutely not. I think they're set up for long-term success because he is that good and he's still on a rookie deal. So that team is just going to continue to add and continue to get better.
Yeah, they gave him another weapon too this offseason, and then brought back McLaurin. So giving him Devo, that's a unique tool to have on that team. For how many games, nobody knows.
Right. Yeah. By the way, flummoxed, flabbergasted, so many other words that Cowboys fans would have.
Bewildered.
If they were victorious. Now, I think bewildered is a good one. NFL overreaction or reality. Puka Nacua will be top 3 in the NFL this year in receiving yards.
I don't think that's an overreaction. He's going to be the main target. I know Devontae Adams is there,
and I think that could actually help him.
For sure. He's a tough ball catcher too. He's one of those guys that he makes catches that you're like, wow, because he's got big, strong hands.
Yeah.
I do not think that's an overreaction at all.
I don't see that as an overreaction either, because he is that good. The only thing that would raise a red flag for me is how many games does Stafford end up playing, because of that lingering back injury that they are being so weird about.
Have you seen him? He's already tired of this. He goes, yeah, I'm going to go out and play just like I always do. He is so done with listening to those complaints.
And good for him. I just hate the way that the team has gone about it. They're almost like hiding him.
Yeah.
It's like, you're just going to draw, with social media, you're going to draw up more conversation. So I don't know if that's by design to get people to be like, oh, but the Rams, because, they have 10 fans or whatever. I worry about that, but Puka's that good. So I'd say reality.
NFL overreaction or reality. George Pickens will prove he can be a real deal number 1 wide receiver this season and get the big money. I'm not even saying where he'll get the big money.
Reality. He's going to have plenty of opportunities. If God forbid something happened to CeeDee Lamb, you have a guy that you could feel pretty confident can carry the load. And I don't want anything to happen, but that would only help him further. So I think that's a reality. This dude, he has legit ball skills. He has physicality to go along with it. If he can just remain level-headed through this and show that whatever you were hearing up in Pittsburgh wasn't the reality of what he is, then he can be an absolute stud.
It should be a reality with the way this offense is set up and the way that the coaching staff is going to deploy him. I do think he's going to be set up for that success, and he's talented enough to have it. And even if it's not gargantuan numbers that you would say that's a true number 1, if he even gets close to number 1 numbers, just the way the market works, I feel like he's going to get paid like that anyways. If Jacoby Myers is out here expecting $30 million after he gets traded apparently from the Raiders, which he's a good player. I've never thought of him as a true number 1 in this league. If he's asking for 30, I think George can absolutely do that, even with some pretty good numbers here in Dallas.
NFL overreaction or reality, you understand why the Denver Broncos have the most optimistic fan base in all of the NFL going into this season.
They really do?
They really do. So the Hope-O-Meter, and we'll get to the Cowboys on there in just a second. Philadelphia Eagles are the second best.
I mean, they just won the Super Bowl.
Exactly. Yeah. 98.3% of their fans are optimistic, only 1.7% pessimistic. But for the Denver Broncos, 1.3% pessimism, 98.7% optimism. Overreaction or reality, you get it.
Sean Payton's there, and so
Bo Nix is the fix.
Yeah, Bo Nix is there. Cortland Sutton just got his contract. They have one of the best defenses in the league. I absolutely understand, and all they can see is blue skies heading north.
Yeah,
because things went so well in Bo Nix's first year.
Yes.
Sean Payton is a quarterback guru guy. So they have all these beliefs. Things just haven't gone wrong. Plus, they saw what life was like whenever Russell Wilson and those other guys were there, and they just couldn't get anything going. So their positivity, that thing's done a complete 180.
Alec?
But it can't do a 360. That just means you back up where you are.
Exactly. Yes.
Math. I like it. It's hard for them not to be, because you can make a laundry list of reasons why they are the prototypical team of the future, which is you've got the winning head coach. You've got the young quarterback that is proven early. You have the franchise cornerstones that are locked down on long-term deals on either side of the ball. You have a decent offensive line. Like, there are so many things that are going. I don't know. I keep telling you guys all offseason, I feel like that's the team of destiny. If anybody's going to knock off the Chiefs in the AFC, it's going to be them, for my money. Buffalo Bills, I know you exist. That's cool. But, Denver cool. Broncos are just that team of destiny for me. So I'm going to keep leaning into it. They have to be the most optimistic because they have literally everything going for them right now.
Man, I can see that Bills fan base is like, seriously, you're kidding me? They have multiple Super Bowls. They won back-to-back Super Bowls. Like, what are we doing? All right. NFL overreaction or reality. This is one of the most least... Nope. Let's try that again.
Most least.
NFL overreaction or reality.
That's called an oxymoron.
This is one of the least anticipated Cowboys seasons in recent memory. And once again, I go back to the hope meter. The Cowboys are third from the bottom. The Colts are the worst, then the Saints. But for Cowboys fans, 13% optimism, 87% pessimism heading into this season.
It's been a real struggle this offseason to be positive, just because the gut punches you've taken. The playoff game against Green Bay really started the snowball effect.
For sure.
Of we're never going to be able to get over this hump.
Yeah.
And so it's been that way. Dude, those Dave Campo eras, though, I know you say recent memory. I don't know how close recent is.
I mean, that was 25 years ago.
Yeah, so those were tough. Just to being like, there's no way out of this. And trying to convince yourself that some of that talent was going to be able to do it. But yeah, this has been a very tough offseason to ramp up for. Even as we were discussing earlier, it might not hit us until tonight that the season started. So...
All right, Alec, it's up to you. NFL overreaction or reality? This is one of the least anticipated Cowboys seasons in recent memory.
I'm going to say reality, and it goes to exactly what Schottenheimer has said himself. Nobody knows what to expect from them at this point because they haven't shown anything.
Right.
And whenever you have the first-year head coach coming in, expectations are already kind of up in the air because it's like, well, we haven't seen him lead the ship before. We've seen him call plays, but we haven't seen him actually run the whole thing. So it's just a combo platter of I do not know. So because of that, I'm like, I kind of want to answer the question, 9 weeks in when I have an idea of what this team's identity is, because right now it's just a giant question mark. It's kind of fun, but still there's no anticipation because they just exist at this point.
I didn't have Christmas jitters last night.
Okay.
And I've had those in the past. I've had those in the past, and I didn't last night.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ, Bobby is back from Filthy, our first Star Up, Star Down of the year, and Nick Eatman recaps the opener at 9:20. It is a Football Friday on The Fan.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with BetMGM Network. Bet of the night is Jalen Hurts going under his passing attempts prop of 26.5. If you think the Eagles dominate the Cowboys, Jalen Hurts probably won't have to air it out. Should be a heavy dose of the run game, especially since stopping the run was the Cowboys' major weakness last year. Hurts also went under this number in 12 games.
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
What's y'all's excitement level as fans? Outside of, I get your job and everything, especially you two nosebleeders. What's your excitement level as a fan?
I'm excited about the offense. It started when they brought in Schottenheimer. He laid out his vision. He brought in a pretty unique coaching staff, and then you add the George Pickens factor. You draft Tyler Booker. I'm really excited. And then you go to training camp in Oxnard, and you see kind of the way they're deploying things and just the type of fits that it will present to defenses, having those two guys, and then the Turpin benefit, a healthy Jake Ferguson, and of course having a healthy Dak Prescott. It's the offense, and it's...
He finished second in MVP 2 years ago.
In 2023. Yeah, that's true. I'm glad you said that again, though.
Yeah, a lot of people don't remind
It's an
people.
important conversation.
Yeah.
That's an MVP contender right there. Number 4. I'm always fired up for opening day. Like, I can't help myself. It's football's back, first and foremost, and we'll see about our Dallas Cowboys. I'm cautiously optimistic about this, and I agree. I'm excited about the way the offense could look, and I think defensively, maybe they can rally together.
I've determined I'm not going to make this team. They're not going to make me mad.
I'm calling BS on this big time.
I'm just saying they're not going to make me mad. I'm not going to throw my notebook at the TV. I'm not going to yell at Schottenheimer when he decides to take the ball away from the line of scrimmage on 4th and 1. I'm not.
When did you make that decision?
Minutes ago.
I was about to say.
Okay.
As we were walking into the room.
Okay. Minutes ago.
Okay.
Yeah, I told because we got this, we've got a 12-hour day today.
Right.
The pre and post game show guys. And I determined I'm not going to walk out of here at 1:10 in the morning and be mad, because what I'll do is I'll get up at 5 in the morning, 4 hours later, and I'll watch the tape and try and kind of evaluate all what happened, good or bad. But I'm not going to let these guys ruin my year.
And you shouldn't.
I'm not going to let it happen.
It's an emotional sport, man. It is. And that emotion comes from hope and disappointment, right?
Yes.
I don't know if I can have a lot of hope right now or belief in this team. And if they come up short, I think it'll just be what I expected. But there is a chance, and can you stop the run? Can you run the ball? We don't know what Shoddy's run game looks like. We don't know what this offensive line is going to look like. So there is a possibility in there that I'm hopeful for. And I'll tell you what, medium to long term, I'm more excited about the Cowboys than I have been since 2021.
In part because of the trade? In large part because of the trade?
Mostly the coach.
Okay.
It appears the coach has done a thorough study of what's working today in the NFL, not relying on what he's learned like our last two coaches, 15 years of hell.
Can you imagine having a specific game plan for a specific team and not just like, we're going to do what we do?
But this game specifically, other than it being the start of the NFL season, I would weigh my Cowboys excitement at a 2 out of 10. Heggie, to answer your question.
Oh, okay. Yeah. What will that be at if the run defense looks?
This is going to be a rough 2 hours.
11.
Average.
11.
And the Cowboys win. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, Cowboys win tonight, everything changes tomorrow, because in order to win, your defense will have had to made significant improvements stopping the run, and your run game would have had to catch the league by storm.
Now, I realize this is the lesser of the 3 phases in terms of how much we talk about it, but in terms of how much we talk about it, is there any chance that we've kind of undersold a continued advantage on special teams for the Cowboys, whether that's because...
What, a kicker?
Yeah, and their kick returner.
Yeah, that right there is, that's your possibilities right there. The fact if you could get past the Eagles logo at midfield today, you get a chance to get 3 points. And the fact that if they kick it to you...
Don't fall in love with that, though. You know what I mean? Like, we'll just play for 3 at midfield.
But we've talked about this, though. We've talked about, though, with the ability if they can get, up past the 35...
No, it's a weapon.
And then it's a weapon. Yes, absolutely, that's a weapon. Every time you can say that and get points. Like I say, I think that I think special teams. Yeah, you don't want a bunch of kickoff returns, but the punt return stuff, all that. Yeah, take that all day. But you've got the best kicker in the league.
Don't we want aggressive 4th down stuff tonight? Don't you have to have that in a game like tonight?
So the way I've described
Give me the points.
This
is raining.
Okay, and see, that's interesting because this feels like a game to me where field goals lose you the game. And so when you talk about going and being aggressive, this does feel like a game like that,
I think you could tell that very early in this game. If Philadelphia takes the ball and it's 7-0 before you know it, sure. Now, unless it's North Carolina, then they're going to lose the rest of the game.
Give up 42 straight.
But what's going to happen?
Alabama.
It takes like 3 hours before their next completion.
I'm just saying, if Philadelphia takes the ball first 2 drives and scores, then your field goal game's out of question. You're going to have to play a different style of football.
No doubt. But
I don't think you could go in there thinking, God, we got to go for it before down.
Yeah, we kind of go with game flow here, but it is supposedly going to be bad weather in this one. So points could be at a premium. Obviously, we don't know how well this team's going to be able to run the football. I'm hoping they can stop the run a little bit better. I mean, hell, that's the reason you got Kenny Clark, right? Let's go. It's a run stopper.
Did they mention him in that press conference? I don't know if I remember hearing too much about Kenny Clark.
They mentioned Kenny Clark almost as much as they mentioned Dak being the runner-up MVP.
Oh, man.
I'm just kind of curious. I know Kenny Clark addition of stopping the run, but Michael wasn't good at stopping the run. Teams would run at him. They said we'll take him out of the game plan by running away from him. Do you think that there's any benefit to not having Mike on the field in the rushing game, and that's helpful to this thing?
I mean, the problem is he was average at stopping the run, and not many of your other defensive linemen are even average.
Yeah.
So I think he was one of your better run stoppers, even though, as Corey said, he wasn't what you would call good at it.
Yeah, I think to me with Micah, I think the team that ran the ball at him the best was Philadelphia, and I think it's because they made him have to play in space. You know, I think there's teams that have run the ball and not. Look at the teams that are kind of the college offense teams.
Yeah.
The Ravens college offense team, Arizona college offense team. Those teams used to give him problems because he wasn't sure where he fit. It was like, okay, let's run the ball at him and let's see if he'll crash down inside and try and make a play, and then we'll pull it and go. This offense would always give him trouble just because. And another thing is Mike is not really interested in being in the classroom and learning exactly how to play the scheme.
Mm-hmm. What do you mean? He's a leader.
No, he's an absolute. Yeah, he's a leader. But the thing about it is, though, you can also not give a damn about the game plan.
Yeah, no, you're right.
You know,
you're right.
You could be a leader and say, "Yeah, I'm going to lead you. I don't believe the game plan is going to be very good tonight.
I'm going to talk about leading you.
What do you guys?
Follow me.
What do you guys got coming up on the program?
Pure Gold as always, Hagee. Thanks for asking. Yes, 2 hours of football, all the game stories right out of the gates here. You will get Krusty's Corner at 3:40 right before we hit the pregame show.
All right, roll home with the G-Bag Nation. Stick with 105.3 The Fan all night long, probably into the AM. We'll be back with you tomorrow. Definitely in the AM. Camp Bowie in Fort Worth tomorrow at Uncle Julio's, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say, I got a CeeDee Lamb jersey for you tonight at Bearded Monkey.
Ooh.
When your friends say...
105.3 The Fan. Pregame's coming up at 4 o'clock with Broadus and Chia. Follow This Rock General at your service. Happy game day, everybody. Thanks for making us part of your day. There is Broadus, the former Cowboy Scout, the Super Bowl champion. You have Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup over there. Master Control here, 75 and Fitz. You fixing to go too flawless. Wolfchuck and Chia follower here. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video, and along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and as we do most football Fridays, but every show before the game, we start with some prediction. Cowboys had chances to play Philadelphia closer last year. Cooper Rush was horrible. I talked about that with you last night in our short show. I think 8.5 is huge. I love the points, boys. I do love the points. Before we get to your thoughts, let me tell you, 75% chance of rain tonight in the second and third quarters, 50% in the first and fourth quarters. I'm getting conflicting reports on how strong the rain is going to be. Is this going to be heavy rain? Is it going to be a light rain? Not quite sure, but definitely going to be a wet game. Okay, so consider that. I imagine that'll bring the points down, maybe the running plays up. I just think it's hard to pick Cowboys right now, as much as I want to be so pleasantly surprised with what Eberflus can do with linebackers and with what Shoddy and Adams have planned offensively. I'm going to go Eagles here, and let me take it 24-20. Boys, how about that?
24-20.
Hey, that smells like a moral victory to me, boys and girls.
24-20, we
Get
would
you in
take
the money.
that. Yeah, I agree, man. I think Cowboys to cover all day here. I'm just kind of channeling 2021, that season opener, and the offense comes out hot like they did against Tampa Bay. Dak's looking good, CD's looking good. Heck, I like the George Pickens touchdown odds, too. First game as a Cowboy, I could see George Pickens getting in the end zone and making something happen. I think that's the key to victory. You got to find a way to pick on a new half of this Eagles secondary. How good are they going to be on the back end? I know Vic Fangio, a.k.a. Dick, he does have the Cowboys number a little bit. I think he's won 4 straight games against the Cowboys. He's been Dak Prescott's kryptonite, him and Fred Warner. Those are the kryptonites. But I do like the Cowboys to show something on offense. Running the football, I like the Kevontae Turpin rushing yards over as well. I think I got him at more than 9.5 yards on Prize Picks.
Wow.
And we saw Kevontae Turpin lining up in the backfield a lot. I think him and CeeDee Lamb have at least one big carry. I'm going 31-27 Eagles. I think it's going to be high scoring. I think the Cowboys are going to be very competitive. I just do think the Eagles are the better team right now. And there's so many question marks with that Cowboys secondary. How much does Diggs play? Does Kyrie Elam actually carry over a good offseason into the game? And then to the Eagles, are they able to pick apart guys like, Reddy Stewart and some of the other new additions that they've had? So I like the Cowboys to be competitive. I think offense is going to be fun and give us some optimism, but I don't have the quite homer balls right now to take Cowboys to win it.
Definitely not as homer or as toxic as the 469 who just came in saying sounds like perfect conditions for Barkley to blow his knee out. Wow. Definitely wouldn't want to root for that.
Wow. Never root
He's
for
more
injury.
of an ankle injury guy anyway.
Never root for injury like that.
Now, Brian,
key players.
No, that's doing it wrong.
That's doing it way wrong.
You picked the Cowboys yesterday. Are you still there 24 hours later?
Yeah, I went on DallasCowboys.com, and I just kind of a feeling that Dallas will be able to block the front. I think Vic Fangio will be cavalier enough to rush 4. Yeah, this is a team that did not last year, even with the guys they had, didn't have a lot of sacks, but they're really good in the secondary. Cowboys have got some guys that are able to make plays against these contested catches, tight window throws. Is your quarterback. He's got that kind of ability. I think that Diggs does make a difference in this game tonight and some coverage stuff. Give me Dallas 27, Philadelphia 24.
Wow, beating the Super Bowl champs in their own house. The Diggs friends in the game. Yeah, that's huge. I dropped my score down a little bit based on the weather conditions. I was going to go like 30-24. I'm looking at like a 27-20 game now with the Eagles winning, but the Cowboys covering. And similar to the way you guys view it in terms of I am optimistic about this Cowboys offense, catching Dick Fangio off guard a little bit. Plenty of weaponry and plenty of guys to pick on in that secondary. I think you're going to have some pretty dang good opportunities. So hopefully they can contain Barkley, because that can get away from you in a big way, especially if it's going to be a rainy game and they just want to just tote the rock. And all they did was run the ball last year. Nobody ran it more than the Eagles. So they're willing to just turn around and give him the football and let him go. So I'm excited to see what this run defense looks like, but give me 27-20 Eagles. Yeah, watching the games from last year, I'm not a big Jalen Hurts believer at all, and that all 22 just made it so crystal clear to me that If you can put him under a little bit of pressure, the eyes come down, he's going to run. Like going to the second and third progressions just does not happen enough with Jalen Hurts. I think you can frustrate him. Can you prevent him from getting loose for those 15-yard runs, a 20-yard run that are absolute backbreakers? And I don't know if the Cowboys have answers for that. I think the unknown is what is exciting because the known is tough. I mean, they're the champs. Fangio really represents the perfect Dak defense. He's a master of the too high shell, the discipline, the disguise, the denying big plays, making you earn all of it, and showing light boxes to bait the run. Like they're going to have 4 or 5 guys coming after Dak, and then they want to rally to the football and deny big plays. If you want to take 5 or 6 on the ground, okay, we can live with that. But ultimately, we're going to make you get 7 first downs. And, based on how that defensive style has done against Dak really for the second half of his career so far, I have a hard time projecting a tremendous amount of Cowboy success. But the way that turns is if this running game is something, if your young athletes and that middle 3 can move people, and then everything that we believe about the Cowboys could be totally different by the time we take the air tomorrow.
Yeah, they've got Philadelphia's got some quality linebackers. I mean, they've got a rookie that is starting in this one, but I think there's a couple of places though that they defensively they've lost some people along the way, and I'm interested to see how their cornerbacks play. I'm interested to see how their safeties play in this thing. How quickly they might have to pivot very, very quickly in this football game, because if they have some guys at corner that aren't handling it, and is Ringo going to be good enough as coming off the bench? We talked about Jackson. He's a little bit of a smaller type of a guy. Ringo, a much bigger guy, much slower guy. As far as the quickness, I mean, because of how big he is and how it takes him to have to turn.
The double moves were a problem for him in Georgia.
He has. I tell you what. Let's. I hope that Brian Schottenheimer and staff, and I hope people up in the box are pointing out where my man Vach Lombardi always says this: find the scrub, find the scrub, and then go after that guy. And I totally buy into that. They're going to try and hunt your bad players. Tom Brady made a career out of hunting your bad players. There's nothing wrong with you paying everybody back and doing it the same to these teams. If somebody's got out there that needs to be exposed, go get them and take advantage of those things.
Jim Nantz had a great season preview for CBS. You guys see that today?
Incredible.
Yeah, that was
goosebumps. Yeah.
All the right notes. He had a great line in it saying, "The thing about fate, it's always up for grabs." And it's some of the numbers as we get into week 1. Every year for like the last 25 years, 4 non-playoff teams made the playoffs. So it's just a good reminder that whatever you believe about your team or the league is definitely subject to change in a big way here as we get this 2025 campaign off and running. You mentioned George Pickens, and that's another reason that this thing could be totally different. A better 1-2 combo that maybe any Cowboys quarterback has ever had, let alone Dak. But what do you want to see from him tonight? What are we hoping to get from George Pickens? Is it the deep ball, or is it more the crossers and the yak?
I think it's just his ability to go and make plays. And I say that it's almost simplistic to say go make plays, but make a variety of plays. When this team needs a one-handed catch, go make that one-handed catch. When this team needs a crossing around on third down, take it and get an extra 12, 13 yards after catch. Find ways to be this weapon that Philadelphia now is in trouble because they don't have an answer. Don't just the deep ball and all that would be great. Start the game, deep ball, deep shot. All of a sudden, woo, here we go. But I think from him, just go be that guy that you're capable of being that we saw in college. That the run after catch, the deep ball, the just spectacular plays. This offense could use somebody in this game that's making those types of plays that just kind of lifts everybody in this game, and to start to believe, all right, hey, we're moving the ball, we're okay. Okay, third down, we can throw it to Pickens, and we'll be all right. That's the kind of thing I need from him tonight. Let him be that difference maker that we've seen from him before.
214 says, I want no drops, honestly. Definitely somebody who's paying attention at the conclusion of last year. There were several drops and lack of focus type stuff for the Steelers. I just hope that if the Cowboys are losing bad tonight, that he can beat up a Steeler or an Eagle.
Oh, we just start getting in fights.
Yeah. Throw hands. Yeah. Throw hands on DeJean or or Quinyon Mitchell.
Keep it interesting late.
Yeah.
You know, if one of those guys wants to bark, you know, they're up 3 touchdowns or
He'll bite
something, and he's only got 1 catch for 14 yards. You know, maybe we could see something like that. I'm hoping to get the absolute best out of this George Pickens experience. Keep things interesting. Dak Prescott 9-4 all time against the Bird Turds. Does that matter in this game?
I mean, I think Dak always plays well against them. So, like, that's why to me, and we talked about this, like, I don't see them getting blown out. I think Dak will keep them in this football game. And they've had some good defenses, and Dak's been able to play well. So, like, ultimately doesn't matter, no. These are new teams. It's a new year. But I do think there's something about the Eagles that he's not intimidated by whatsoever.
Yeah, but, I mean, very few times that you get to see him actually versus Jalen Hurts, right? I mean, there's usually some type of issue going on with those two guys being able to actually play against each other. And then this will be the first time he plays up against Dick Fangio versus the Eagles, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, I mean, the element of that, we know Fangio has generally sort of had his number to some extent over the years. Now this is the first time with Filthy. And then you battle the elements, and again, he's going up against Jalen Hurts when usually that's not the case. So you just have the full resources for the Eagles in a way that you don't usually do when you see a middle of the year.
Yeah, this team is probably going to be pretty basic in the way that they rush him. They're going to rush 4, and they're going to try and drop the coverage on him, and you know, make sure you got your reads right. Don't try and do too much in this game. Just find a way, you know, just whatever the play call is, find a way to kind of keep the ball moving. Kind of find a way to not have any negative plays in this game. You know, and trust your reads. If you're making that read and you think that linebacker, you know, just make sure that you have all that confidence that you're going to throw the ball in that spot. Because where he gets in trouble is where, again, trying to do too much, and then he gets fooled pre-snap. Hopefully he won't get fooled pre-snap by this group.
All righty, maybe the Cowboys bombshell of the day was the Adam Schefter report. He was the first that the Eagles called the Cowboys to see if they could acquire Parsons, bring him back to the state of Pennsylvania. Cowboys had no interest in trading him inside the division. Would you guys have done that? Would you have considered Philadelphia if they'd called?
The only way I would have considered it is if it was an extreme overpay and like Jalen Carter being a part of that. And I can't imagine that the Eagles were actually trying to get Parsons for Jalen Carter. But if you told me it was Jalen Carter and 2 1s and then maybe a sweetener mid-round pick, I'd have been down.
I'd have done it for Carter and the 1.
Just 1-1 in Carter? Wow.
Carter and the 1. I'd have done it for Carter and the 1.
Yeah, you got, I mean, Jalen Carter is also a defensive player of the year type of player.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I because it's in the division, I probably would have tried to hold them up for 2 1s in Carter, but I don't think it would have taken a lot for me to say, okay, I'm getting Jalen Carter out of this.
Yeah.
A one might be enough. Like, I think that highly of the player.
Yeah, you know, I think for me, a lot of this consideration comes down to you evaluated that Parsons wasn't going to be worth it at $45 or $47 million. If you think that's an overpay and like massive contracts to a quarterback could be a problem towards building a championship roster, now you add an edge at more money than Mahomes. You know, if you're thinking along those lines, that I would think you should double down on that belief and say, we're actually dealing the Eagles a disadvantage and taking 2 number 1s away from them and clearing up, you know, a ton of money. I guess in your guys' situation, you would have to consider that you're about to pay a Carter at $35 million.
Yeah.
You know, something similar. So maybe the money win wouldn't be there. But I think if you had evaluated it as paying Micah Parsons isn't making us closer to a Super Bowl, then you know, I think I'd deal him to Philadelphia if they had the best offer, and it wouldn't take by much in order to, you know, want to do that. But man, that would have been a nightmare. I mean, if the Eagles could have got Micah Parsons without having to give up Carter, I think you just
there's no way I'm doing it without Carter.
Absolutely, no, that's exactly right. You're not doing it. I mean, I might, but you've got both your cornerbacks signed. I might have thought about doing it for. I would do it. I would think about for one of the Mitchell, a first-round pick, and now throw me another pick. To me, the defensive tackle is really the key thing here, because that's a guy that guy's changes your defense completely.
Is the NFL starting to become like the NBA though? Where, I mean, the Nuggets were talking about, hey, if things go wrong, we'd have to consider trading Jokic. That like these contracts have gotten so big that if you're going for it, yes, add the contract, add the player, try to push yourself over the top, win the Super Bowl. But if you're not in a Super Bowl mode, you know, I don't know that going into for the NFL it would be over the cap. For the NBA it's into luxury tax threshold, but I don't know that going over the cap to hang on to great players. And the thing is that's different now over the last 7 or 8 years, the percentage of the cap that top players are getting has exploded. Quarterbacks used to be under 15%. Now they're under 22%. So I think there is more advantage than ever of riding that salary cap yo-yo. We're in it. We're going for it. Let's max it out. And if you're not, let's take a step back and acquire draft picks and save our money, keep our powder dry there, to take a turn from old Donnie Nelson. We got the G-Bag of the Day champ coming up on the other side. Then Wolchuk's Top 10 at 2:20 here on a game day. Where are you taking us, buddy?
All right, it is opening day. What's your Cowboys hope meter? 877-881-1053. We've got the top 10 NFL fan bases in terms of hope for this upcoming season. That is next in the nation.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Here we go, buddy. It's game day, and pregame's coming up at 4 o'clock. This segment of the nation brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one's injured in a car truck wreck due to somebody's negligence, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online at frankelfirm.com. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Into the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius.
All right, I believe this is day number 3 for this champion audio right here. G, back in the day, we do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30. Replay the champ right about here. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, it's day number 3. Trap House Sports, a.k.a. the disgruntled Cowboys fan, reacts to Jerry Jones trade Micah Parsons away. Micah Parsons.
Trapaholics
Man, Dallas Cowboys, they ain't hitting on say, man. Jerry Jones, man, he about old as a bitch. Been a fan for 20 years, now I'm about to make a switch. Man, how the we lose Micah, bro? That don't make no sense. Say, why the I'll trade that man to the Packers? What's the reason? To the same team that knocked us out the playoffs every season. To the same team that used to give us hell with our range. Now they got DDG at QB and he's still giving us problems. So I'm like, it's time to solve them. Hand me the switch, I'm headed to Dallas. My CTE just awaiting. It's time to show Jerry Jones my man. Say, why the did we trade Mike for a trade that wouldn't even happen on Madden? So they like, Trap House, you gotta chill. You getting strange, it's getting outlandish. So they like, Trap House, you gotta chill. The CIA gonna put you on the list. I'm like, too late, won't stop till I show Jerry Jones my fit.
All right, let's change that narrative tonight. What do you say? Get a Trap House hype song after beating the Eagles tonight. That could put his...
That sure would be nice, but I'm afraid that Brett Maher,
other boy,
might be the MVP again.
Oh, no.
He might be the highest scoring Cowboy.
Oh, no.
Come on, ain't that what happens to us all the time?
Oh, the kicker? Kicker?
Yeah, well, they got the best one in the league now.
Yeah, exactly. And it seems like that's all we can kind of do.
Yeah.
Well, that would not be a surprise. You know, red zone troubles.
I brought the vibe down. My bad, bro.
No, you're good. You're good. That's real. I'm sure there's a lot of Tolos out there that appreciate it.
I'll probably get hated on now.
That feel like, well, you won't get that for sure.
Lucius. Come on.
Add a fourth hater to the red zone.
Number 4, dog. Coming up in the game.
I mean, Wolchuk or I guess Heggie asked in crosstalk, what's your Cowboys excitement level for tonight? I said 2 out of 10.
Yeah.
You know, it's tough to believe right now. I think Cowboys fans have been beaten down since the Packers, but here's Wolchuk with his top 10. Take it away.
It's still opening day. It's a special day. And if you just love football, it's a glorious time to be a fan. You never know what can happen. All possibilities are out there. Could they get their ass kicked? Absolutely.
What's the kicker's name?
Brandon Aubrey.
Aubrey?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Other boy.
Maher, Aubrey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mayor Witch.
Yeah, y'all got to hold your boy up. I don't know which one of them kickers' names is cool.
I thought for a second Mara might be the Eagles kicker.
Oh.
I thought you were
What's
kind of
going
doing
on
a
here?
bit.
Yeah. No.
The other boy.
My whole life is a bit, brothers.
Mara.
The whole damn life is a bit.
Good bit. It's funny.
It's a funny bit.
Oh man, Dak's record 11-5
For other people. Yeah.
I know the feeling.
We're not laughing at you, we're laughing with you. Dak's record on Thursday's 11-5. In his last 6 Thursday night games, which you saw this stat during the break, Brian, he is
6-0.
6-0.
Yeah.
14 touchdowns to 5 picks. He's averaging 272 yards per
How
game.
much?
272. And I've taken the more on his passing yards on Prize Pick, so I'm hoping that stands, even though I'm a little bit nervous with the potential rain of the wet balls out there.
Well, Christy says it's like warm and sunny right now.
Yeah, I saw Derek Eagleton
Things
also was
change.
like, hey, the weather's great right now,
Yeah.
but tonight it's supposed to be heavy
All right,
rain.
let's hope.
So
It's
maybe,
not.
you know what, we can get ball sacked by these weather reports. It's happened time and time again.
Yeah.
Maybe it doesn't rain at all. That's what I'm
Not
hoping
unless
for.
you listen to our weather guy here.
No.
Station it.
I think it's
Let
all,
you know at
it's all the
5 in the
same.
morning everything's good.
They're all using the same whatever it is to predict the weather.
Models.
Yeah, the models. The
I think
weather
we want a
models.
downpour, don't we? Lots of wind. Let's get
It could be.
random stuff in here. Variance, chaos.
You know what? That's why we brought Clayton Adams in here. Totally retool this run game. They're going to attack
But
the
then our
tiny.
MVP won't be able to shine, bro. Too much wind and too much rain.
Well, he's going to kick our way to victory when he has all 21 points. with
That
his left.
Maher all the way.
like
Yeah,
21 to-
Maher.
Kick right through it.
He's going to do it. He's going to make this happen.
I can't believe they found a kicker stronger than Maher, who's also accurate.
It is amazing because that leg, man, he can probably kick it from 70.
Easily.
It's a powerful leg. Cowboys won their last 2 openers, beating the Giants 40-0. They beat the Browns last year 33-17. Before that, they were on a 3-game losing streak, one of which was in 2021 at the Bucs, 31-29, which is kind of
Dak
how.
was actually pretty good that day.
Yeah, he was, and I'm envisioning that's how tonight's going to go. And it's tough because there's so much like it's projection. We haven't gotten to see any of this offense in a meaningful football game outside of what we saw in practice, right? So. You have?
Yeah, training camp practices.
Yeah, outside of training camp practices,
That's what I'm saying.
like against another football team.
I'm gonna hold to. I hate to bring the room down a little bit more,
just
but
please don't.
I'm gonna
Please don't.
hold to Tyler Guyton, your left tackle, and until further notice, that's too limited time and space for Dak to feel great about. I'm hopeful.
It's gonna be
Wolchuk.
okay.
I can meet you halfway and
Guyton's
say
got
I'm
this.
hoping. You know, that's all I can do right now.
But it could be a rough one tonight, and I hope that he just gets better throughout the season. Both tackles I got questions about. I don't know how good
8
Steele's
games were
gonna be.
rough last year. We had 8 games last year of seeing Dak without Tyron Smith.
Not tonight. Good thing is
Not good.
Guyton's going to be awesome this evening, and as long as they can just keep Jalen Carter from wrecking this football game, they might have a chance. But the hopo-meter is out, courtesy of The Athletic. 877-881-1053. And if you were one of the ones that voted on this hopo-meter, means your Cowboys hopium's pretty damn low right now.
My hope is that if Dak struggles, it'll be his last season.
That's your
my
hope with these draft picks?
It's my hope.
Well, it's game 1. All right, let's have a little bit of optimism. He's not going to struggle. He's going to go out there. He's going to be really good tonight.
Well, I said if.
If.
Yeah,
I
if he
think they win.
struggles.
I think they win.
I hope the team can
I
move
know
on.
you do, and I appreciate that.
Positive Broadus,
I think
man.
they win.
Yeah, positive Brian.
I'm just going to tell you, I'm not going to let these guys bother me.
No,
why I'm
that's the
picking 'em.
biggest load of crap I've ever heard from you.
That's why I'm picking them. I'm going to pick them every week.
I
Watch.
have a nominee for biggest sports lie coming up in football's finest, sports lie.
So
of
you're
the
going to
week.
tune in like
But
after the game if they get beat by some kind of some like crazy play at
I'm
the end.
expecting a text from Wolchuk in the first quarter saying, "There goes the first pen throw."
Yeah,
they're already drawing Broadus offsides.
I love it.
Back
That's
to
what
back Guyton holding penalties or something.
Yeah, I'm going to be
Not gonna
upset
let it happen.
if it doesn't draw you offsides. I like watching the games with you because you and I are both as angry together. I can't find many people that way.
I think the biggest surprise of doing this for the last few years is that all these screens are still intact.
Oh, I threw my notebook that one time.
The Packers game with the Tolbert.
I mean,
that was bad.
Bounced right off it. Yeah.
I'm waiting for a crash out to where somebody like Wolchuk goes with the classic patented Wooly Bully headbutt to the TV screen.
Oh, dude.
I thought about it after the pick six in that Jacksonville game a couple of years ago.
Oh, that
was it off Noah Brown?
I didn't know what to do. I'm like, how do I sit here and turn the mic on and talk? Like, I'm in disbelief right now. This is ridiculous.
That was rough.
This is awful.
If they go 3 and out with 2 bad runs and a throw short of the sticks on a curl route,
yeah.
I might break my TV tonight.
I don't want to see any curl routes.
Take video
tonight.
of it. That would be awesome.
Yeah, I mean, I'll try not to make it look like a bit, but the TV is on the fritz anyway. It's already giving me problems.
So it's ready.
Eric
So
will
this is a
take
home
it.
run.
Yeah, I'll take that hand-me-down.
Hey, you should,
Works
it's on the
half the time
fritz
for free.
I got it. I'll just go ahead and tap the top of it for a little bit if I need to.
It's already better than what I got.
Man, here are your top 10 teams in terms of
I say that with
hope-o-meter.
a smile on my face.
Top 10 hope.
Yeah, top 10 hope.
I'm going to buy you a TV.
Houston Texans, number 10.
17 jobs.
They got 90% optimism amongst their fans. The Houston Texans.
Oh.
Optimists, why? Possibly the best defense in the NFL.
And they're in the AFC South.
And the offensive line can't get any worse, right? That's what their fans said.
Well, they
true,
did trade
bro.
Tunsil, didn't they?
Yeah, so maybe it can.
They shuffle the decks. Bobby Slowick's out. They got a new coordinator. And
We're alive.
And then back again, the defense.
They can't give up their hope yet. It's like Rangers fans right now. You're clinging to
You
it.
still got a young quarterback on a rookie deal. You're feeling good.
I mean, 2023 was great, guys. We're fine.
We got Nico Collins. Hopefully he can stay healthy for a season. He's going to be maybe the best wide receiver in fantasy football this year.
Yeah. We actually have Matthew Berry on with us during the pregame show today.
Matthew
I think
Berry.
his bold take is that Nico Collins, wide receiver 1 for fantasy.
He's also a noted big-time Commander fan. Should ask him about Jaden Daniels this year.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, he's a big Washington fan. The Commanders, by the way, coming in at number 9.
By the way,
Hope-o-meter.
did you guys read the comment we had Stink on the other day?
Yes.
Like the fans are not happy with Mark Slur.
Well, there's not much to push back on. I thought Stink was preaching a lot of truth. If I didn't agree with him,
Yeah,
I mean,
they were
you don't
calling
call me the Willy Bully for nothing.
They
I'll
were calling us out for
I'll
not,
punch back.
not like getting in his face about some of his takes.
His takes were right.
I just like to wind up Mark and let him go.
No, he can go.
Well, we did a podcast with him on his show
last
By the
Thursday
way,
or something.
Like I thought, how about this? I thought we had to go. Like he had to leave early, and I tried to say, "Hey, Stink, no, you got some other media obligations. Thanks for hanging out with us." We talked another like 7 minutes.
Yeah,
and
Brian tried
like,
to give him the goodbye.
I tried to
It
give
was
him the
all
goodbye,
monologue.
and the guy, he told us he had to go do other stuff.
He had a Yahoo show.
Yeah, he had a Yahoo show, and I tried to get him out on time. He's like, "Why'd you do that?" You know, I'm like, "Because you told us you had to go somewhere." You know,
We had another question we had prepared for, guys. We got to make sure we get this into the podcast.
we were like the live audience. Is what we were for that show.
Yeah.
We were live audience. He came on
Just doing Q&A with you guys.
He came on to tell us how much he hated Jerry Jones. That's what he did. We were
Which-
like, "Yes, Stink. Yes,
I
Stink.
get it.
Yeah, yes, Stink." Yeah, we were like live audience show.
I wonder if his Broncos are here in the top 10 of the NFL Hope-o-meters. Number 8.
Oh,
it's still the Kansas City Chiefs. There's not a real reason not to have hope. Of
course.
Kansas City, you just every year you end up in an AFC Championship game.
Yeah, expectations
it's
are so
incredible.
high, so I get why they're like, I don't know, are we going to make a Super Bowl again? But that's really the only question.
7 is the Rams. My pick to represent the NFC in the Super Bowl.
It's a good pick.
Rams at
It's
7.
all about Stafford's back.
It is. And supposedly he's okay. He said, I'm feeling fine.
he's got like Micah back.
I don't expect yeah, does that mean it's not real?
I don't know.
I'm calling BS on that.
Micah looks
Stafford's
good.
got
Micah
old
looks
man
good in
back.
the drills. He looks big. He looks big and
That does
green.
not
Have
look
you
like
seen
a
him?
guy that needs an epidurals.
He looks like he's like got bigger, like in Green Bay.
He's
like,
fat and happy. Got paid.
Bills at 6. In
I'm taking the
terms of
Packers,
fan
by the way.
optimism.
I'm taking the Packers in the NFC. I think it's obvious.
Gosh, I hope not.
NFC,
I just don't want
in
to.
the Central or just overall.
They
Overall.
could very well do it.
In
I
the
picked them
Central.
last year, and they're probably better now.
Oh, it's not called the Central.
It's the North.
It was the
North.
Central. That was back when the Bucks were in the same division with them.
When my heart played.
That's weed.
When
That's
my heart was
weed.
playing, baby.
That's weed. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, why-
Lions
the
coming in at
Central.
5.
Still black and blue division.
Of optimism at 95.4%. I thought they'd be a little bit lower, but the Lions fans, I mean, they're just in
believe.
such a golden age right now of Lions
Yeah.
football. Why not be happy?
What, they lost their center and their coordinators? They should be fine.
They're like,
getting
whatever,
healthy.
we're good. 4 is the Ravens at 96.2% optimism. Then you got Tampa Bay at 3. The Bucks feel like they're ready to rock.
Sneaky, sexy bunch right there.
I see this team as
very
NFC
sneaky.
champions is the optimism from the fan base. Maybe Emeka Egbuka is going to be a star.
It's a revolution.
The Eagles at 2, second most optimism, and their optimism just says 2 words:
They talked to Elliott Shore Parks.
beat Dallas. That's all they care about.
Elliott, they interviewed him.
Did you see how they looked in those scrimmages?
Yeah.
Jalen Hurts threw no interceptions. A.J. Brown never dropped the ball. Jalen Hunt had about 20 sacks.
If I had to be honest, though,
God, he was awesome.
I had to be honest, though, there was, he whatever. Bro.
But number 1 most
14-2.
optimistic fan base in all of
Buffalo?
the National Football League.
Kansas City.
Cowboys.
Denver.
Oh,
Wow. Knicks is the fix.
Oh gosh, see that's delusional optimism right there.
Also, it's Peyton's place.
It's no longer Peyton's place.
No, it's Sean Payton's.
Oh, Sean Payton.
Sean Payton's.
Sorry. I mean that.
Shut up!
No,
I know you just want to crap on everything, but it's Shawnee Payton.
We know you hate the guy. You got in a fight with me about him one time.
Hey.
Okay, let it go.
No,
it wasn't.
Remember that we got in that fight?
He's a bleep-hole. Nathaniel Hackett's the best. That's not even what I said.
Yes, thank you, Wolchuk.
Thank you.
Son of a
Here he goes. Wolchuk's top 10 at 220 every afternoon here on the Fan. Chief, where are we going next?
Got a
Where
little
are we going
football's
next?
finest.
Sean Payton talk for the next
Can we
20
talk
minutes.
about
Next.
why the Broncos are going to win the AFC West next?
Yeah, that's we'll do true or fart with that. That's going to be a fart. No, we got a sports liar.
It's a true.
Got actually good news on the Red Zone experience this year, ladies and gentlemen. That's next year in the nation, but.
not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has roasted?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Laser babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens. No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world, they've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. Anonymous GMs on the trade. Did the Cowboys get it right or wrong? You'll get their thoughts here coming up at 3 o'clock. Here's the Chief.
Congratulations to Ryan Flanoy and Buddy Johnson getting called up from the old practice squad for tonight's game versus the Eagles, according to Todd Atcha. That's exciting.
Heck yeah, it is.
Flanoy's a guy
like
that
50 grand.
All three phases. Yeah, they get a little bag, get a little opportunity. Mm-hmm. It's everything they ever wanted. Amari Cooper is going ahead and going to hang him up.
I like football.
Yeah.
Don't like football. I think he just simply liked it. He never loved it.
He probably didn't love football.
He's not at a place now where he wants to maybe be like a hit or miss game day roster guy. Doesn't want to do it for that little money. He's made his bag. Yeah. He went to Vegas, saw how things were done, said thanks but no thanks. He said he still had some juice when they signed him just a week or two ago or whatever, but turned around and he's Dunsky.
Yeah, I think the timing of it is interesting. It's probably that he found out he was not going to be a big part of the game plan. I know they have Jacoby Myers there at a good tight end, but there's not a lot of proven weapons there. So for him to not be able to break into that, I would think would be a pretty clear sign. I think his body just kind of wore down on him. To watch Amari Cooper walk after just 10 years in the NFL, he looks like he's 10 years older than he is. He can still explode, but he walks like a 50-year-old former NBA player.
Yeah, I think in the offseason there was some people out of Cleveland that wondered, like, physically his body's just done. And I think that's a big reason why he probably didn't have a robust market to even sign him. So it might just be, father time. He gets all of us. And for Amari, who's battled injuries throughout his career, he's had a hell of a career, over 10,000 receiving yards, his best years in Dallas. So it's you want to be able to go out on your own terms, not necessarily let me go out and be a shell of myself for the Raiders one last year just to play.
So we were all concerned about the red zone commercial stuff. Yeah. 7 hours of commercial-free football.
Sacred red zone, what's that?
Is no more. The red zone channel.
Oh.
That real football lovers consume on a Sunday to Sunday
Me
basis.
and Amari Cooper kind of share the same ideas.
Just a 7-hour date with Scott Hansen. There's really nothing better or
Not
sexier
really
than
that
that.
important.
Let me fire up Caleb Downs tape.
But now it'll be 7 hours of
That's where I'm going to pivot. Watch.
Pivot.
7 hours of red zone football is
Okay.
what he is now having to pivot to. He can't say commercial free. We're all kind of shaking in our boots. What does this mean? What does this mean?
Let me ask you this. How expensive do you think those spots are for red zone commercials?
Well,
like Super Bowl like? Because everybody watches this.
Everybody watches it.
Everybody watches this. This has to be a pretty penny to have
Everybody's
to be on
noticing.
Well, here's some more info on it. According to Front Office Sports, there will be 4. So this is it. Okay?
4 an hour?
No, 4 15-second ads in the midst of the 7 hours of red zone.
Just 4.
Oh, that's fine.
So it's not like it's going to be a full-on
split screen in this?
throwing it to commercial break. It's just going to be.
I hope, you know what I hope it is? I hope it's like that right around the time like when the Commanders were throwing that deep ball down the field against the Bears.
The Hail Mary.
The Hail Mary. I hope they go to a commercial.
Like
then.
I saw somebody joke about it's the Barkley leap over a defender, and then boom, we're cutting into here's Geico.
Yeah, hopefully they're not doing it to where they have a set time that they have to fire it off, and no matter what's happening, they're going to shrink the screen on you. Hopefully they can time it out a little bit better and be a little bit more judicious about when they fire it off. But yes, it's just going to be 15 seconds, and it's not a full ad break where the entire football action disappears from your screen and they go to commercial.
So it's like NASCAR.
It's just going to be like a double box format.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I can
that's
live
fine.
with that.
For now.
Yeah, that's
For
fair.
now.
That's fair.
Next season, you're like, well, all right, we're going another 2-minute break. It's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're
Okay.
gonna do
Another season after that.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
4-minute break. We're all right. We're all right.
It is slowly
You
going to
give
get
them an
away
inch,
from us.
they take a foot.
Yeah.
I mean, the late game, it gets light. They have 2 or 3 games going. There's plenty of dead time to stop and break. So, yes, I agree with Lucius. I don't know to what extent the big vision is, but this is a rollout, and I don't mind it. You know, whatever you got to do, just keep me on that red zone crack, man.
I learned, though, about this that it's not the network's call. It's the NFL's
It's
call.
the leagues, yeah.
The league calls this. Yeah, for the commercials.
What do you think?
Maximizing revenue.
What do you guys think about the?
Are you guys getting red zone, by the way? Everybody having red zone?
Already got it, yeah.
I'm trying to get it, bro. I got Fire Stick, and
I'll
I'm
let
not
you
to get
borrow
it.
mine.
No, I think look, I want my own.
Yeah, you need to.
Well, I don't use mine.
You need to get on.
I'll send it over to you.
We need to package our guy here.
I need to do something, bro.
Yeah.
I want one on the Fire Stick, but I don't know how to get it.
You got the Fire Stick.
Yeah.
We know how to get it.
You have extreme capabilities with that Fire Stick.
You're gonna get it on that
You
Fire
had
Stick.
teammates.
I'll catch you what you're putting down now.
Every channel
Took me a
you've
second.
ever
I'm like,
made.
I want to buy it. I want to get it.
You're acting like me there for a moment.
I'm my own man.
Come on, pay attention.
I want my name on it. I did see over the weekend the Stream East guys got taken down. They're one of the top pirating platforms. They got arrested.
Well, and if
a lot of people lost their
for
service.
the NFL Plus, so you can get the all 22. Red Zone should be included with that.
I have
There you
that
go.
too. Yeah, Lucius, you can borrow that.
NFL Plus.
Yeah.
Okay, sports lie of the week. Other than Broadus alleging that he's not going to get emotional about this Cowboys game/season.
No, the season.
We know that's an
No,
ultimate.
I'm not going to let
ball
these
sack.
guys bother me. I'm not.
We're bothered, Brian.
I'm not.
We'll believe it when we see it, and even then, we'll
We
probably
don't believe
question
it.
it. But Nick
Check out
Sirianni.
our podcast.
Nick Sirianni saying that he didn't know that tonight is banner night.
He's such a liar.
He's playing it off like
He's
I had
such a-
no idea. We're on to this season. We're not looking back. We're looking forward. Now, I do believe him when he says that him and the players are not going to be out there for it, because if you say that, you have to kind of walk the walk on that. But in terms of him saying that he didn't know tonight was banner night at Lincoln Financial Field, give me a freaking break, bro.
It's obnoxious. It's a look at me type of deal. And I think as a player, I'm not buying into this, man. We worked hard for this. It's the Cowboys. Let's go watch this damn celebration. Soak it all in.
Mm-hmm.
It's a once in a lifetime opportunity. We lost 5 really good players, guys. You know, let's not pretend like we've totally reloaded and we're here to pave the street with NFL teams again. It's not going to happen. You better enjoy this. But I think the bigger thing is Sirianni just taking the moment to be like, look what I'm doing. Look at the big brain on me.
I'm so locked in on this Cowboys game and this football season. I didn't even know it was banner night. Yeah, it's a joke. Lie of the week, maybe lie of the year.
I think so. I can't wait till they fire him too. They'll have 2 Super Bowl coaches. Howie Roseman, he knows what's making this thing happen.
He's going to get
on
Doug Peterson.
The Sirianni crying tonight during the anthem. Because I would say
I
yes,
think I think our coach cries
Shoddy
before
for
him.
sure. Yeah.
Shoddy cries before Sirianni.
cry off.
I think Shoddy might have a full-on boohoo. I don't even know that it's just going to be like a No-Sean Moreno tier.
Yeah.
Is that like with Gatorade towel over shoulder and then wiping tears?
Yeah,
before the
get
game?
a little wipey. But you'll
that coach comes over and just wipes his eyes down a little bit.
Oh, you got a tear wiper coach on the staff.
Just clean him up.
Did you guys see the Tush Push is now an officially sponsored play?
Of course it is. Who's
Charmin?
What is this?
It's a good guess.
Hanes, undies.
No, men's the dude wipes.
Dude wipes.
Dude wipes is a good one.
I don't know how this happens. I mean, they do have like a Tush Push dude wipe commercial, but I don't know if there's any type of in-game thing that they do. If there's going to be like a dude wipe waiting for them.
The Kelseys are doing
in the end zone to like after a Tush Push TD.
Is it in the cadence?
And they
dude wipe!
Here we go. I like that idea, Lucius. I'm trying to figure out how they incorporate dude wipes into the actual gameplay, but it is, from what I understand, the first of its kind, an actually sponsored play, and dude wipes is taking over that. So I'm done with dude wipes. Actually never used them, but now I will reinforce the fact that I will never use them
You
again.
don't flush,
They
so
can go
what's the
bleep
difference?
themselves. The most popular player prop for tonight at BetMGM is, of course, all Saquon Barkley. Over 95.5 rushing yards.
Ooh.
Anytime touchdown. And the first touchdown. That's the most interesting one because that's at plus 375. You can really make some dough on that one.
Might be a tush push one for the first one.
Yeah, yeah. And I think the tush push factor, like they're going to be trying to go for it and go for it and go for it.
Get out of here.
We need to push back. That's what we need to do. Now, fans at tonight's game, remember a couple weeks ago we had the biggest L was going to be Eagles fans tonight, especially if they lose. And then they were having like their train situation. Their train service was all like budget crisis and they limited it. And now people are going to be waiting around for forever to try and get out of there tonight. Apparently, FanDuel, the sports book, has stepped up and put some money down to alleviate the budget crisis issue.
Okay.
And now the SEPTA train service, it's going to be flowing like usual. So any Cowboys fans that are out there, whatever. I was kind of excited about this, just, the off chance Cowboys win the game. Then you get a bunch of Eagles fans
Furious.
that are ticked off, and they're having to be patient, and then they just start fighting each other. They just cannibalize themselves as a fan base. I think that would have been such a huge victory for America, but that's not going to happen tonight. Now, the other thing to consider, I just saw this, Seahawks, they're trying to crack down a little bit when it comes to just rabid fan nature. And so, and I don't know why
You're not proud of the 12th man anymore.
I just don't think they should have announced this.
Yeah,
no,
like element of surprise should have been there with this. Seahawks have announced undercover law enforcement officers will be wearing opposing team jerseys at home games this season.
Oh,
to detect guests who are violating the team's fan code of conduct at Lumen Field.
I think they're tricking them.
I think this is a ball sack? Just to like
mind games?
I think they're playing mind games with the fans. Like if you hit like a guy in a 49er shirt, it might be
that might be an agent.
Yeah, but it's really not.
Like the airplanes?
Yeah.
They have those, we have an agent. There's always an agent on board. No, it's not. I've seen the videos, bro. People are crashing out every day on these planes.
Yeah, it's a $700 ticket.
I think
no way you're giving that away to a marshal.
I think they're ball
where's the
sacking.
marshals?
I think they're ball sacking their fans. I think they're saying if you hit a 49er fan, it might be a cop.
Just to get them to think twice about it. It's actually pretty smart.
It's funny you say this, though, because I don't think of Seahawks fan as the most punching, ridiculous fan out there. They need to do this in San Francisco. They need to do this with the Niners fans. Probably should do it with Eagles fans, Raiders fans, whatever.
Being in that NFC West might have wore off on them.
Aren't the Dodger fans kind of bully people?
Oh, yeah.
The
Dodgers,
Giants
fans.
Yeah, the baseball crowd seems more violent than the football crowd.
Yeah, I would think of Seattle, their fan base is more known for like salmon and white Zinfandel at their tailgates than violence. We got one down, one to go. It's the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. Anonymous GMs weighing in on the trade. Do they believe the Cowboys actually got this right? Then we have the C-Note coming up next and Krusty's Corner around the corner. Pregame's coming up at 4 here on the Fan.
G&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
It's hour 2 of the nation. We are now 1 hour from the Cowboys pregame show with Broadus and Chiafalo. Krusty's Corner Game Day Edition coming up in 40 minutes, and we're 20 minutes away from the C-Note. We will get to what other GMs have to say about the Micah trade here in just a second. Do want to just draw a little bit of attention here on your home of the Rangers to the massive series with the Astros going to be underway tomorrow night, 6:30 pregame, right here on the Fan. Jock Peterson asked yesterday about dropping the last 2 in Arizona. They have won 9 of 12 to put themselves back in the mix. Could be actually holding the wild card right now if they'd won the last 2 games. Seattle has dropped 3 in a row. They got wrecked last night, 9-4 against Tampa. But the quote from Jock, good is good enough. I think we've made up a lot of ground. We have big series coming up, but we're in a beautiful spot compared to where we were or where we thought we might have been a couple of weeks ago. So there's some chicken soup for your Ranger soul. Got to be feeling pretty good going into the weekend, at least right now. Destiny's in your own hands. Just go out there, take care of business. All right, speaking of taking care of business, we teased this a couple of days ago. Ed Werder was talking with his gang of 7 GMs around the NFL, trying to get their feeling on, this Micah Parsons trade. Who won it? Would you have done it? And the first GM says 2 late-round picks is risky, but it's valuable. Kenny Clark is a good player still, so I didn't hate the trade for Dallas. Loved the win for Green Bay. They got a freak of a player, and they didn't mind paying for it. Not many teams would put that kind of money out there. Green Bay is going for it, and he says the locker room effect for Dallas is real. We'll have to see how that locker room effect is. I think Cowboys locker room looked at this as a win.
Yeah, this to me, this is where maybe a general manager needs to kind of stay in the lane. I wouldn't have said about somebody's locker room on this one because you don't know. You really don't. Maybe your locker room is the one that sucks. Maybe you need to pay attention to yours. But yeah, this could be one of those things. All the conversation about the trade and when it took place and all that, I think is very much warranted. But like I say, I wouldn't have commented about someone else's because you're absolutely right, Dawson. Everybody could have just taken a big sigh and say, oh, whew, glad that's over with. Let's go forward here.
Green Bay has a really impressive team, though. It's why I'm picking them to come out of the NFC. I think it's wide open, but if I had to pick one, I'll take the Packers. Bomani Jones had a point in a video kind of on this same note that there's not many teams that would have put that kind of money out there for Micah Parsons. I don't know if that's right or wrong, but Bomani said we'd be killing the Cowboys if they'd done $47 million. That would be like 10 or 12 or $15 million more than what you could have got him for. Is it an overpay for Micah at 45, 47? What do you guys think of that whole dynamic?
I don't know that any non-quarterback is really worth that type of money. There's just so much else that, like, a quarterback's touching the football every play, like, is having a massive impact on the game. Micah certainly can, a play here and a play there, but it is tough. I mean, if it just depends on like how the rest of your salary cap is constructed. The Cowboys are in a spot where you're already paying a bunch of other guys that are top of their position. So I think it would have been difficult to justify now what are we going to do with Micah making that amount of money since it looks like the Dak thing, unless there's ways to maneuver around that. But I see what Monty's saying. I don't think the Cowboys would have gotten killed for it. I think if Micah had gone out and then not played up to that, it would have been similar to the Dak contract, where at the time we were thinking like, okay, that's what they have to pay for Dak. But then nobody else since has come within $5 million of that. If the same thing had have happened, then in hindsight, I think you start to get a little bit of backlash. At the time, I don't know if Cowboy fans would have crushed him for it or not.
I think that the take would have been, man, if you would have done this a year ago with that edge market, it would have been that, popular faux pas that the Cowboys have committed over the years, which is waiting too long. That would have been the mistake part. But going back in time, I don't think the Cowboys would have let him go if they believed they were in a championship spot like the Packers are right now with one of the best offensive lines and, a budding roster.
I wonder if things changed, though, in the last week or so of that. The more that they had conversations, the more that Micah, the more that Jerry kind of got in front of the media. I wonder if it went from like, no, we're not going to trade him, we're going to keep him, to like, no, this is, we got to move on. I think this decision was probably made in the last, say, 10 days. I don't think it was something, I don't think they had the intention of trading him. I just think it got worse and worse and worse. And I'll tell you why I think Green Bay was super aggressive in this. Their head coach and their general manager, there's no guarantee. They got 2 years on the deal, but they got a new president at that organization. Ed Policy's taken over for Mark Murphy, and he's kind of come out and said, I'm not interested in extending anybody right now. So all of a sudden, if you're Brian Gutekunst, and you're sitting there thinking, well, man, I've got to make a bold move to kind of, this is one of those things that if it doesn't work out for him, it's not going to be his problem. It's going to be somebody else's problem picking players. So the Packers is not a traditional. There's not a traditional move that they would make. Even though I remember the Reggie White one, but we knew we had to do something different. Packers were a good team. They're a good team now. They make this move. We weren't a good team in the early 90s. So we had to make a big move. Free agency with Reggie White had to put the money out there. But man, this seems like to me that maybe that Brian Gutekunst is kind of looking at his situation and thinking, man, I've got to do something to change my fortunes a little bit.
Couple of teams doing different things than what they have done. I think they're recognizing that the team building ways of decades past just aren't good enough anymore. And if you've drafted and developed a good team, then it's time to really go for it and try to make yourself a Super Bowl winner. And if you don't, I don't know how you're getting past Patrick Mahomes or whatever super team the NFC has assembled. Another GM said Parsons can be a game wrecker, but has he shown he can elevate the team as well? Can't say I have seen that. When has Dallas been a team that people feared playing? So to pay a guy north of $45 million a year that at times does his own thing comes with its own set of risks. There's no doubt there's significant risk here for Green Bay. I have always felt like on a team that could stop the run and could cover, didn't have guys injured, Micah Parsons would show up big time in big game moments. I just think it's been bad luck or small sample size for him and the big game thing. But I mean, what do you guys think? Is there something to the bigger the moment, the less the performance from Micah Parsons? What would you attribute that to?
I don't buy into that at all. I think a lot of it is they were like the Green Bay game. You were playing safeties as linebackers. You had awful interior defensive linemen.
Yeah.
Like you want to put that on Micah? That has nothing to do with him.
Mm-hmm.
There's 10 other guys that have to be there. One guy can't solve all your problems. And when a team's able to run the ball that way, because again, you have linebackers as safeties, what do you want them to do? And then the game gets away from you and the game's over.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, come on. And there's cut-ups on Twitter right now showing Micah in that game. They're running the ball, and Micah is not the problem.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, that is so overstated. The small sample size of one sack, like it's first of all, he's a pressure monster. So even outside of the sacks, he's still everything that he does. The gravity that he brings is huge, and nobody else can help take advantage of that. So Micah wasn't the problem. I get if you don't want to spend all that money on one player, fine, but everything else was a giant issue.
Yeah.
That's not just on him.
Yeah.
And if you got nobody that can take advantage of Micah being double and triple teamed, what are we talking about?
Yeah, I think the thing with the Rams getting Von Miller was you had Aaron Donald already destroying game plans. You add a Von Miller. You had a D. Ware to Von Miller in Denver, and now there's way too much pressure for New England to happen. You're collapsing the pocket against Tom Brady. I think playoff teams are going to be able to mitigate one great player on the other side. That's why they're in the playoffs. Another GM that Ed Werder talked to, you can read the entire piece. WFAA says, good trade for the Cowboys. They can get 4 players with that money and 2 first-round picks, plus Kenny Clark. It's only a good trade for the Packers if they make it to the Super Bowl. They were already a playoff team. The media and fans want us to pay every player, but we have a cap. You have to build the entire roster. So much of this could come down to how much Kenny Clark can impact your run defense. Yeah. What's he got left in the tank, Brian? And could this be a half-decade solution, or is this a one-and-done type deal with Kenny Clark?
What? In talking to my gang of 7 around the league about Kenny, it's like they feel like with what he is currently being paid, that you can get something out of this season. Now, next year, let's see what happens. But they kind of felt like that things were slowing down for him a little bit. And he's gotten a little bit older. And I was watching the film myself and thinking like things were slowing down. And people say, no, it's the toe. The toe affected him. He had some toe problems. But scouts who watch his tape day in and day out are saying, yeah, it's still a good player, probably going to get a good year from him. But after that, then the big questions start that to kind of have to kind of be asked is it really going to be worth it, though?
Yeah, it'd be a tough evaluation if he goes out there and he's a huge part, but you're like, we can see the age, but man, he was, the best defensive tackle we've had around here since Jay Ratliff at that age. How do you even evaluate that? It's a big jump in salary for the next year, so maybe the Cowboys will try to do some sort of renegotiation or a new contract, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's a one-and-done type of deal. Two GMs pointed out the most annoying part is that they did not get the deal done in the spring, and if you wanted to do something like this, you should have done it when teams had all their picks and all their money. And then the final one said, feels like a win for Green Bay, as odds are they will pick late. Seems like 2 second-rounders and a solid interior player. Huge character risk, though, for the Packers, bringing in someone that you don't really know and making him your highest-paid player. Yeah,
that cracks me up because he makes everybody's job easier. If you're a corner on that team right now, you feel fantastic. You're Rashawn Gary. You're one of these other defensive linemen. You're going, I should be able to have a really awesome year because this guy is going to command a ton of attention. Yeah. My favorite quote in there was from a general manager who said, he is a beast when it is easy to predict a pass coming. He has by far the highest pressure rate in the sport since 2021 on first and second down.
Yeah. I mean, the numbers are really compelling that the Cowboys, not only gave away their best player, but their really only chance of having a good defense now. It comes down to Matt Eberflus, how much he can change around these linebackers, how much more you can get. What's Ezeraku do? And do Diggs and Bland stay healthy? But the EPA numbers are just unbelievable that since 2021, there have been better defenses, obviously, throughout that time. But if you take the entire time sample, Cowboys #1 EPA per play on defense with Micah on the field and third worst without. I think that bears repeating.
Do we believe that, though? Like, we've watched the team play. Have we ever thought this is the best defense in football?
No.
Like, to me, that's why, like, EPA, you can throw in all those analytics.
Yeah.
That's a phony stat to me. We've never once watched that defense with Mike on the field and been like, this is the best defense in football. Holy crap. And we've watched every single down of them play.
Been a lot of schedule stuff in there, I think.
Yeah, I think you like the knock that, and it's right. It's fairly so, like on Dak, Eric, in that 2023 season. I think Mike has benefited from some of that as well.
Yeah.
When you look at the history of his biggest games against like Carolina and the Giants, and that's not to a fault of him. That's like who they've played, and they've done what they should do. If you're a great player, you should kick the crap out of the worst teams in football. But I think that does inflate some of these numbers. Like, I think one area with the Kenny Clark edition is we're focusing on the run defense, but that guy is a pretty good pass rusher in the middle too.
Yeah,
like him and Osa together, we're wondering like where are they going to get pressure from. Mm-hmm. I am excited about their tandem now as a pass rush from the middle of the pocket, being able to push the pocket, and the quickest way to the quarterback is up the middle. Yeah. So that might end up being a strength to this defense that ended up being a massive improvement with this deal.
Yeah, he had 7.5 sacks one year, and then a couple of years we had 4 and numbers like that. He only had 1 last year, but say people were talking about that toe injury was a real problem for him.
Yeah, I think, maybe best defense to third worst is an exaggeration, but it's probably fair to say top third to bottom third.
Yeah,
with Micah on and off the field.
There's a drastic difference in their pass rush with him on and off the field, 100%. That's absolutely accurate.
All righty, it's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. I guess Mark Cuban did go on with Pablo Torre today, and now we're waiting for what was said, what might have been revealed. But a bombshell of a story yesterday in the NBA where Pablo Torre with an investigative report that the Clippers and Kawhi Leonard circumvented the cap to the tune of $40 million, I'm hearing. And it's crazy. Like, Ballmer wrote a $50 million check to that Ascension. I don't know, was it a real company? Was it a shell company? I don't know exactly how deep the fraud goes, but Kawhi Leonard was scheduled to get 40 of that $50 million from Ballmer without really doing anything. It's like a no-show job in college. It came to the pros. I guess I'm only surprised that there hasn't been more of this. Because if you're an owner and you really, really want to win and a sponsor is willing to throw in additional dough to get a player, I think competitive instincts would get the best of quite a few guys. And maybe this is just the beginning of this unraveling there for the association. Okay, we got C-Note coming up next. What a longtime scout turned media member, kind of like Broadus, maybe the OG of that game, has to say about Dak Prescott entering this season and what he saw on tape from the 8 games he played last year. That's coming up next year, G-Bag Nation on the Fan.
All right, Tolos, but if you're out there and you're shopping for your next vehicle, I want you to stop what you're doing immediately. I want you to go check out my friends at East Dallas.
very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It's time now for the C-Note Cowboys news of the evening. Text in at 877-881-1053. Where are you with Dak Prescott going into this season? What do you think about last year's performance in those 8 games, the 8 picks? Wasn't good. Not a lot of offense. Okay, we're going to hear from a longtime NFL films analyst, get his takeaways on what he saw here in just a second. Segment's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one's injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online at frankelfirm.com. Here's Greg Cassell on Dak's film 2024.
You know, I went through, believe it or not, Ross, you know the kind of stuff I do. I went through all of Dak Prescott's throws from last year. And I got to tell you, it was not an easy watch. I came away almost believing that there was something wrong with his lower body. Now, he's 32 years old, and he's had a lot of lower body injuries. He was very tight-hipped. He was very heavy-footed. His balance was off. It did not look good last year, even before he left for the season, I guess week 9 or 10 with the hamstring injury.
So tight-hipped, heavy-footed, balance off. Once you do reconstruction of the lower leg like that, I think it's totally different than other injuries that athletes get repaired. Everything is more repairable. It's just too intricate down there. The ligaments, all the different bones. And, for myself, being somebody that went through ankle reconstruction, the first training camp back, I thought, whoa. Okay. Now looking at the Steelers training camp in Latrobe in Pennsylvania, Aaron Rodgers coming back from Achilles, age 42, hitching his giddy up. And I think age is hitting Dak Prescott significantly faster as a result of that injury. And then you take away Tyron Smith at left tackle, which is going to require a lot more off-script movement, shifting and sliding in the pocket, maybe getting out and running. So I do think that this year is make or break for Dak Prescott. Like, I need to see that he can do it at 877-881-1053. Where are you with him? What's the most definitive thing you would say going into this 2025 season tonight, Wolchuk?
I'd agree, especially with the picks now that they've got. Like, they are in a position where if they decide, hey, we really love Lenora Sellers, just for example, like, you've got ammunition to try and go up and get a player like that now. So there's no excuse to not be having an eye out for your franchise quarterback. And if Dak plays well, then I don't think they're going to be doing that. I think they're going to be looking at how can we continue to add talent around him. But if he were to, 1, get hurt again, or 2, it is another struggle this season, I don't know how they can lie to themselves and say that this guy is still capable of being a player that can lead us to a Super Bowl. You can't. And I think that maybe there was a light bulb moment, even though I think it really was feelings that got in the way. Otherwise, Mike is here. But maybe that is something where it's like, okay, now that happened, maybe we should look at how we're building this thing. And Dak might not be the right guy for us moving forward. But I do think Dak's going to end up having a bounce back year. History says after an injury, he usually does. But they are playing against a lot of really good defenses. And maybe that will prove to us that, yes, that is the scouting report on Dak. If he's playing against the bad teams, he's going to feast on them. But when you're going up against one of the best defenses in the league, it's going to be a struggle. And they've got plenty of them on the schedule this year.
That's a good point. I wonder if late in the Micah drama they said, this wasn't our plan, but this isn't a bad, unintended consequence of it. We free up the picks to possibly move up in the cap space, maybe to eat his contract if we want to go in that direction. 682, I feel like he's scared to get hurt again after his ankle. He changed. And Dak used to have an ability to say, our offense isn't working. Hold my beer and watch this. I'm going to get us a couple of first downs. We'll make the defense honor my running a little bit, and then, the game could change. That's ultimately where he got hurt 5 years ago or something. It was against the Giants, and the offense was sputtering, so he started running them down the field. And it was incredible to know that your quarterback had that ability when all hell was breaking loose and you couldn't get first downs to just go take them on his own. And now he doesn't do that. 817, if Dak is bad this year, we need to cut bait, combo some picks, and go get a top quarterback. 214, Gavin, Dak has been dealing with Tyron not being there his whole career. Tyron has, maybe 1 or 2 healthy seasons. Dak's whole career, I mean, it was off and on. And I felt like for the last 4 years or something, we got a glimpse of what life was going to be like without Tyron. Like the 2022 year where everybody was worried about his picks because he led the league in 12 games. That was no Tyron Smith. Then 2023, it's near MVP with Tyron Smith back. So Trust me, I've thought about this. I've looked at the games. I've looked at games played for Tyron Smith and how it correlates with Dak Prescott's success. And I think it's all coming together at a horrible time for him. He debuted in the NFL in 2016 with the best offensive line and rookie Zeke, and it was an unbelievable place for him. I mean, Cole Beasley and Witten and Dalton Schultz, and then Amari Cooper comes on board. You had Des Bryant. I mean, everything has been perfect for him, and I think now this is amongst the worst supporting cast that you could hope when you look at last year, especially the offensive line quality. Let's go to Brian Broaddus, former Cowboy scout. Where are you with Dak going into this year? Would you agree it's a make or break year for him?
Oh, clearly it's a make or break year for him. I think though, where I disagree with Greg, I think the biggest problem with Dak Prescott is the vision. I think the pre-snap stuff. I don't see what he's talking about with the tightness and stuff like that. I think that's how Dak plays. I think when you watch him throw the ball, he's kind of always been an overhand thrower.
Sure.
And so that's always that kind of style. It's we've talked about through the years where guys have tried to get him to point the knee, point the elbow, point the shoulder, and those kinds of things. I think it's more like the mechanics. But to me, where I think the problems lie with Dak is like what he sees pre-snap and does he predetermine where he might want to throw the ball. And to me, the vision of him, even being now 10 years into this thing, that's the thing that always worries me about him. Because his throwing style has never, ever been pretty. It never has. Now, we've seen him throw some pretty passes. We've seen him throw with touch. We've seen him throw, but as a quarterback coming in the league, his mechanics were horrible. And they've gotten better. But I don't see the tightness. I just think the biggest problems and issues with Dak are the ones where he has to potentially read and then make that throw. That's the thing that I would say when you watch Dak that I would worry about him the most.
What is that thing that he struggles with? Is it the simulated pressures when guys show like they're coming and then they drop?
There's times where he gets fooled. He thinks that teams have done a really nice job of where they've shown him a specific look, and it's usually linebackers that give him problems. And it's usually kind of in the middle of the field where he's like trying to make a throw, and then all of a sudden it's not like a drop end and a linebacker blitzer. It's more like he does not see a linebacker drop into an area, or he doesn't anticipate a linebacker dropping into an area. And there's quarterbacks that when they go up to the line, they know, okay, this coverage, I'm going to get that guy he's throwing the ball at times like predetermined, like I don't think that guy's going to be there, but defensive coordinators have baited him into some throws.
Yeah.
Because they know I think this is Mike McCarthy not helping him a damn bit. You look at way that offense is, that offense, there was nothing dynamic about that offense at all.
Yeah, he had to be perfect.
The slants, the curls, the hitches, all those things. All of a sudden you get a defensive coordinator that can kind of say, okay, I'm this down a distance. I know I'm going to probably get a hitch.
Yeah, just so predictable.
Yeah, and all of a sudden now they show him a look like, okay, throw that slant, and then all of a sudden there's a guy. They bait you into throwing the slant, and you got a guy standing right there.
I like that. I think there's hope in there. I think there's some chicken soup in your Cowboy soul right there for you.
Well, it's 10 years of this.
Sure, absolutely. Two bad head coaches.
It's not,
and 4 different coordinators.
Yeah,
maybe 5.
That's been a problem. I just feel like pre-snap, that's where he's at his worst at times.
Okay, up next here in the C Note, Morning News did predictions. It was a clean sweep for the Eagles. Brian might be one of the few media members out there picking Cowboys. Maybe they're giving the Eagles too much respect. If you wanted to draw up how the Cowboys can get this done, an emotional game, could you imagine that the guys want to prove this team is a lot more than Micah Parsons?
Absolutely. I think that's when like you throw in the addition by subtraction stuff, the galvanizing. Like people are writing you off. Micah was your entire defense. Go ahead and put that up there, the bulletin board material of the EPA. Micah's on the field, you're the best. Micah's off, you stink, you're the worst, right? Defense is such a team sport that I do think that there is something to be said about that. And Kenny Clark is filling what was their biggest weakness. Who steps up now? Donovan Ezeraku, people were excited about you. You had 2 bad preseason games. You're trying stuff out. Nobody thinks you're any good. Sam Williams, you're coming off an injury. Go out there and earn your money. You're on a contract year, right? Dante Fowler Jr., you've only been good when Dan Quinn's been your coach. Go show him it's not DQ. You are a good football player. Marshawn Nealon, you're in year 2. Step up now, right? So I think like Osa and Kenny Clark getting pressure up the middle is big. But also, can you get some turnovers? Jalen Hurts will turn the football over now, whether it's running and you can strip the ball from him, or you got your ball hawks back. How many games have Bland and Diggs played together? Not many.
Yeah.
Go out there and get us excited. Make some plays. Donovan Wilson, you're still around because you're a big play type of guy. Solomon Thomas is a backup defensive tackle, can be a David Irving-like splash player, and he's been really good with defensive line coach Aaron Whitecotton. So there are still talented football players. Like Maris Leofau can turn out to be a really good linebacker. He's going into year 2. And Eberflus is the linebacker whisperer. So I still think there are parts of this defense where I'm not writing them off. I still think they can find a way to be solid this year. And if they're middle of the pack, how good we think this offense can be, that's where you get to double-digit wins.
I mean, yeah, what if this offense can run the ball and they're a top 5 offense, you have an average defense? Then I think your best-case scenario creeps into double-digit win land.
Yeah, they've got to figure out a way to play the front 7. If it's going to be the kind that plays on the move, that doesn't want to go toe-to-toe with people, that like having Clark helps a little bit more power inside. But if they're going to play on the move and all that, it's going to be about being able to like not take unnecessary chances. If it says go A gap, go A gap. If the other guy's got the B, go B. It's got to be assignment football. If they do not play assignment football, they will get killed in the running game. They absolutely will get killed. But we've seen them at times when they've been able to fill the gaps, everybody take a responsibility, and linebackers over the top, and a safety coming down, and a corner. We've seen them against the Ravens in the preseason when it looks the right way. Yep. When everybody fills a gap, we've seen them been able to play really good defense, and that's what it's going to take. But if you have a bunch of guys playing hero ball and jumping gaps and not playing responsibilities and assignments, and that's a little bit of a Micah Parsons problem too.
There you go.
Micah Parsons is one of those guys that might not always play the right assignment. He might play a little hero ball with you. So to me, that's where this Dallas run defense, if they're spot on with their fits, they'll be okay in the run game.
You think Shotty got these boys together? I'm talking about mentally now.
I think
because
so.
when I see CeeDee Lamb talking about Parsons being gone, his shoulders are all slumped down. That type of thing is going on in that locker room. That's what I say. Oh, man, he's gone. Our guy's gone.
Yeah.
We're not.
There's that possibility as well.
That defeated feeling that they're already feeling defeated. I don't like that.
Could deflate them. I think that, everything is in the air and possible with the kickoff coming up at 7:20 here on The Fan. Your new coaching staff, their ability to get the guys together, to fix their run defense, to play more discipline, to eliminate the turnovers, and then to ask questions of the opposition's defense with your scheme offensively does leave anything to be possible. I do want to say it appears Dan Orlovsky has the worst take of week 1 of the NFL season, saying Sirianni and Hurts are the modern day Belichick and Brady. That one takes the cakes for Danny O, doesn't it?
Unbelievable. Yeah, that'll be worst take tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. with the boys.
Okay, let's slide on out of here. We'll get Krusty's Corner and then into the pregame. Brian, where are you taking us?
Yeah, let me talk about who the officials are for this game. We'll do that first, and we'll do that next.
something else. Okay, now that is a very cute. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name is Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-prices sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. We're 3.5 hours from kickoff. We're about 15 minutes from the pregame show with Broadus and Chiafalo here. 8.5-point line. Cowboys getting over a touchdown in this game. That was enough to prompt Dez Bryant to lay $50K on this bad boy. Dez out there doing the handicapping thing. So best of luck to him and the Cowboys. I think that's a good bet, but man, that is a lot of money.
It's the highest. I think it's the highest point total of the week, right?
Yes,
it is. Yeah. Biggest spread.
Apparently, the underdogs are pretty good in week one. I was seeing BetMGM had like a pretty good stat out there. I think 24-5 over the last couple of years. Underdogs are kind of the week one play, it seems.
All righty. Yeah, and Jalen Hurts didn't play in the preseason either, so it sounds good to me. The corner brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king, Brian.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. And, yep, like you said, we got the pregame show coming up here. Really looking forward to seeing what's going on with that. I know you guys kind of alluded to it earlier. You're going to get Tyler Guyton starting at left tackle today.
Okay.
So get, there was some talk about if it was going to be Nate Thomas or, because of the preseason stuff and all the things that, with Guyton being out, you're going to get, you're going to get Tyler Guyton.
Who's going to be rushing at him?
That would be the, what's my guy?
Ajomo?
Hunt.
Well, Hunt will be involved. Ajomo, is that how, did I always say his name?
Yeah, Moro Ajomo.
Ajomo will be,
and then Nolan Smith will get mixed in there.
Nolan Smith will be on the other side. Nolan Smith usually rushes on the left side. Okay. So Hunt.
Yeah, their right side outside linebackers Hunt.
Yeah, so you could look for Hunt and Ajomo. I had some people in Philadelphia reach out to me and say, you're not talking about Ajomo enough.
That was the player. That was their under-the-radar breakout year.
Yeah, they were.
Texas Longhorn.
They also really like Hunt a lot, too.
Yeah.
That's a big one. But they're saying, you guys, you're missing out talking about Ajomo. But his Ajomo was mainly a defensive tackle, what I saw him playing. So
he was. I mean, he was D tackle at Texas.
And the reps that I saw. So, but you're going to get Tyler Guyton starting at left tackle today for your team. So we'll see how that all plays out. In this football game, everybody okay with Tyler Guyton starting? By the way,
yeah, I'm happy about it.
Good.
I mean, I'm happy they got multiple options at tackle, and I'm hoping we're not wondering about Nate Thomas tonight at about 10:30.
Oh, that maybe they should have used Nate Thomas?
Yeah, we're wondering, hey, I wonder if Thomas could do better. I just hope that all the hard work Guyton put in this offseason, even though he missed a lot of training camp, that it shows up and it's a significantly obvious player, a better player than Thomas and what Guyton was able to do last year. I think this is the biggest key. And if you don't get it right, I would look at using picks to fix tackle if you're going to keep Dak next year.
Yeah. I really debated this one kind of heavily in my mind of, do you go for the guy who's been all training camp, has been out there, playing and getting work, as opposed to the guy that's kind of been over on the side. But I mean, Guyton started off so well. I anticipate they're going to get help over there though, with whoever plays. I anticipate. I don't feel like this is going to be one of those things that's going to be, they're going to leave him out there on an island, but
they're not going to Jeremy Parnell you.
I don't think so. The thing about it is, when you look at what the Eagles have done, we talked about this is like a 4-man rush. That's what they primarily, they're not really always interested in bringing linebackers and bringing blitzers. And so they're going to probably do 4-man rush.
Well, I think you got to play Guyton because it's kind of a developmental year, and you got to figure out if he can grow in a big way. That'd be massive. Sure. He can hit his potential. So yeah. I wouldn't want to waste any growth opportunities on another player again like they did last year.
Yeah. Well, so we'll keep an eye on that one. All right, your official for tonight's game will be Sean Smith. And just if I could go back and just kind of tell you what Sean Smith was the last couple of years, just to kind of get an idea what him and his crew were calling in these games. Last year he was the ninth most. He called the ninth most penalties in the league last year.
I'm feeling good about our discipline right now, Brian. Didn't seem to be as big of a problem.
Not a big problem.
In preseason, at least.
Yeah, he had last year, it was 98 calls against the home and 116 against the aways.
Okay,
wow, home cooking.
So he kind of leaned to the home side a little bit. He did officiate their win last year in the divisional championship game against
the Rams.
The Rams. He was the official for that game.
Terrible ref game that was.
And he had Dallas's game last year against the Saints.
Oh, that was disgusting too.
Which was
not a good omen.
We don't like this guy.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Kick rocks, bro.
And so
Saints won the Super Bowl that night.
Yeah, with the
best game ever for them.
with him, you're going to get offensive holding. At least that's where he was at the last couple of years. Offensive holding. Again, this was pretty slighted. If you look at the home and away splits, he is like 34 offensive holding calls, 11 against the homes, 23 against the aways. So that's pretty significant right there for offensive holding. He was really big. His second most calls were unnecessary roughness. So, and this one was 5 against the homes, 10 against the aways was a big call for him. Defensive pass interference.
Sam Williams right there.
Yeah. Defensive pass interference was 14 of them. That was 10 against the home, 4 against the aways. And then delay of game. This is one I always kind of look at, the delay of game one, because you get these refs that are like constantly watching the clock. And
there should be a shot clock on it. Just sound the alarm.
Right.
Let's not leave this up to the opinion.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Well, but this is the one time where delay of game was against the homes more than it was the aways.
Okay.
So Sean Smith, again, the 9th most penalized group in the league last year.
Those secondary calls could be big. You said 10 for the home, 5 for the aways?
Yeah.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
Maybe they get a little grabby, some new corners playing out there.
Remember how anxious that was with Romo? He was always taking it down double zeros.
And especially at that place, and it's the crowd noise and all that. You're trying to, it was always it was anxiety filled type.
Man,
thing.
I would love it if you could just tell me 2 hours and 45 minutes into the game there is anxiety. It's close enough. The crowd is a factor. That would be a win tonight if you can keep this thing close and give yourself a chance last 5 minutes.
Just some numbers to kind of go through for this game, and just from last year, just things you might not know, and it's probably going to have to happen. And this is not the officiating, but if you didn't know this about CeeDee Lamb last year, and this is where I think this game might hinge a little bit with him and Pickens, is Lamb forced 27 missed tackles across like 115 touches he had last year. That was the most among wide receivers in the league. It allowed him to gain an extra 234 additional yards off missed tackles, 44 yards more than the next closest receiver, which was Deebo Samuel.
Let's get him in the run game, Brian.
There you go. Lamb also recorded a missed tackle on 24% of his 115 touches last season.
Dang.
A higher missed tackle rate force than 23 running backs with that same number. So
he's got it.
Yep, let's go for it.
Little Debo in his game. Appreciate you.
man.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40 here in the nation. Brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. Thanks so much to Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup. Just went too flawless. Thanks to Wolchuk and Chiafalo and Carter Freeman coordinating your video. Cowboys pregame show is coming up next. Till tomorrow at 2. You're going home with the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan.
This Odyssey